a lot of those folks are no longer living in the city. And I think a lot of folks who now live in the city just generally aren't as interested in baseball, and the Giants organization has not given them a reason to be.
I think it's a great
anyways, thanks, guys.
No, great call, John.
You know, I think look at everything that has happened in San Diego.
That's been awesome.
Right?
I want to go to a Padres game. I literally would drive down to go to a Padres game. They're 8 hours away.
So, like, I'm getting texts from all my boys, and one of my good buddies, who is a diehard Warrior and Niner fan, listens to this station all day, every day. And anytime I bring up the Giants, he's like, yawn. You know, he says to me, I'm taking my kids. I'm taking them out of school. We're going to opening day. You know why? Opening day is a rite of passage. It's fun. For so many people. I grew up, we went to opening day. It was a San Francisco staple to go to opening day, do multiple laps, run into all your friends, all your family, all the people, and I'm indoctrinating my son in the exact same what I call religion of sports. Like that, me and Michelle. Michelle is fired up to go. We got the club level seats. We're going to the game. I'm super pumped. My cousin's taking his nephews and nieces. My buddies are all going, and we're all going to be there. It's a special. We still care, but how do we bottle that up for the Tuesday game in the middle of May when the Warriors are like in between playoff games or something like that? How do we get that same passion for the Giants throughout the year? I want to talk Giants and baseball with you, the audience, all summer, but I don't want to bore you. I want you to be engaged as well. And I'm asking, like, is it the sport or is it the team? What is it? Is it the way we talk about it?
Again, I literally think it is because those other two leagues dominate their offseason to such a degree. Like, no, seriously. Like, and I just don't think baseball, like, yeah, there's the hot stove a little bit, but the Giants have been burned and their fans have been burned from that same hot stove, if you will, for so long that they're just kind of numb to it at this point. But when it comes to the 49ers, yeah, they made a lot of moves that you might not agree with. They had to trim a lot of fat, or you do agree with. But they made a lot of stuff that's like, wow, okay, things are happening here. This is a different approach than we're normally seeing here in San Francisco. This is interesting. So we got to talk about it. There's the everlasting Brock Purdy angle. Hell, yesterday, I know it turned into all Warriors. You wanted to talk about a fourth round or a fifth round quarterback potentially the 49ers taking. Like, but
football's insane.
No,
it's on its own.
But
algorithm.
so is basketball. Is what I'm saying. It is a 24/7, 365 league. Like the conversations this summer, if the Warriors get bounced early, you know what it's going to be. What's the big trade they're going to make?
No
what are they going to do? Do they keep Jimmy Butler? Do they move off of Jimmy Butler? Do they keep Jonathan Kuminga?
Those will all be there.
No, but that's going to be dominating this summer, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, do you really want to hear 4 hours of should Kuminga go for weeks on end?
Well, that's what the fan base wants. I think that's what they want. That's what a lot of fans want.
All I'm saying is, why can't we mix in a little bit of baseball talk?
We absolutely can.
I'm not trying to shove something down your throat that doesn't make sense. Like, I don't want to sit here and talk about like Robbie Ray, 888-957-95. We're not going to get any calls. What are your expectations? How can they win you over? I'm saying, like, this is a sport I love. This is a sport when I open a pack of cards, I still feel a certain way. The boss, did you have baseball practice the other day, yesterday? Because I did. Yes, he's got his thumbs up. I know 7 or 8 of my buddies on their Instagram stories, they're starting all their Little League practices all throughout the world. Kids are still playing. Parents are still involved. There's a thing called baseball moms. There's not basketball moms. There's no football mom. Now, yeah, it's a niche, but baseball mom is a thing. It is a thing.
Okay.
Game changer mom is a thing. Yeah, you'll learn it one day with Benny.
You're asking two different things, though. You're saying, like, wow, look at like Big Boss Man. He's involved in, like, Little League. Like, Little League is different than talking about Major League Baseball. Like, that's great that you guys are involved in that stuff. But as, like, a sports talk radio guy that's, 30 years old and I don't have kids.
No, I understand that.
Like,
but clearly
it doesn't
love
gravitate.
The sport a little to be able to introduce it to your child.
Or you just answer your own question.
Right? Like,
I don't think people love the sport. Like, let's just keep it a buck. People just have fallen out of love with baseball.
The World Series the last 2 years has outrated the NBA Finals, and it's not close. Last 2 years, not just this year. Last 2 years, and you can go back in the data, and they've actually
that's
done
fine.
really
But
well.
but locally, the Warriors dominate still. Like, that's fine. Like,
doubt.
I don't care about like locally. Why should I care about the Rangers and the Diamondbacks? Then last year, yeah, sure, maybe locally it was a little better, but even then I was like, oh, it's the Dodgers, the Yankees.
I'm not surprised. Like, look, if I were to say, why are the 07 Giants more popular than the beginning of the 07 Warriors before the We Believe? Well, they had Barry Bonds, and he's chasing a home run record. Like, everyone would know that. When you have Steph Curry, you change the algorithm.
By the way, Joe Shasky, the Sweet 16 is at Chase Center this Thursday and Friday. I know you're going to be fired up for that. Former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Florida Gators, I should say, take on Maryland in the first game. And John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks take on Texas Tech in the second game. Go to chasecenter.com/events for your tickets. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. Plus, we do need to get into Jimmy Butler returning to Miami. Andrew Wiggins as well, that whole angle. By the way, is there a player that we've forgotten about in Bay Area sports history, a champion that we've forgotten faster than one Andrew Wiggins? We'll get into that. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Love me some Ricky Antonio. God, this beat is sick. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're fired up. Joe Shasky's fired up about baseball. Are you fired up about baseball or the Giants? 888-957-9570. And if you're not, why? Is it the sport? Is it the team? Is it the players on the team? It can't be the ballpark. I mean, the ballpark is so damn beautiful. Like, it was just, it looked magnificent. Watching on NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday, Joe Shasky, even with all it's spring training, so I could admire the splash shot of the opposing team. Riley Green, it was a Barry Bonds type of splash hit. It was no cheapie. That is a big boy fly. Spencer Torkelson, they got some power out in Detroit, who was a surprise team last year. I look at that Detroit Tigers team, and I think of myself like, why can't the Giants do something like what Detroit did last year? No expectations, the division, sure. I'm not asking the Giants to win the NL West, but I do wonder if they are winning, and it is July, and the Warriors are not doing anything, and the Niners aren't doing anything. It's the offseason for them. Like, what is the fan reaction going to be? Does it matter if Willy Adames has to be the guy that is carrying the torch for the squad? If it is Elliot Ramos again, Joe Shasky, he had a great season last year. I don't think it translated a lot to the fans, because he's not this guy that's going to be boisterous. He's not going to be, he's not going to be doing big celebrations. He's not going to be doing any of that stuff.
I know Willie, the anchor of your lineup.
No,
he's got to be a supplementary player.
And that's okay.
No doubt. You could be really good.
But we need to start building. Logan Webb's been really good for the last couple of years. He's been really good. It's not translating because he just pitches once every 5 days. Sure. It's not going to be Verlander is going to be fun. That's going to be appointment television for me and viewing.
Hayden Birdsong's
another one.
It drives me nuts that he's going to
start. Real quick, I don't know if Hayden Birdsong's at the Verlander level, but for you,
no. I'm saying
sure.
Something to be excited about. Their young
Homegrown.
Their young pitching is extremely intriguing. Period. There's no doubt about it.
Robbie Ray, who's won a Cy Young, he pitched yesterday. He's going to be intriguing for me.
So I'm looking at that lineup yesterday, right? Just Giants fans, hear me out on this. Ramos, Adames, Lee, Chapman. That's a really good 4. But here's where I think they lose a lot of people. They go Bailey, Wade Jr. as the DH, Flores as the first baseman, Yaz in right, Fitzgerald. Now, Yaz is a polarizing player. For whatever reason, he's a good player. He's solid. But
it's the last name. It's polarizing.
And it's an eye roll. You know why? Because I think a lot of people associate him with Farhan. So there's an eye roll factor to that. Yaz again. Well, I look at the Wilmer, Lamont Wade, and I'm like, this is the best we can do at first base and DH. Now, I understand Bryce Eldridge. Believe me, they're trying to not tie up a spot because they think he's coming through. But if I just said it was Ramos, Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Polar Bear, because he was sitting there.
There you go. You got a nickname already.
People would be going bananas.
We don't have a nickname for any of the San Francisco Giants that are currently on the roster. That is what the Giants hung their hat on. Literally, you had giraffe hats and panda hats because of these guys.
If I were to say Ramos, Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yes.
There's a big difference. They miss the headliner. Chapman cannot be the headliner. I love Chapman. I think he's a grinder. Great ball player. He can't be your headliner, though. No. He's got to be, like Ramos, a supplementary piece for a legit headliner. I do believe they lack the headliner. If I gave them Bobby Witt Jr., if I gave them Gunnar Henderson, if I gave them one of the Cruzes, O'Neal Cruz or Ellie De La Cruz, if I gave them, pick the guy, Corbin Carroll in Arizona, if I gave them, one of Fernando Tatis or Manny Machado, the whole thing is lean forward. Right now, it's all right, wait and see. But if I gave them the one guy, Julio Rodriguez up in the Mariners, one guy that your kids would be fired up for, I think it changes the whole equation for them, which is why I want them to be even more aggressive right now.
We got some people chiming in on the YouTube chat, 888-957-9570 as well. Call or text that number. Shout out to you guys and your participation. This is from E Blue. I still love baseball. Giants are still the hometown team. But I do watch other teams because the Giants have been so bad lately. Another one from E52. I hear you, Shasky. Baseball was my first sport played at Excelsior Park in the city. It's simple. Giants don't have many homegrown stars and don't sign big free agents. That's for a lot of people.
I have no rebuttal.
I mean, is it as simple as that, though? Because I look back to that Giants squad of a decade ago, And yes, a lot of those guys were homegrown stars. I'm not going to debate any of that. The Bumgarners of the world, the Matt Cains of the world, Tim Lincecum, Posey. You just go down the list. There were so many of them. It's been pretty underwhelming, and that's part of again, I don't want to mention the name all the time, but the Farhan Zaidi era, we were promised we were going to get that A's baseball type of thing because he grew up over there. As far as an executive is concerned, learning under Billy Beane. So we're going to get all those, the Donaldsons, the Chapmans, the Olsons, and we're going to be able to keep those guys because we have the payroll to do it. Problem is, you weren't getting any of those guys, and you didn't bring any of those everyday players up. And when you did, they didn't pan out. The Kyle Harrisons of the world, right? That was the big name we were all promised. The best lefty prospect in all of baseball as a starter. And he's not even going to be with the big club at the start of the year. Like, that is underwhelming.
Have you seen the beginning of the Bronx Zoo? It's a Peacock documentary.
I've seen the trailers.
So it's in 1990 on the Yankees. Brian Sabian is one of the main scouts that helped start that thing up. They hollowed the team out, and then they acquired or drafted Jeter, Posada, Rivera, Pettit, and it changed everything.
Yep.
You were talking about those Giants teams. Matt Cain, Lincecum, Johnny Sanchez. I know we've forgotten about him. Brian Wilson, Buster Posey. Later on, Crawford, Belt. That's a lot of homegrown guys. That's a lot of homegrown guys. You mix in the Sergio Romos, and then now you can have your characters, your Andres Torreses. You can acquire a Pat Burrell. You can bring in an Aubrey Huff or a Juan Uribe. But the nucleus has to be homegrown. So your point about homegrown players not coming through and hitting, it's inarguable. There's no doubt that set them back.
Robert in San Jose wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Robert? What's going on with the Giants and baseball for you as a fan? Why aren't we gravitating towards it?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I guess I'm the opposite of the first caller. I'm 60. I grew up an A's fan with Reggie Jackson, Raleigh Fingers, and the Swinging A's of the early 70s. Baseball, one is the Giants for me in particular. But in terms of baseball, the sport itself, it's gotten boring. The athleticism just isn't there anymore. The guys like Ricky Henderson and Lou Brock and Rod Carews, those guys like that would be playing football or basketball these days. They're just not gravitating, especially the African-American players, just are not gravitating towards baseball these days. There's a reason they had to trick up the game, make the bases larger. Can't take away the shift. Can you imagine someone playing the shift on Tony Gwynn?
Oh, no, he'd have bat 500.
Thank you. The athleticism just isn't there. Baseball has become a bunch of Dave Kingmans where they're either hitting the ball 400 feet or they're striking out. Well, it's one or the other.
I think your point was well taken a couple years ago. I would argue that there's been a dramatic shift in the other direction. Yeah. Ronald Acuna, the Cruzes. I mean,
Shohei Ohtani.
These guys are 6'6", 6'5", running like the wind. You said Shohei Ohtani. Yeah. Mookie Betts could play any position on the diamond. He's 5'9", and he flies.
Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, Corbin Carroll flies, 5'10". You know what I mean? He flies. So I think there was a period when that was true. I think right now, again, this is going to sound controversial. I am banking on the young talent in baseball more than I am the young talent of the NBA right now. I think there's more young talent in baseball than in the NBA. I really do.
Wow, really?
Julio Rodriguez, Ellie De La Cruz,
real quick. Who does Julio Rodriguez play for?
First the Mariners. Oh, no, he's very popular. J-Rod's very popular with the young kids.
If you walk downtown right here, know who he is.
I mean,
literally. I'm just telling you right there. He's that popular. He's not that
Paul
popular.
Skeens is a megastar already. He's dating someone who has got a zillion TikTok followers and is all over.
You just said it. He's
huge.
Dating someone. That's what makes him famous because he's dating someone
but he also
else.
had college recognition. Paul Skeens is.
No, he is. I will give you Paul Skeens.
You can't go to any game out there in Little League without some startup pitcher warming up with a football because of Paul Skeens.
From the 650, Joe Shasky. I'm a huge Giants fan, and I had never felt more disinterested. I actually have a little excitement going into this year, though. That's from the 650. From the 510, it's come down to the players. Giants fans just have nobody to look forward to watching like we have with the Niners and the Warriors. Again, I do think sometimes it's as simple as that. Like, the name recognition matters. Brock Purdy is a name. Kyle Shanahan is a name. Steve Kerr, the head coach, just going to the coaches, is a name. Bob Melvin, we saw how that went in Oakland. And I love Bob, and he's a friend of the program. Love me some Bob Melvin. He's not really doing it for me.
Well, and it sucks that Bruce Bochy
Correct.
has now taken over the Rangers.
And
they won a World
immediately.
Series.
Yes.
You know, like I just saw him on my television in the break, and I'm like, yeah, it's a gut punch.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Bill Walsh still roaming around winning championships on another team? Steve Kerr, he leaves and goes to the Spurs.
Right.
And he's winning and your
with Wemby.
team's kind of like going through the motions.
Yep.
It would be very difficult to swallow that.
Absolutely. 650. A new generation of sports fans have arrived in the last 10 years. Niners and Warriors have grown their brands while the Giants have shrunk theirs. And you know what?
That might be the best of all the comments.
That's a fact. And just the sports in general, and especially here, again, I keep using the Bay Area because, to your point, you know, the Yankees are the Yankees. Like when the Knicks are on, that's great, but the Yankees were in the World Series last year.
Yeah.
And I compare them, not to say that because San Francisco and New York markets they're different, but we like to view San Francisco as a top 5 media market, which it is technically. But when I compare it to those iconic brands with the Mets, with the Yankees, I think a lot of fans for the Giants like to think that the Giants are up there as a brand goes. But the difference is I could talk Mets baseball or Yankees baseball, WFAN, and they like.
But they have
doesn't
Francisco
matter.
Lindor, Polar Bear. They had one of the best, the closer had one of the best entrances in all of the sport.
Yes, but even when they were down, I could talk Mets baseball.
Sure.
Like there's an aspect of that too, where I could talk baseball, basketball, and football all year round. And there was a lot baked into it.
Using your New York equation, it just feels like to me, for our audience, talking Giants baseball is like WFAN talking Nets basketball.
Exactly. Well, there you go. The Giants are what the Nets are over there, what it is over here. But that wasn't,
but here's the thing.
That's insane. The Nets have the lowest Q rating.
Here's what I was saying. The Nets have never been one of the marquee teams that we talked about. The Giants were. At one time, they were the crown jewel. I'm not saying they should be in the top spot. No, I'm just saying we can't talk a little bit about them and have our audience engage us. Like, again, give me your lineup. Do you like Jung-Hoo Lee batting third, or do you want him to lead off? Like, that is a whole 2 or 3 hour conversation.
In July,
7-8 years ago.
I was going to say, in July, are we talking about that, or are we talking about the latest trade rumors from Ramona Shelburne and the Golden State Warriors? We could do a little both. Like, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
But I think the last 4 or 5 years, we couldn't even do a segment. Because you, the audience, we want to talk about what you want to talk about. Like, I don't sell tuna fish sandwiches because they don't move off the shelf. I stopped making tuna.
God, I love tuna
But you
fish.
guys love turkey, so I'm going to serve you turkey, right? That's good business. Y'all want to talk Niners and Warriors. When we bring up the Giants, it's crickets.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, got 1 hour down, 3 hours to go. Danny Rabinovitz of WQAM 560 at the top of next hour, 8 o'clock. He is based out of Miami, and the Miami Heat are taking on the Golden State Warriors today. Jimmy Butler revenge game. Trust me, we are getting into that. The Andrew Wiggins angle and all of it. Is Stephen Curry going to play in this game, which has turned into a massive game, by the way? We'll get back to the baseball angle and all this. The Lakers, they've lost 3 in a row. The T-Wolves, they've lost. The Grizzlies are reeling. The Warriors are all of a sudden just a couple games back of the 4th spot, but they just had a stinker on Saturday in Atlanta. This is turning into a massive game, not just because of the revenge angle, but just to get a win, you need it. So there's a lot baked into it, and I want to get into it with Danny Rabinovitz at 8 o'clock. We're going to do that. But we have a caller here, Skills in Vallejo.
What's up, Skills?
It's Skills with a Z, so you know this guy's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to hear
What's up,
it.
Skills? You're on with Spadoni and
What's up,
Chasky.
buddy?
How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, Spadoni and Chas. Good to be on with you for the first time since you joined the show, Spadoni, full time. I want to answer your question about interest in Giants baseball as well as interest in baseball in general. Now, I'll tell you how I feel. I can't speak for everyone in society, but I know that if as a baseball fan, I would not, because I'm going to watch baseball anyway, but as the average casual baseball fan, I would not enjoy watching Los Angeles Dodgers get every single free agent, it seems like, every big trade guy from Mookie Betts in 2020 all the way through Ohtani last season and then Sasaki this season. It seems like the deck is stacked against everyone else. They have all the advantages. They have all the money. They can just, and plus they're bending rules to blow billions or almost $1 billion in what's the word I'm looking for? Delayed money for Ohtani, for example.
Deferred.
Sorry,
Deferred. Yeah, deferred.
Deferred, yes.
I was blanking on it's 7 in the morning. I was blanking on the word. But and also not just that, but we don't have a guy in charge. If we had a real commissioner in charge, somebody like Giamatti back in the day, or somebody like Faye Vincent, who actually was a fan of the game and cared about the game, we wouldn't have not one, but 2 teams playing in minor league stadiums. These situations would have been averted years ago. And I know the Tampa Bay Rays kind of shot themselves in the foot too, but that's another story. But watching what happened with all the other owners ganging up on the Oakland A's and allowing that idiot to move them out of town, I know as a baseball fan, as a casual fan, it would turn me off to the whole sport whatsoever. Now, I'm always going to watch the sport. I'm always going to love the sport. But that's just to answer part of your question.
No, I hear you. Like right now, I don't know if a lot of people know this.
Skills. Good call.
Boston Celtics are on pace for like a $450 million payroll this year. I mean, they're blowing everyone away in terms of payroll.
Did Tatum get hurt yesterday, by the way?
Yeah, he did get hurt. But my point is that, like, his point about the Dodgers is a real one, and it drives me nuts. And I do have issues with all the deferred money. Like, to me, it's
whatever.
You know, because
you can do it too. You can do it too.
No, you can't.
What's stopping the Giants from doing it?
No, because
what? Why?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. Because NBC's only giving them about $90 million
NBC.
a year.
The owner's a billionaire. Please, with NBC.
Okay, Joe,
please.
To run a business, you have to have revenue. And right now, the Dodgers are guaranteed $500 million every single year with their Time Warner deal. They're the only team in the sport right now. With a guarantee contract till 2038 of $500 million a year. That's what an NFL team gets.
You know why they're doing that? Because they invested in their team and they bought big players early on, and that's why they're doing these contracts, because they knew they're going to get all the eyeballs. They're going to get all the ratings.
Television revenue is different from what you're talking about. You're talking about spending money on the payroll. I'm talking about the revenue that they have.
No, it's completely linked.
When you are making the Yankees and the Red Sox angry because you literally make twice what the 2 combined television deals are, like, they have a systematic advantage. That is real. And they're utilizing that advantage and pouring the money back into their team. I won't deny that. But they are making the amount of money the Jacksonville Jaguars are making, which no one else in the sport of baseball has. So the RSN thing, we don't talk about it. People don't understand it, but it is a true systematic advantage. When they signed a deal with Time Warner, they basically guaranteed themselves an amount of revenue that an entire division in baseball doesn't get.
So you're mad at the TV companies and Time Warner doing that with the Los Angeles Dodgers?
The rules of streaming were antiquated, and the Dodgers took advantage of a great deal, and they did a great job setting their team up. The Giants literally cannot financially compete on the revenue and the money that they're receiving to reinvest back in their team. There's a reason why the White Sox lose money every year. I know we don't think that. Teams lose money. Right? You were talking about the sale. There was a sale of a team recently.
Well, they're putting them up. The Minnesota Twins are for sale.
And you go, how do they have $500 million?
Well, no, the guy has $450 million in debt. Target Field opened, like 20 years ago?
Yeah, but Joe, you have every single year. Like when you own a home, do you not have to put a new roof on it? Do you not have to upgrade the bathrooms? Don't you have, infrastructure costs?
Sure.
That's
bad ownership. It's bad ownership, though. Like I look at like the league, too. And again, it goes back to skills. Like the face of the league, the commissioners of the league, Rob Manfred, from top to bottom. Yeah, he's made some good rule changes. But again, like, is the league in a better place with Rob Manfred than it was a decade ago?
Well, a decade ago, the television deals for all the teams were more stable. The regional sports network collapsing has affected everyone. It does. It just has. This is not a sexy topic to talk about, but this is the most real aspect of baseball affecting the finances. Why do you think teams are trimming payroll all over the place? Why are the A's currently in Sacramento?
Well, because their owner is a jackass.
No. Well, no.
That's part of it.
No.
That's part of it.
Let's have a real conversation. Why are the A's in Sacramento? So they can get the NorCal money guaranteed to them by NBC Bay Area. They are guaranteed on a deal if they stay in the region to get approximately $70 million. Okay?
So why is the owner now spending? So now why are they spending it now when they moved up 90 miles up the road?
I can't. I'm not.
That's part of it. No, I want you to talk about it, though, because we're going to have this conversation.
They're guaranteeing themselves $70 million, give or take, off of what they made in 2022, staying in the market and staying on the California NBC channel. That's guaranteed. If they move to Vegas, they would have to sign a whole new deal, and there is no regional sports network there in Las Vegas. So they're taking the $70 million for the next couple of years while they figure things out, and then they're hoping all these other regional sports network deals start to expire so that baseball can bundle them up and sell them to Amazon or Apple or ESPN or whoever. Like, this is the part of baseball that people aren't understanding. So the finances are a big deal.
So people aren't watching the television products is what that is telling me.
No, cable subscriptions are down.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Cable's down. People are cutting the cord. That's baked into all of this. And that's a signal to me that the casuals, it's the game of baseball, and I get it. All the different rule changes, the bigger bags, the pitch clock, all of it. We can't even have 3 hours or 2 hours and 45 minutes. We can't even sit down and watch them, is what that is signaling to me. That's the sport of baseball. It's bigger than the Giants then. It's bigger than the Giants.
I would agree with you on that. If the World Series, the last 2 years, Arizona, Texas outrated the NBA Finals. Not just Yankees, Dodgers. Arizona, Texas.
What was the NBA Finals that year?
I don't know. Who was it?
Was that the Nuggets and the Heat?
Yeah,
I think it was.
But
that is a snooze fest of a lineup. Let's be honest.
Rangers, Diamondbacks? Like that's sexier?
But no, it's literally the same thing as what I'm telling you. So I'm not using that.
The fact that baseball drew more of an audience to you, that I don't subscribe to that. Okay. And that's before the rule changes.
Yeah, that's great. That's Yankees, Dodgers. I guarantee you.
I'm telling you that Rangers.
If it's Lakers, Knicks this year, it's going to dwarf whatever that Major League Baseball
They just had the Celtics in the finals.
Nuggets Heat was pretty one-sided too, let's be honest.
No, I know, but like, again,
Celtics
Rangers,
Celtics Mavericks isn't a sexy matchup. It's just not. It's just
Luka and Kyrie.
The Celtics, I get it, are a brand, but that I'm not like it's not Jason Tatum and like LeBron and the Lakers taking on the Knicks in the finals, or Stephen Curry and the Warriors taking on like the Knicks.
The Warriors draw.
Yes,
there's a direct correlation.
Both those, like,
but Joe, let's not make it out like there's a bunch of Texas Ranger fans all around the world. Like I would buy your argument if the World Series ratings on a snooze fest, Diamondbacks Rangers was just awful
because it was going up against Nuggets Heat, and I'm telling you, no one cared about that series either. That was just a year and a coincidence for me. That's why it dwarfed those ratings. 888-957-9570. We're up against it. If you want to pick up this conversation on the other side, we can. But I also do want to get into the biggest game of the day, Joe Chasky.
Yes, that's what I want to get into.
It's Heat. It's Warriors. It's Jimmy Butler revenge. It's all of that. It's Andrew Wiggins. Can we have a conversation about Andrew Wiggins? Has there been a championship player here in the Bay that we have forgotten about faster than one Andrew Wiggins? I want to get into that. That's what's coming up next. Brought to you by Frontier Ford.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What's up, Larry June? It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling here. We talk some baseball. If you missed any of that, you can find it on the Odyssey app or on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, powered by First Norcar Credit Union. So just search any of those platforms. A very in-depth conversation on Major League Baseball, where it's at with Giants fans, just talking about it. And it was refreshing to talk some Giants baseball. Opening day this Thursday, and we will talk more of it as the week goes on. But there is a massive game today, Joe Shasky, Warriors, Heat. And not just because of Jimmy Butler returning to his old team, not Andrew Wiggins facing his old team, respectively, because it's just the standings. The Lakers, all of a sudden, with LeBron, with Rui Hachimura back, with Luka, Reeves, they're at full strength. They've lost 3 in a row. They got blown out late in that fourth quarter against the Orlando Magic. They were just making everything. Paolo and Franz. The Grizzlies have lost 3 in a row, and there's injury concerns there. Yeah, stop me if you heard this one before. Injury concerns with the Memphis Grizzlies and John Morant. That's baked into it. The T-Wolves lost, so the Warriors right now at 41-30 are the 6th seed in the West, but they're just 2 back from the 5th seeded Grizzlies, who are tied with the Lakers, but the Lakers, courtesy of a tiebreak, are over them, I should say, at the 4th spot. So 2 games from the 4th spot. There's a lot baked into this game tonight, just without, all the drama withstanding. As we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Maybe I'll go get a Laughing Monk brewski because it's going to be beautiful out in Sunnyvale or San Francisco where they're located, a gastropub. It's going to be 80 degrees here in the city or 75, whatever it is. East Bay, it was toasty.
It was over 80 yesterday. It was gorgeous.
Beautiful. I can get a brewski, watch this game tonight. Tip off at 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. So I'll be listening to Tim, having a brewski in hand. And, we came in with Today Was a Good Day by Ice Cube. Thank you. And maybe I just pictured Jimmy Butler leaving the Miami Heat arena like Ice Cube tonight with a win and saying today was a good day.
Last week, messed around and got a triple-double.
That's right. The Lakers beat the Supersonics, who don't exist. There you
go. They do exist in my heart.
Thunder.
They do exist in my heart.
What's hitting you most about today's game? Is there anything I just mentioned to you? Is it Steph potentially returning from a 1-game absence? Obviously, they had a horrible loss on Saturday. That was an awful loss without Stephen Curry. We were all talking about blessing in disguise, and as soon as one loss happened, it was panic. Steph, come back. We need you. He is in Miami. He practiced yesterday. That's a good sign potentially of him playing today. I would like to have that as a possibility because all the drama I want tonight. I love TNT. We know drama. Is it a TNT game, by the way? I'm not sure. But there's a lot baked into tonight's game, and I cannot wait for it. What's hitting you the most when I say Warriors Heat in Miami?
The first thing that I think of is, God, I haven't thought of Andrew Wiggins at all. And I don't think that's a disrespectful statement. I'm not trying to be flippant or anything. I'm being sincere. I have not thought about Andrew Wiggins since the first Jimmy Butler game. At all. And I know on Sunday night he dropped 40 plus or whatever. Sometimes in the Bay Area, we cling to our players. Pablo goes to the Red Sox. I mean, there was so much Red Sox content by people that love the Giants. It was unreal. Klay Thompson goes to the Dallas Mavericks. The amount of people that would just watch the games and tweet about his games early on was just staggering. Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Right? Staggering the amount of people that would follow it. Trey Lance barely even played for the Niners, but there was an attachment to all those guys. And not that there wasn't an attachment to Wiggins, but there's just no other player I can think of who was so vital to a championship, who I so quickly just, not that I stopped caring about, because that just, it sounds disrespectful. I'm not trying to sound disrespectful. I'm trying to be sincere. I just haven't thought about him.
Well, I don't think
at all.
I think you could say the word caring. I don't, once the player's gone from my team, I do stop caring for a little bit. Why should I? He's not on my team. He's in Miami. He's halfway across the country. He's all the way across the country.
Because I think people think when they hear that, they think
you're being harsh.
You don't care about the person and what he did for you. It's no, I'm forever appreciative. I'm forever grateful. We had some great times, but moving on.
He didn't deliver my baby at the hospital. These are sports people. Let's take a step back here. He wasn't cutting the umbilical cord for baby Nora and young Benjamin. All right, there's levels to this. And yeah, he's a forever warrior. Like we do the forever giant. He's a forever warrior. He was the second best player on a championship run. But it's because it was Stephen Curry's run. That's what we're always going to remember. It was Stephen Curry's first and only finals MVP, and that was a big deal. Have you forgotten Andrew Wiggins? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. And are you looking forward to this game tonight? And like, are you all in on the revenge factor? Like, there is something to, like, I always kind of think of, you know, you have a group of friends, right? Or maybe you're dating someone new and you finally see your ex in public for the first time with that new girl or new boyfriend that you have. And there is a level of, let me show this person, right? Let me walk up and let me hold this person's hand extra tight, or, you know, let me give him a big hug and a smooch in public just to show them, like, hey, yeah, this is my person now. You're part of my crew now. And there is a part of that for, I think, some Warriors fans tonight. And I am curious, and I want to hear from Dub Nation at 888-957-9570. Who do you think this game is bigger for? Is it bigger for Andrew Wiggins, or is it Jimmy Butler to have a bigger performance tonight?
Have you ever had like a revenge game, quote unquote?
A revenge game. That's a good question. In life, what is your revenge game in life? I kind of want to ask that. I'm kind of scared to get the responses. But 888-957-9570, your revenge scenario in your own personal life, what has it been? What is yours, Joe Shasky? I got to think about that for a second because I'm not sure.
Before the days of NIL, okay, where now everyone's in the transfer portal at all times, I went from SH to Reardon and then played SH in summer basketball and summer baseball almost immediately. And I hit a 3 in Greg Morris's face. God rest his soul. He's up there in heaven. And I never let him forget it. I mean, it was a revenge game for me right away. Okay. First game. And then in baseball, did the same thing. I think I played against his brother, though. His brother pitched, and he hit me. And yeah, on purpose. So, but yeah, you want to stick it to the old school that you were at, and not necessarily because you didn't like those people, but it was just like the whole circumstance, the situation, and all that. So yeah, I've had a few different revenge opportunities in my life.
888-957-9570.
Funny that it had both the Morris twins in there.
No, I like that.
One played basketball and one played baseball.
There you go. Danny Hollywood Rabinovitz of the Joe Rose Show, 560 WQAM on our sister station in Miami, going to be joining us at the top of the hour. He is locked in on all things Miami Heat, and I want his perspective from a Miami Heat fan and someone that's close to the team. What has the Andrew Wiggins experience been like? And is he looking forward to tonight's game in a big, big way? Is this it's like a bigger game for the Miami Heat? I feel like it is, just given where the Warriors are in the standings, because they have like a deep run in the playoffs, like actual aspirations. But at the same time, like, I don't think the Warriors are sleeping on just get a win tonight, and you're a game back of the 4 seed all of a sudden. I know technically it's not the case because the Lakers had the tiebreak over you, but this is a huge game just for the standings, and just for the psyche of, if I'm Eric Spoelstra, if I'm Tyler Hero, if I'm Andrew Wiggins, like, there is a lot baked into it. I'm very excited to watch it, and it is a TNT game, so it is a national broadcast game tonight, Joe Shasky. And they've been in Miami for a couple days, so I don't want any sluggishness early on for these guys, all right? I saw there's a Draymond and Jimmy playing bones. They were getting some coffee down in Miami, playing some dominoes. All right. They're relaxing. They're having a good time. I think Jimmy, they were practicing at Barry University, which is out in Miami, and Jimmy was walking around campus, and all the college kids were all swarming Jimmy. It was actually kind of cool. They're all saying, like, what's up, Jimmy? I think Jimmy was signing some autographs, taking some pictures. It was pretty cool to see that.
If Jimmy scores 0 points and the Warriors still win, 0 assists, 0 points, 0 rebounds, Warriors still win, that's really all that matters. That's
all that matters. I think Andrew Wiggins could have 50, and if the Warriors still win, well, who cares?
No, I
think Andrew Wiggins, quite frankly, could do anything tonight, and Warriors fans still don't care. It's like, great. Like, there's no one going to be like, oh, man, we lost Andrew Wiggins. No.
Well, no, but you're still going to give him the full, standing ovation when he returns.
Sure, I'll give him a little tip of the cap. Good job. Good job, Wiggs.
No, he'll get a standing ovation. You don't think?
Steve Kerr.
When he comes back to the Bay?
When he comes back to the Bay, sure. But are they, like, Miami's already came here, right? They're not, they've already been here, correct? It's like, that's going to be next year. Like, he'll get a standing ovation. Yay, Andrew Wiggins. Like, is he going to get a similar one to Jordan Poole, like what he got? Like, okay, that's great.
Jordan left on some interesting terms, though.
Oh, again, he should have gotten more of a standing ovation.
Right, like, it was a little more although the Wiggins has been complicated.
It's been very complicated.
Jordan Poole is significantly more.
We could dive into that. Like, we haven't talked to the Andrew Wiggins angle at all, because the Jimmy Butler experience has just been amazing in Golden State thus far. Like, there was some hard feelings from a lot of Warriors fans because of the missed absence, and I think a lot of the Warriors fans had to reel that back given what Andrew was dealing with his father. It was all very quiet, and he lost his father, obviously. and there was a level of closure early on in the season. I thought we saw a revitalized Andrew Wiggins this season because let's just keep it a buck. He was awful last year. It just wasn't a good, like on the court, he was awful. Like we were talking about trading this guy and attaching a first-round pick just to get him out of here. Those were conversations we were having, Joe Shasky. Fast forward to now, he is off the team. You did attach a first-round pick, but you got Jimmy freaking Butler. Steve Kerr, who joined Willard and Diggs yesterday, as he does each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game, talked about playing his old pal Andrew Wiggins. He's going to be rooting for him.
I root for that guy, and I will for the rest of his career. But that'll be special to see him tomorrow too. Everybody loves Wiggs, as they should. Just an incredible human being, and we miss him around here. And all of his teammates just feel so much love for Wiggs. So it'll be a hug fest out there for sure.
I do agree with him. Like, I don't think there's very many people that will be rooting against Andrew Wiggins.
Who's rooting against
moving
Wiggins? Forward?
That's
like of all the players to root against, like that is not one of them. Like,
do you think there's a portion of the Warrior fan base that was rooting or is rooting against Klay Thompson?
Ooh, that is a good question, because what Klay has meant to this organization over a guy like Andrew Wiggins, it dwarfs in comparison. You should be rooting for a guy like Klay Thompson.
His reception
right?
was unreal at the arena.
Captain Clay's right behind you. Look at that. Look at that. Look, it's right. Look, all the signatures on there.
Unbelievable.
Like if we did that with Andrew Wiggins right now, thanks for the memories, Wiggs, and it's Wiggs like the signatures.
If you play on a team for that long, I think it builds up a lot of emotion, and people feel some kind of way when the divorce happens.
Yes,
and I just don't think Andrew Wiggins evokes that same emotion from people.
What's the lasting image you have of Andrew Wiggins as a Golden State Warrior?
Him smiling like crazy after they won it all, bouncing around after the championship in Game 6 in Boston.
Okay.
The smile. Never seen him smile like that.
Okay. It was a great smile as well. It's our guy, Philmo Mike, voice of the Open of the Morning Roast. What's up, Philmo? What you got on this game tonight? What are you looking for tonight?
Hey, I'm Lubman. I'm going to be at Benjamin's Appliances with Mark Grandy this Saturday. Catch me there. He was in his bag, blood.
Hey, don't sleep on Sam Lubman, all right? He's under the weather today, Philmo. He's doing these Friedman's ads. He's coming for Coze's job.
Do that again. Do the Lubman voice one more time. Just and say anything.
Hey, I'm Lubman. I'm going to be at Friedman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy. Catch me there.
Dude, your white guy voice is better than Chappelle.
No, Chappelle's white guy with Chuck Taylor. Dude. That's who it sounded like.
Oh my god,
Taylor is hilarious.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Anyway, but on a weird way, it's funny because I think when players are not drafted by their team, fans do not feel as a deeper connection.
Okay.
I like Monte Ellis.
Yeah.
Monte Ellis was just kind of like, he was weird because he was a high schooler. He was a kid. You knew he was a kid. He showed a lot of promise. The Warriors was in a weird transition of kind of like not trading homegrown players. And it was just a weird conundrum. Then We Believe happened, and he was the kid on the We Believe team, and then everybody got traded except him. And so it was a lot. So when he got traded, it was like, man, what the hell are you doing? Booze, Chris Mullin and Rick Barry. But anyway, another weird conundrum was when, I bring this up a lot because it's so weird, but Deion Sanders got traded to the Giants after he signed with the Cowboys. So it was super weird where it was like he would like get booed sometimes. But remember I told you, Shasky, one time he got booed. And then he hit a triple, and then everybody was giving him the ovation. So
how about Jeff Kent? Jeff Kent. It's funny because like you're talking about how like we don't really have that emotional connection. Jeff Kent was not drafted by the Giants. He came in a great trade for Matt Williams. When he left the Giants, he didn't go to the Dodgers right away. He went to the Astros, then the Dodgers, and boy, we hated his guts.
We kind of did hate his guts. We did. But I think in retrospect, looking back, you can't do nothing but appreciate that Jeff Kent era because, man, that boy, he was locked in for like 3 years. It was crazy. But I just want to say this. I just hope the Warriors do not come out or not show up like the Miami fans do. Every game I see them on at 4:30, they're never there in their seats. They don't get there till about 5 minutes left till it's halftime. So hopefully the Warriors don't do that tonight. If we don't do that, we should win the game.
It's true.
Thanks, Philmo. That's Philmo, Mike, doing his greatest Sam Lubman impersonation. By the way,
that came out of left field.
Mark Grandy and Sam Lubman at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill this Saturday, Joe Shasky, from 12 to 3. Matt Steinmetz will also be lingering around there.
No way.
From 12 to 2.
There must be some freebies around there.
Oh, there is. Hey, no, they do. They do these live working vignettes. You probably hear that all the time. What the hell is a vignette? It's like a little
balsamic vignette.
No, it's a vinaigrette. It's all right. Close.
I'm well aware.
That's that Reardon education. But they do all these little like kitchen appliances that like on display, but they actually show them how they're working, and they have like a rotisserie, like actually like cooking a chicken for you. They have a pizza oven. They show you how to actually bake pizza, and then you eat it. They bake some fresh cookies, and they're handing them out to everyone. It's great. So not only can you check out the appliances, you can see how they work in live working vignettes. But it's a point well taken. Philmo was like, yeah, Monte might be more loved and beloved than Andrew Wiggins.
If I say the name Jason Richardson,
yeah, Jay Rich,
people feel all kind of way.
Yeah.
But if I say the name Troy Murphy, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right?
No. Not the Dropkick Murphys. Not Sean Murphy.
Fandom is so odd, man. It's very bizarre. Like Ryan Vogelsong, for whatever reason, just connected with Giants fans. They love him. And we had him. We traded him. We brought him back. He was great. He was an all-star. He pitched some great games in the playoffs. He was amazing. And there's not one negative thing anyone would ever say about him. You say the name Brian Wilson, and you get people all over the map.
Love him, hate him.
Love him, hate him, couldn't stand him. What a jerk.
Right.
Another D word people would call him from time to time. So it's
sick.
Fandom is odd.
Yep. It is very odd. And 888-957-9570. It's a revenge game tonight of sorts. And what are you looking forward to most in this game? Is it the revenge factor of Jimmy Butler? Is it Andrew Wiggins and seeing him and talking about forgotten players and listen, this isn't a Crush Andrew Wiggins show or segment. We're not doing that at all. I just find it curious how you could be the second best player on a championship team, and a championship that, let's be honest, I think over a lot of Warriors fans, that was their favorite. Like that was, and again, we make fun of it, or Nick Fidel makes the bonus title, but like that might be the last championship in the Stephen Curry. There's a good chance it is. Just going by odds and statistics.
Yeah, by odds.
Yeah, it might be. And Andrew Wiggins was a part of that, and a major part of that. He had a dunk on Luka Doncic. Like, he had his moments. Like, that's probably the lasting image for me, for a lot of people, is that dunk on Luka. And they called the foul or whatever it was, or it wasn't a foul, and it was dumb, all that. But that's my lasting image. And yet, when I think of the great moments, like Gary Payton II might end up being more beloved than Andrew Wiggins. How insane is that? GP2 might end up being more, like Moses Moody might end up being like, Quentin Post has a higher Q rating than I think Andrew Wiggins has ever had. Like,
Did you think Andres Torres would be beloved the way he is still to this day?
He wears the hat and the tight jeans and everything, and it's great. But no, I didn't think that.
And Angel Pagan, who was as good, if not better, for a longer period, is kind of forgotten.
Yeah, that's
some guys just resonate and some guys don't. Aubrey Huff, for a lot of the things he did off the field.
But the rally thong, right? Like, that was a thing.
But there was a point in time people loved him.
Yes.
Juan Uribe, thumbs up. People loved him. It is very odd. Like, I think about this with the Niners all the time. How would we view D Ford had they just won that Super Bowl?
All-timer? A run?
He would be beloved. You bring up the name D Ford, people are like, got hurt, it just didn't work out. We overpaid for him, blah, blah, blah. If I bring up the name Emmanuel Sanders, traded at the deadline, and he catches that pass, they end up winning that Super Bowl. He's a legend forever.
Legend.
I mean, he's like Ishikawa level a legend for the Niners. If I bring up the name Richard Sherman, there is still a mixed bag on Richard Sherman for a lot of Niner fans.
Because I don't think of him as Niner. I think of him going at the Niners and talking that mess to Michael Crabtree and to Aaron Andrews after the game. That's what I think about.
But if they win the championship, the veteran presence that got him over the top.
Right.
It's crazy how the margins on winning and losing and then what it does for someone's legacy. Scudero. If I just say Marco Scudero, what a great Giant.
You think of him in his hands in the rain.
Like, look, man, like Robbie Thompson was so much better than him. It's
Travis Ishikawa.
Right? So it's funny, like Otto Porter Jr., Like if I say the name Carl Landry, Jared Jack, But if I also say the name Otto Porter Jr., Otto Porter Jr., a part of a championship.
Right.
Dude, Jared Jack and Carl Landry was so much better.
But we're talking about that, and Andrew Wiggins did win a championship, and he was the second best player on a championship run, and it's like it didn't happen. And it's not like Jimmy Butler has won a title yet here. It's been very good. It's been very exciting.
Yes.
But he hasn't, like, let's be honest, he hasn't won anything. But
we're in the honeymoon phase.
Still? Yeah. I know, it's crazy. Like, and we're all going to be rooting for not for Andrew Wiggins tonight, but maybe some fans are. But like,
I'm not going to root against him. I don't think that's in my.
I do wonder
in my DNA.
I do wonder if there are some fans, and I'm gonna call for the number right now, 888-957-9570. Are there fans that still feel some type of way about trading Andrew Wiggins for let's be honest, a guy like Jimmy Butler, who was a jerk with the Miami Heat. Let's be honest, like that whole, you could call it what it is.
He sabotaged
his trade value. There was multiple parties involved in that. It wasn't all Jimmy, but
This is what, when Stack Jack signed an extension, he immediately wanted out.
Yes.
This is an uglier version of the more modern way of going about it. He basically got himself suspended out of Miami.
And I think Jimmy's probably going to look back on this and say, you know what, could I have handled that better? Sure, I could have handled that, but it'll take some time.
If they win a championship, I think in his own mind, he'll probably say, I did it exactly the way it should have been done.
If he wins a championship.
Right.
Again, if it doesn't happen, that maybe does. And Jimmy Butler, by the way, and again, we referenced this article ad nauseum yesterday. Anthony Slater will join us tomorrow, who covers the team for the Warriors for The Athletic, had a piece on the Jimmy Butler factor here in Golden State, had a lot of really good quotes. Jimmy Butler's just wired so differently. And he's just wired completely different than I could not think of a more opposite players than one Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler. Just opposite ends of all spectrums when it comes to talking, when it comes to chirping, when it comes to their presence being felt more. And I think that's what this case is the opposites just completely diverging here. And it was the exact player this Golden State Warriors fan base and an organization needed, and Jimmy Butler kicking them in the pants. But I do wonder at 888-957-9570, are there any Warriors fans that still feel some type of way about how it all went down, trading Andrew Wiggins for a guy that sabotaged his own trade value and Jimmy Butler with the Miami Heat?
If I put a poll out, I'm just curious, because I do like championships always change the algorithm on anything. Like I feel like we depreciate and knock those who don't win.
Yeah.
And then we elevate those because they happen to be part of a winning situation. If I just asked simple and easy, Barry Zito, good Giant, bad Giant, what are the answers? Where do you think people fall? I'm dead serious on this.
I think it's funny. I think
good or bad. There's no in between.
It depends on the age. Depends on the age of the fan. Because if you were a fan that was there from the beginning, and like you were there, like, no, I don't think he was a good Giant. I think you could say he had good moments, but he was not a good Giant.
Okay.
Now, if I was a younger demographic and I started watching like in high school more when they were winning, great Giant. All-time moment. You know what? I don't care what happened early on. He's a champion. He was, he grinded out in the playoffs.
It was all worth it for those 4 starts.
Do you think it was?
No, it was a terrible signing.
There you go. But
he overcame moments and had great moments.
I think his story is actually really cool.
He was the winning pitcher in the Verlander game.
Yes.
Hit a ball down the line.
It's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, it's just the most incredible.
And he was really, people forget, he was really good. And there was two sides of the Bay, right? He was an all-time A. He was a Cy Young. It was him, Zito, Mulder, and Hudson.
His first year was Bonds' last year.
Right? And it was coinciding. It's like, God, this guy stinks.
They win the one title with him because he was deactivated in 2010, even though he gets credit for the championship. But he was a whore. He was one of the worst free agent signings in any sport ever.
Ever.
But they won a title ever. Literally ever. In my mind, I could hear Gary Ryan just going, 137 million! 137 million!
It wasn't the highest contract in Major League Baseball history at the time. For a pitcher, it was.
Aaron Rowan,
yes.
Good Giant, bad Giant.
Well, he had some moments. But he's not
awful
a good
Giant.
He's not.
He was awful.
He won a title though. He won a title.
That one throw.
Hey,
Andres Torres took his job.
No, you know what? I think Aaron Rowan, that batting stance, which is all time.
You ever heard my dad talking about it?
What did he say?
Rest in peace. He said it's like a knight in full armor taking a poop while holding a sword, and it looked like this. I'm going to do it right now for the audience on YouTube.
Oh, careful.
And he'd go like this. It literally looked like he was in full armor.
No, it looked. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. It looked like exactly like something else we can't really discuss on the airways that he was holding.
I heard from
it was his own sword, if you will, but not that one.
I heard from a good source he used to take a shot of liquor before every at bat.
Careful.
Makes sense.
Careful. Hey, Marshawn talked about taking shots of Hennessy before the game. Hey, it worked for him. Nick is in Berserkly.
What's up, Nick?
Does he take shots of Henny before coming on 95.7 the game? What's up, Nick? What you got on Jimmy Butler's revenge game tonight?
No, I have not. I may be coming down from a vendor of the night before, but I've never actually
on a Monday
right before I've got on the air.
Let's go.
But however, I will if you guys want. But hey, check it out. It's like basically Jimmy Buckets was like being kind of he was just being like disrespected because his money. You know what I'm saying? And Wiggins was traded, and like I shredded Wiggins. Basically, when he was out, and I really didn't know what was going on with Pops, so that was my bad. But we ain't tripping off you, Wiggins. We will clap because you helped us win something, but you're not here no more. It's just like when Joe Montana left. Gut punch, totally gut punch, but now, hey, Niners keep it rolling. You know what I mean? Bay fans, if we draft you in your hometown, that's fine. I mean, look, like, we rooted for Panda when Panda came back, even though, after he left the Boston, he wasn't as good, whatever. But the Giants, Panda was still smashed.
This call will be recorded.
Why do these? What is
There's
that?
a button on the. Someone was telling me that there's a button now that you can record calls,
which is illegal, by the way. You can't do that without the other person knowing.
You can record your own call.
Your own call, but but you can't without other people's knowledge. I don't think is what it is.
Dude,
remember when Antonio Brown did it with John Gruden here, and that was oh my god! Talk about all-time moments in Bay Area sports history.
Mama, I'm free. That was the best.
Antonio Brown saga.
I'm free.
Oh my god! Hey, Antonio, please stop this ass and just play football.
If I bring up the name Randy Moss to Niner fans, we lose our minds.
Oh, same with Raider fans. I think he's universally disliked.
He actually had a good year at his age.
He did.
It was the Super Bowl.
Oh,
he was saying he was the best receiver of all time.
Didn't do anything.
And then showed up and it was like he didn't even play. Kaepernick threw a ball. It was over his head. Don't get me wrong. He didn't even try to tackle the guy. He didn't even try to make a play on it. And it was like to every Niner fan, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. There's not a chance in hell you're one of the top 2 receivers of all time.
In hindsight,
the list starts Jerry Rice, T.O.
Of course.
And then I'll start debating whether Fitzgerald, Calvin Johnson, or you is in the 3 slot.
It's actually funny now that I'm thinking about it. Is there a receiver that is liked and disliked by both when they were both here, the Bay Area franchises, than Jerry Rice? All-time Niner, and obviously a Raider legend. Raider fans love Jerry.
100% approval.
100%. And then Randy Moss.
100%
Oh my God, everyone cannot stand him.
I mean, we're rooting for him with his health and all that stuff.
Absolutely.
But I'm
as a player. As a player,
as a player. I want to make it very clear.
Randy's sound bites are all time. Let me get that straight. We're straight cash, homie. Like, come on. But yes, that is a great call right there. But how do you not throw to Randy Moss at the goal line, Bob? Like, I know he was old man and you're throwing a Crabtree, but like talking about one of like the greatest fade routes.
Vernon Davis was open. You had the greatest running quarterback of his era, and you didn't run him at the goal line. I swear, hardball call time. I just want to throw
I know we're going down on a tangent here. Steve Kerr yesterday on Willard and Dibs.
Some losses you just never get over.
Well, you never get over Super Bowl losses.
No. There's NFC ones too. Bradshaw fumbled. Like it's a fact. Kyle Williams, like
2014 AL wild card game for me. Never going to get over it. Just throw it to first base. Just talking about all-time hated players that were a trade. He was here for like a couple months, and it's Johnny Lester. Get the hell away from me.
Johnny Lester.
I don't care what he did.
I can't throw over to first base.
I don't care what he did for the Cubs, for the Red Sox. The guy overcame a lot in his life, but you know what? He couldn't overcome throwing to first base for some God knows reason. Just Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler's return to Miami. I'm getting very upset.
I haven't talked to him about it. We had a practice today. He's been here obviously the last couple of days, and he's got a lot of people here who he's connecting with, and I think he's enjoying being back. But tomorrow will be a heated atmosphere, no pun intended. It was just he was such an amazing player for this franchise, and meant so much to the fans, and I think it'll be very emotional for him, for a lot of people. But Jimmy's he's an incredible competitor. That's the main thing I've learned about him. And I know he's going to go out there and compete like crazy and get through it fine. And hopefully we can get back on track here.
Is it safe to say, Joe Shasky, as that was Steve Kerr on yesterday, Willard Dibbs, you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube. Just search 95.7 The Game. Also find it on our free Odyssey app, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Steve Kerr joins them each and every week. Is this like the biggest revenge game for Golden State since, I mean, you got to go back to the cupcake game, right? In Oklahoma City.
Klay Thompson this year?
Was that revenge, though? No, that's too strong. I wouldn't use revenge game for Klay there. I don't, not for me. You felt that?
Well, no, heading into it, I didn't. It was like, it's the return of Klay.
Yeah.
As the game started to progress, that felt very personal on both sides.
See, revenge for me, there's hatred there. I don't like, there might have been some hard feelings for Klay and how it all went down.
Okay.
I don't think there's hatred for the Warriors organization. He'll always have love there.
I don't think Wiggins hates the Warriors. Do you?
No,
I mean, I wouldn't know.
I think Jimmy hates the Heat. I think he hates them.
Oh, from that angle? Yeah.
No. I think Jimmy has a strong, and I don't like
the revenge game is between Jimmy and Pat Riley.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. And I think Spoelstra to a degree too. Let's not sleep on that. Eric Spoelstra and him did not have a great relationship. Tyler Hero was throwing a lot of shade on him during the All-Star break. Well, you were in Hawaii. I mean, no, you could scoff at that, but Tyler Hero won the 3-point contest. He was an All-Star for the first time. Yeah. Like, he did not shy away from I'm not cool with that. Like the number of Jimmy Butler wore for Miami, I don't care about that. Whatever. That could be taken from anyone going forward. Like there is not a lot of love lost between that organization from all the players and obviously Jimmy Butler. Like Andrew Wiggins, I'm sure is fine with Jimmy. I don't think they care about that. But like there is for sure hatred involved. And for Kevin Durant, like it was interesting. I thought the Warriors galvanized around KD a lot more than like KD was taking it personally there. It was obviously personal to an extent.
Russ on the other end felt very personal.
No, that's exactly what it was.
In the OKC cupcake game. That's the only way I can describe it. I don't know.
Well, no, that's what, because they were calling him cupcakes.
It was horrible.
For those of you who don't remember, KD in his first game back in Oklahoma City after going and joining the Golden State Warriors, obviously the first takes of the world, the entire media was crushing him. Stephen A. calling it the softest move a superstar's ever made, joining a team that knocked him out in the playoffs prior, joining a championship level team, and they ended up winning a couple championships. He was finals MVP in back-to-back years. But that first trip to Oklahoma City, and they were chanting "cupcake" to Kevin Durant, and it turned into a whole thing. It was Russ versus KD, and I thought the Warriors had his back so much so that it was personal for Steph. It ended up being personal for Andre Iguodala. It was personal for Draymond Green. Like they took that on. I don't know if I'm going to be feeling that level today.
It was also an entire nation of talking heads.
Yes, it was them against
Kevin
the world.
Durant and rooting for OKC.
Yep.
So it wasn't just I don't think it was just OKC versus KD. It felt like KD versus the world.
And I might have been in the minority there. Like I felt bad for Kevin Durant. Like that guy was your franchise. He still is. Like maybe and that's a conversation for Oklahoma City radio, like the greatest player in their history of the Oklahoma City Thunder, their short-lived existence. Oh, Russ, you're the average triple-double. I was like, no, it's Kevin Durant. Like, and Shea's been amazing, and maybe it's going to end up being Shai Gilgeous-Alexander if he ends up winning a title with this team, and that's great. But for me, still, it's probably Kevin Durant, and for what that low-class organization did to him at that time, like that was weak for me. And I actually felt bad for Kevin Durant there. A lot of people didn't know he felt bad. He joined the championship. No, I felt bad because what did he do to deserve that? He won an MVP there. Mom, you the real MVP. Him crying. It was a big moment for him.
I watched Deion Sanders.
He put that franchise on the map.
I watched Deion Sanders go from the Niners to the Cowboys in the middle of the most heated rivalry in sports.
Yep.
So maybe I'm just a different, individual to talk to.
I was on the outside looking in kind of a thing, and I think everyone that was a casual fan hated Kevin Durant and thought it was a soft move. I didn't think that at all. I just didn't. I thought he was a winning player and wanted to win titles.
I watched Johnny Damon go to the Yankees.
There you go.
Johnny Damon, okay, like the face of the Red Sox at the time with the beard and the long hair and everything like that. So, yeah, I looked at it different, and it was also coming to my team. I remember how I viewed LeBron going to the Heat, though. And it was different. Obviously, the circumstances were very different.
They were burning his jerseys in Cleveland.
It was ridiculous.
Burning his jerseys.
I thought it was the most incredible theater. Every day at 4 o'clock was a Heat game.
Yep.
The Heat Index on ESPN.
It was great.
I mean,
the Heatles.
Windhorse is where he is right now because of the LeBron situation.
Just because of LeBron in general. He's been covering him since he was a kid.
And Jim Gray I don't think he's recovered from that situation since.
The Boys and Girls Club of California, the Miami Heat angle and all that he was raising money, and it was just the decision, and everyone freaking out about it. In hindsight, it was great, and we'd love it today if someone did like that, like doing it on Bravo TV or something. Like, we love that drama, man. And there's gonna be a lot of drama baked into tonight at 888-957-9570. And Andrew Wiggins factor in all this. Like, how are you going to remember him, Dub Nation? How is Andrew Wiggins going to be remembered? Because we're talking about him being forgotten already within the span of a couple months. Are you going to remember him for the title run or the time missed after that run?
I don't think he's quote unquote forgotten. I just think he's out of sight, out of mind for a lot of fans.
Okay.
If he was playing in LA, if he was playing in Sacramento, Dallas, maybe we would watch because it's a little closer, like the proximity and obviously being in the Western Conference. You know, I think part of the Clay thing is Clay went and paired up with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. Right? Like, there's something to that.
I do think, because the Mavericks are such a whatever organization for as far as the Warriors are concerned. It's like, yes, the Mavericks. Had he gone to the Lakers, like that would have been, and with him and LeBron, it's just like, it
would have been supercharged.
This person, it would have gotten more personal.
Brian Wilson going to the Dodgers.
Yes.
Even though Clay is significantly more impactful.
And maybe some Warriors fans are like, well, Clay, he grew up a Laker fan. His dad was a Laker. Like, so maybe they would have rationalized, but no. He's going with the enemy. He's going with LeBron James. Are you kidding me? After LeBron and Draymond Green are already best friends, and now Clay and LeBron are going to be best friends. Like, what the hell is all of that? Like, and they recruited him hard, and he considered it.
It's interesting, like, Warrior fans, prior to championships, all we did was watch our favorite players go somewhere else, and we rooted them on. Mm-hmm. Tim Hardaway went to the Heat. I rooted him on. I was rooting for Tim Hardaway in the Heat when he was a Heat member. Obviously, Mitch Richmond going to the Kings, like, it's like the one that got away, you know? But I don't know if I necessarily rooted for him. Then once he got onto the Lakers, it was like, good for him to win a championship, right? Like, Mullen in Indiana. We all rooted for Chris Mullen in Indiana. Yep. Sprewell was the interesting one because of the way it went down.
Yeah.
I rooted for Sprewell with the Knicks. I did. But I don't know if a lot of Warrior fans did because of the way it went down.
I know
and he was one of the first athletes to wear braids, and people felt some kind of way about him, and there was a lot baked into the Sprewell experience.
Absolutely.
But I did root for him.
888-957-9570 is the number. There's a good question right here from the big boss man, the producer box. This game is extremely important for Jimmy, obviously. Do you see this as a bigger game for the Warriors to get the win for Jimmy, or just another game? I do think there is, like, not a turning of the tide. It's a regular season game. It's just important just for the standings. Because again, I'm going to keep mentioning this. The Lakers have lost 3 in a row. The Grizzlies have lost 3 in a row. They're the 4 and 5 seed respectively. The Warriors still have a 1-game lead over the Los Angeles Clippers for that 6th spot. The Lakers do have the tiebreaker over the Warriors, so it's really not a 2-game lead for the 4th spot. But definitely the 5th spot is going to be very interesting between the Memphis Grizzlies and Golden State Warriors. I don't know where the Grizzlies are at when it comes to the John Morant health angle and all that. Jaren Jackson Jr., we've been talking about JJJ taking way too many 3-point shots. Like, the 5th seed's not out of the realm of possibility here, and you do want to stay in the play-in. So this is just a massive game for the standings overall, but baked into all of it, like, getting a win here for Jimmy, with Jimmy, would be huge for the team chemistry, I think, too, overall. Coming off, let's be honest, the worst loss in the Jimmy Butler era in Golden State, coming off that loss in Atlanta, it was bad. It was really bad. Maybe the Nuggets one was worse, just given the circumstances, but starting off that road trip with an L, you cannot go 0-2 to start this road trip. Game. This feels like you gotta have it.
And we can get into it. I want Steph to play in this game.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, okay. I want Steph to play.
And Steve Kerr gave an update yesterday. Willard Dibbs will play too. Yep.
Let me throw a couple names at you and chew on this, and we'll talk about it after the injury report. How'd you feel about Andrew Bogut when he got traded?
Ooh.
Was Andrew Bogut more impactful to getting that first championship? Not just winning it, but getting you there. Or was it Andrew Wiggins?
I like that question. We'll discuss that on the other side. But first, it is time, Carter, for the injury report.
Trades are hard.
Trades are hard, Joe, but it was turning out to be a great one as Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior and Andrew Wiggins is a Miami Heat. Steph Curry, though, is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Miami Heat. He did participate in practice yesterday. Even more encouraging was that he took part in his individual post-practice workout as well. Steve Kerr was pleased with what he saw from Steph in practice, saying that he, quote, was moving great during the session. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're halfway home on a Tuesday, and the phone lines are open. I want to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. Is this a big regular season game because of the revenge factor of Jimmy Butler going back to Miami? Or is it just another game for you, Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. I want to feel the Warriors and the players feel like they felt going to Oklahoma City with Kevin Durant. But are we feeling like that with Jimmy Butler returning to Miami? We'll discuss that on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Come on back on 95.7 The Game. It is the morning roast. Spadoni, Shasky, halfway home here on a Tuesday, and it's morning roasting outside San Francisco. We are downtown right now. The sun is shining. It is warm. It is beautiful. It's not quite Miami weather, but it feels like that without the humidity, which is the best part.
And the chickens everywhere.
Exactly, and the roosters and all of that. Now, the beaches are nice. The bikinis are as well. But we are going to be locked in tonight between the Warriors and Heat. We have all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. 3:30, Warriors Live. 4:30 tip with Tim Roy, voice of the Warriors. Jimmy Butler's first game back in Miami. It's the first time seeing Andrew Wiggins in a different uniform for the Golden State Warriors since being traded. So there's a lot baked into it. They just snapped their 10-game losing streak. Andrew Wiggins put up 40-plus in the win. So we're getting a revitalized Andrew Wiggins. We're definitely getting a motivated Jimmy Butler. I want to get a motivated fan base to call in right now at 888-957-9570. Remember, that's the number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Also, hit us up on YouTube where we are streaming, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Again, I'd be going to Laughing Monk if I was you, watching this.
I got no thoughts.
Warriors.
I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me. And continued success to those guys over there.
That was Jimmy Butler doing it. You know what? He says, Jimmy, whatever. I don't care what you're saying, Spadoni. I don't care about what they're doing over in Miami. That was Jimmy Butler. Actually, I'll play some more of that sound again because this was Jimmy Butler was on yesterday. It's okay. Big Boss Man has multiple hats on. Sam Lemmon's out sick today, so it's okay. It's all right. But Jimmy Butler, that whole aspect and angle is fascinating for a variety of reasons, Joe Shasky. But most importantly, that aside, this is a massive game. Just in the standings and where this team is at mentally, starting a road trip with an L like they did in Atlanta. And the Hawks aren't some world beaters. And this Miami Heat team stinks. They're 30-41. You cannot lose this game to Miami. And Stephen Curry's questionable. Hopefully he plays tonight. And I think we'd get a motivated Stephen Curry and motivated Golden State Warriors team just because of the Jimmy Butler aspect and all this. But this is a huge swing game potentially for the momentum of this season.
Well, I also think it's an opportunity to kind of galvanize the crew, like around.
That's why I call it a swing game.
Yeah, around a common denominator, which is like, let's pull for one for Jimmy. And I do think it matters. I do. I'm not here to say that, like, professional sports, everyone's got to be best friends. That's unrealistic.
I hate that, actually. I hate that we all have to be best friends now. I don't want to be best friends with everyone like that. Like, part of what makes great rivalries is the hatred between a Michael Jordan and the Bad Boys Pistons.
I'm talking about within the team, locker room, my own team.
Oh.
I'm saying, like,
yes.
It makes it a lot easier when we get along, is all I'm getting at.
Yes.
It makes it a lot easier.
That is true. We should all, yes.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to be best friends, but you just have to be cordial at time. But it helps if you guys are all hanging out. And
look,
yes.
I want to know that you have enough emotional investment into what I'm emotionally invested into on the floor. And if this is a big game to me, it means a lot that, like, you care as much as I do.
Well, I would hope that for that you care about, again, like going back to a little more local level, like this job, like, you want the same mindset on both hosts, on the producers end, everyone. We want to have the same mindset because if one of us doesn't care, then it's going to show.
Exactly. Yeah. And even if you're super talented,
yes,
like you still want to have that emotional connection.
Yes.
So, like, I think this is a big one. There's no doubt about it to me that Jimmy wants this one bad, but the team needs it. So it's a twofer. You can galvanize the squad and you can win a big time game. And I think it's so important, obviously, in the standings that Steph Curry hopped on a flight. And I also think it does matter because Steph seems like this kind of guy. Like, if it matters to Jimmy, it'll matter to Steph and Draymond. And clearly Draymond and Jimmy are buddies. I mean, there was a video circulating yesterday of them playing dominoes. Yep. I don't know where they were in
Miami somewhere. Yep.
And there's like Cuban music in the background.
You ever play dominoes, by the way?
What?
You ever play dominoes?
Is that it?
I'm asking the question.
I love dominoes.
Okay, all right. Not the pizza I'm talking about. I'm talking about the game.
I consider myself probably one of the better domino players at this station.
Really?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I don't play, so yeah, I'm just asking.
You don't play dominoes?
I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old.
You didn't play growing up?
No, I play. We already talked about what I played growing up. It was World of Warcraft.
Did you play cards?
I played World of Warcraft.
Yeah, but everybody plays.
There's
dominoes and cards.
No, you only played World. If you played like a true WoW player, like I did, you only played one game. All right, I was part of a guild. All right, hanging with my nomies. All right, just don't let's come on. Like, there's levels to this, Joe Shasky. You just don't even know.
Well,
you don't even know.
And then the whole Andrew Wiggins element. The reason I brought up Andrew Bogut is because Andrew Bogut was so important to what the Warriors want to do. Wasn't a homegrown Warrior.
No, they traded for him with the Milwaukee Bucks, part of the Monte Ellis trade.
But what did he represent? Well, their first big man who was competent in forever.
Size.
Defense.
Yes.
Toughness. Great passer. Connected so many lineups.
Elite passer. He was, for a big man, great hands.
Great teammate because he didn't finish a lot of games in the 2014-2015 season. They went with the quote-unquote death lineup a lot. I mean, if you look at the 16 season, the year they won 73, he only played 21 minutes a game. And then by the end, it was we're upgrading. We're getting Kevin Durant. And unfortunately, Andrew, you got hurt here and we appreciate everything. We love you. I have no negative feelings whatsoever. I'm very appreciative of what you brought to the table. But we got to go in a different direction. Mm-hmm. And they traded Harrison Barnes and Andrew Bogut to swap money and bring in Kevin Durant. And they made the right decision.
Yeah, it's Kevin bleeping Durant.
But also Andrew Bogut's body was giving up on him.
Well, he was also a big man who, again, dealt with injuries prior to being a Warrior. The lasting image of him in Milwaukee is him wearing a suit on the sidelines because he was never healthy.
That's exactly it. And they bought a risky player. He had microfracture surgery when they brought him in.
Again, that's why I'm so
Andrew Wiggins, when they brought him in, was a very risky player.
When I hear microfracture or stress fracture and feet involved, yeah, that scares the hell out of me with any big man. And also, quite frankly, pulling it back to the NFL draft, Abdul Carter, but that's a conversation for another day. So, yes, there's a lot baked into it. And the way we view Andrew Bogut now, I do think wow, that's a beloved Warrior.
Oh, no doubt.
Everyone says that.
No doubt.
But at the time, he went to the Cleveland Cavaliers after that. And then remember, he got
Dallas
hurt.
And Cleveland.
In Dallas and Cleveland, excuse me. But the Cleveland one in particular, I thought that was a huge loss for him when he did get hurt there. Because I thought that could have been a huge difference maker had they gone up against, they did go up against the Warriors, obviously, him not being there.
Well, and he's part of the reason why Mark Jackson's not here.
Well.
No, I'm being real.
That's a huge reason.
Andrew Bogut, if you just bring the name up, I think the now Warrior fans who are a little younger don't realize how impactful he was, right? And I think the older Warrior fans really appreciate what Andrew Bogut brought to the table. Now, I think in the individual runs to the championship, you could make the argument Wiggins was more impactful on the floor. But I would argue that Andrew Bogut and what he represented was more impactful than Andrew Wiggins. But similarly, I don't have a negative bone in my body for either player. And I will forever be appreciative and thankful and grateful for everything that they bring in. But this Wiggs one, Wiggs I still feel like has more left in the tank than what Andrew Bogut had. And I was I was reluctant to trade Wiggins unless you were getting something of significance. I was way more in on moving Andrew Bogut for the right player because I didn't think that Bogut had prime years left.
Are you at all shocked the difference between the levels of player that going from an Andrew Wiggins to a Jimmy Butler was were you legitimately surprised the impact that he has had and it feels like a Grand Canyon gap between the talent level and what he has brought, again, where this isn't crushing Andrew Wiggins, this is actually just to gas up how great Jimmy Butler has been as a Golden State Warrior. But I think even I underrated just how large the gap was between Andrew Wiggins and one Jimmy Butler. I knew Jimmy Butler was the best player on 2 championship runs, or title runs, I should say, getting to a title. I know a championship, but getting to an NBA Finals. That was the word I'm looking for. But I knew he was a Hall of Fame player and defender, and playoff Jimmy was a thing. I didn't think the gap would be this huge, though, between those.
You never know what you're going to get in these deals.
Right.
So, let's go Bradley Beal. I don't think Bradley Beal has ever been on Jimmy Butler's level. But the way we talk about him nationally, you would think that he's close.
Right.
And now that we've seen him in Phoenix, I feel vindicated. I never thought he was that good.
No.
But we do this with some of these superstars in the NBA.
The name is bigger than the play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas Jimmy Butler, I feel like the name was so dragged through the mud. Yeah, I did depreciate how good I thought he was.
Right.
I honestly, when you just say, Miami Heat don't want you, they're suspending you left and right. I'm like, well, you must be an awful person. You must be a terrible player. Because everybody else they punted on wasn't any good. Hassan Whiteside, not good.
Dion
Waiters, like, clearly has some issues.
Right.
What was the lefty? Michael Beasley. Like any guy they move off, I'm always like, yeah, there's a reason why they moved off.
I still think Michael Beasley could be solid. Like, he's one of those players, like, you know what? You just give him the right situation. No, it never comes to fruition. But he has the talent, but that's a little for a lot of players. You get what I'm saying? Like, I view the Pat Riley, Spoelstra, Miami Heat situation that highly that I'm like, well, what do they know that I'm not knowing? It's a good question. And I was wrong. And by the way, if you did read the article from Anthony Slater of The Athletic, who did a piece on Jimmy Butler, there's some hard feelings there. And him basically calling the Heat culture, like all of that, like I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically called it overrated. He basically said, yeah, Heat culture, it's basically just having a lot of good players, though. Like that's what Heat culture is. Yeah, but couldn't you also question Warrior culture the last 5 years? Well, what is Warriors culture? Steph. Steve Kerr said the same thing.
I think Steph Curry represents the culture of the team, and I think it's based on a great combination of joy and competitive desire. Those things, people don't think those things go hand in hand. I think they go directly hand in hand. We've got competitors who love to play the game. Those are the kind of guys we target. I think you see the joy that Steph brings to the game. You see the fun that the guys are having, when we're playing. But there's an underlying fierce competitiveness that has helped us win at the highest level multiple times.
Is this just another game for the Golden State Warriors taking on the Miami Heat tonight, or is it something bigger? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Leroy in Oakland, one of our usuals. We love Leroy in Oakland. What's up, man? You're on the Morning Girl, Spadoni and Chaska. How we doing, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Always a pleasure to be on. I think this game is bigger for Jimmy than the Warriors. I think it would be big for the Warriors as a team if the Warriors were at home. But being that they're in Miami, I think it's bigger for Jimmy just because, I know Russia did a study on athletes who play well against their former team, and it's something to it. The emotion, right? How you're angry, how you want to go back and show people. And, they're actually saying it's something to that. When guys go back home, they play harder. They play with this fierceness. They play with this anger. And if I were the Warriors, I'd pump it to Jimmy all night long. And I think Curry and Draymond, they're aware of this kind of stuff. When a guy goes home, and they probably talked about it. Hey, we getting Jimmy the ball all night long. So I think it's bigger for Jimmy. And that's about it, guys. I just think it's bigger for Jimmy, and I think he's going to show out tonight, and I think he's going to have a big game.
That's Leroy in Oakland. Appreciate it. 888-957-9570. So Leroy is saying it's big for Jimmy, not so much the Golden State Warriors. And I think this is a good galvanizing opportunity for the team to rally around Jimmy Butler. Again, Steph Curry practicing yesterday, questionable for tonight's game in Miami, 4:30 tip-off right here on 95.7 The Game. I think it'd be huge for Steph to be there. Steph putting on a huge performance in Miami would be massive. Like Andrew Wiggins, maybe he has a big game. There's so much baked into it, but just for the standings, again, if you're just joining us, the Warriors are currently the 6th spot. They've been in the 6th spot for a while. Lakers are losing a bunch. Grizzlies are losing a bunch. All of a sudden, that 5th seed and maybe that 4th seed are now in the conversation. Getting that 4th seed, getting potentially home court in the first round is huge. Having said that, you're only a game ahead of the Clippers for the 7th spot, and they're the 7th spot right now. So it's like and the T-Wolves are right behind them. The T-Wolves are right behind them. So there is no room for error right now. That's why losing that game, had they won that game in Atlanta, it's like, okay, maybe you lose this game tonight. It's not, but no, you lost that game to start the road trip. Going 0-2 to start this road trip, be devastating. Well, and the reality is that even if Jimmy, let's say the Warriors win tonight, that doesn't mean that they won the trade forever, and it doesn't mean that Miami lost the trade forever. I think when it's all said and done, obviously you're going to have multiple years to look at it. Wiggs could still end up with the upper hand in the sense of, well, if Jimmy doesn't win at all, it's a huge disappointment. I'm trying to think how the Heat ever win this. They literally root against the Warriors winning it all. That's not winning though. There's no scenario that you can come up with outside of this team literally going on a miraculous run and winning a title. There is no scenario in which I believe the Miami Heat win this trade with Jimmy Butler.
They lost it. They lost it. Went down. When T.O. didn't file for free agency and he was still on your team, you lost that trade that day. The day you executed it, it was over. It was never going to, no matter what happened, even if T.O. doesn't win anything with the Eagles, you lost that trade that day.
I didn't think the Warriors were ever winning that Jordan Poole trade for Chris Paul when I saw it. I was like, there is just no way this is going to work. Like 50-year-old Chris Paul coming here.
But I also don't take solace in him succeeding or not succeeding.
No.
I do think some people are like, see, he's always been this weak.
He's really horrible team. Like,
I know. I root for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, see, again, that's an interesting one right there.
I do. I root for Jordan Poole.
Just like Steve Kerr, who joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, he still roots for Andrew Wiggins.
I root for that guy, and I will for the rest of his career. But that'll be special to see him tomorrow too. Everybody loves Wiggs, as they should. Just an incredible human being, and we miss him around here. And all of his teammates just feel so much love for Wiggs. So it'll be a hug fest out there for sure.
It's gonna be a hug fest, Joe Shasky in Miami. Can't wait. 888-957-9570. This one's interesting. I want to get to because this is from the Draymond Green Show, the podcast with Baron Davis. And I know you're a frequent listener. That is one of a starred, like hashtag new media.
Yeah.
As Joe Shasky all over it. This is what Draymond had to say in regards to Jimmy Butler's mindset in Miami.
Jimmy has not said a word about it. He locked in. There's two different types of people that deal with situations like this. Mm-hmm. There's the person that doesn't say anything, and you know it means a lot to them, but they just don't say anything. And then there's the person that's like, I'm going in there like this. And the reality is we all know Jimmy's mentality. He's going to be on 10. What I'm excited to see is he going to be the guy that lets everybody else know us around him he on 10? Or is he just going to walk in there on 10 and everybody fall in line? Nonetheless, I think the atmosphere is going to be a great atmosphere because Wiggs is going to come and Wiggs is going to want to play great. Kyle Anderson going to get minutes and he going to want to play great. And then obviously Jimmy raises all tides at all times. There's going to be some plays that Jimmy going to make it known in that game, and I'm looking forward to that smoke.
He said Kyle Anderson, completely forgot about slow-mo.
I thought they tried to trade him away.
They did. And then he ended up staying at the tarmac. Everyone says, like, where is he? Is he in the airport just hanging out?
Who's the Burke that was on the Warriors in 2021? Which one of the is it Burks?
Alec Burks, yeah.
He always tries to bring it to the Warriors, and I'm always like, dude, you were here for 5 seconds.
Right?
Why do you feel so jaded? You've been on 50 teams.
Kyle Anderson. We all thought that was a really good move. What a depth piece Kyle Anderson was.
Slow-mo just did not fit.
It just did not fit. It was too slow. It did not work. But you're Draymond there. He's going to be on 10. Jimmy's going to be on 10 in Miami.
Draymond being literal best friends with Jimmy Butler was not on my bingo card.
Wasn't?
Well, I had them being like, close or whatever, like they'd be on board, but they literally sound like the two of them are in a bromance.
Well,
it's like stepbrothers. Did we just become best friends?
Like, it makes sense, though. The mentality of both of those guys.
Did you get a tech? I got a tech. Did we just become best friends?
Thank you. The suspendables. They haven't got suspended yet. We're still waiting for, like, the Dudley Boys, the tag team era to come out. Oh, that's Austin's music, right?
We'll see if Tyler Hero tries to pull something tonight.
We'll see. Jaime Jaquez and them boys and Eric Spoelstra. That's the interesting part of this. Like,
talk about getting spicy.
Like,
Jaquez.
I wish there was like more of it. Again, I wish there was, but like, it's not like there's like one player like Tyler Hero. Okay. Like they're going to be going at it and maybe they'll get chippy. Like Bam Adebayo, like Udonis Haslam's not on that sideline anymore.
Not anymore.
But Eric Spoelstra is. Like, that's the guy I'm looking at to, like, let's say, like,
what's Spoelstra going to do? Like, this is Spoelstra. He's angry at all times. Arms folded.
No. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler to hit a big shot and run past Spoelstra and talk some smack to him.
And he pulls a Mike Tomlin and he like trips him.
Like, it's not going to be...
Didn't Mike Tomlin do that?
No, he got in front. No, Mike Tomlin...
Who was the coach that tripped a guy?
No. Mike Tomlin, like, was pretending that he didn't know he was walking on the sideline, and then he was on the live field of play. He was walking onto the sideline when a Ravens player was trying to run to the end zone, and then he had to slide away like cha-cha, real slow, slide to the left. That's what he was doing right there. And he slid out of the way like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were there. Like, Mike Tomlin, one of the weirdest characters. Jimmy's going to pull a Travis
Kelce and like shoulder bump him like he's Andy Reid.
Right, and just get into his grill. Hey, they ended up winning the title because of that.
Yeah, that would be nice to have like a Knicks Miami Heat Van Gundy moment where we got Steve Kerr grabbing Draymond by the ankles on the floor as Draymond's got Spoelstra and Rat Riley in a chokehold, and here comes Jimmy.
Pat Riley's going to be the state. How many over
come
under?
Come on, we can laugh a little.
Over under the amount of times they're panning to Pat Riley on the TNT broadcast. Who's going to be on the call, by the way? Because there's layers to this. Is Stan Van Gundy going to be on the call?
Can I put money on this?
Be a coach over in Miami?
Pat Riley will be wearing all white, right?
All white. I hope so. Is it going to be a whiteout game? Are those usually Fridays? I don't know what
every night in Miami is a whiteout night.
Careful, please. Scarface over here. You want to references? Or if you're a Michigan baseball player. Jimmy Butler at shoot-around yesterday, Joe Shasky. Speaking of Pat Riley, if he'll have thoughts when he sees Pat Riley tomorrow.
I don't got no thoughts. Like I said, man, I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me. And continued success to those guys over there.
I have no hard feelings. The biggest cap I've ever heard in my life.
That's like hey, you got something to say to me? I got nothing to say to you. It's like, no, you just told me everything I need to know by you saying that.
There was that article that was out after, Pat Riley, I guess, tried to make a final plea with Jimmy Butler during all the trade talks and negotiations.
Okay. He was down on bending knee.
I guess like he was trying to connect to him as like a father
Jimmy.
or something. And Pat Riley ended up tearing. I'm paraphrasing here from the article. But there were some tears involved, and Pat, trying to be like a father figure or something to Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy was not having it and was weirded out by it. It was all very odd, but there is no love lost between Jimmy Butler. I do think Pat feels some type of way about it. I do think, and he mentioned he would change how things went down in the last couple of years had he known it would get to this point, but I don't think Jimmy would have changed anything.
Look, there's a lot of people that view Pat Riley a certain way.
I respect him. I respect him tremendously as an executive and as a head coach. I think he's one of the great minds in the history of the sport.
No doubt. And look, and what he's done for so many, there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of young men who have seen him as, whether it's a mentor, father figure, inspiration, whatever, a rock solid person to get advice from. There's no doubt. But you also have to have the emotional intelligence to know who you're talking with. And you can't come off as father figure guy to someone. LeBron did this to Kyrie. Kyrie's like, we're almost similar in age. What do you mean father figure? Yeah. If Pat and Jimmy don't have that kind of relationship, that's on Pat to not read the room.
Well, it is, but maybe Pat thought that, they had a closer relationship, and then he realized in that moment maybe it wasn't that close. That could happen. Jimmy's a very difficult person to read.
He's an enigma.
I can't read Jimmy. And I feel like I have pretty good emotional intelligence of reading people. I think when we're in this industry, we're usually pretty good about that. Yeah. That's something we do well, is picking up on social cues. Jimmy's if we had to interview him in person, I don't know if I could pick up on some of the social cues. I'd kind of be on my toes a little bit talking to the guys. So I could see where Pat was trying to come from there, but there is no love lost when it comes to the Jimmy Butler angle and all of this. And I'm curious from the fan base, again, 888-957-9570, are you viewing this game in a different sort of light because Jimmy is now a Golden State Warrior? Do you got Jimmy's back tonight, or is it just another game in the standings that you need to win for you? 888-957-9570. There's so much sound to get to still from Steve Kerr talking about, from Jimmy Butler talking about it, Joe Shasky. I want to pick this up on the other side. And Stephen Curry, this is turning into a huge game for him to come back to, because if they don't have Stephen Curry tonight, then I am expecting a massive game from Jimmy Butler, and I'm going to be disappointed if I don't get it tonight. That's all coming up next, and it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
No, I want him to. I need more aggressive. Like we're going from Andrew Wiggins, right, to now Jimmy Butler back there.
Yeah, be a facilitator.
I need Jimmy Butler back there, Carter.
Does that make Nahegan, who's in the producer chair today, does that make him Kuminga? He's the lightning rod for criticism?
He's Quentin Post. He knocks down threes.
You don't fit.
No, he's Quentin Post.
It's year 4. It's year 4. You don't fit.
Steph Curry update.
He was moving really well. We didn't scrimmage at all, so it was all non-contact stuff. But he looked good. He felt good, and we'll just continue to list him as questionable for tomorrow. And Rick will make the decision.
Questionable tonight so far, and I'm sure we'll wait for the reports that if he's going to play here within a couple hours. 888-957-9570. Do you like when your team is like the bad guy? Do you like doing that more? Like, because I feel like today, like Jimmy's the bad guy coming back for a lot of Miami Heat fans. Do you like that aspect as a fan base? Because I love that. I love more so going to an arena and silencing them and hearing all the boos too. I love that sometimes more than I love being at home and hearing the cheers. Is that sick of me to feel that way? Or is there a level of understanding when you think about that as a fan where it's like, yeah, you know what? It is kind of fun winning in the opposing state. Like when you got to win in Boston, Joe Shasky, if you're the Golden State Warriors, you won in Beantown and you got to shut that fan base up if you're Stephen Curry after all the crap that they were talking. Yeah, I love that.
But they weren't talking smack to Steph.
No, they were talking about
smack to Draymond.
Well, no, they were talking about his wife, saying Aisha can't cook.
I know, but
there's part of let's not revisionist history. The Boston fan base were coming down Stephen Curry's road.
Okay,
right?
There's always going to be a select few. I'm talking about the arena as a whole booing against someone. Like the Draymond, the way that they booed Draymond reminded me of Barry Bonds.
Okay.
In unison. I'm talking about an entire arena with creative chants going at one guy.
See, I love that more than getting cheers sometimes. It feels like I've gotten underneath a fan base's skin so much. Maybe I have 5 older brothers, so maybe that's the little brother in me just poking and prodding. I love that stuff. But for you, would you rather hear the cheers more at home or getting booed because you're doing something great?
It's just as long as my team is balling. But
in this scenario, your team is balling. They're booing or they're silenced because you're balling.
But you have to remember, if you're in the stands, okay, if you're in the stands as a fan, there is a slight bit of, it's not frightening, but like,
oh no, you gotta
be careful.
You gotta check yourself.
Yes, you gotta be careful, right? Like you gotta be careful. You don't want to basically be asking for trouble. But simultaneously, when Steph was hitting shots in that fourth quarter and I'm standing up and I'm like, let's go. And I'm going like this, like, oh, that's amazing.
Yep.
But I was by myself.
Yep.
So it was amazing, but it was also like, ugh. It's also fun, though, just hugging random people in the end zone when Richard Sherman makes an interception in the NFC Championship game and you're at home and the entire place turns into a rock party.
That's a good one. Being the bad guy. It's funny because forever you got the best good guy in the league still in Steph Curry. And now
universally beloved.
Who doesn't love Stephen Curry? Everyone I love Stephen Curry. Like your kids love Stephen Curry. Everyone loves Stephen Curry. Even the Miami Heat fan base on the other side loves Stephen Curry. Everyone loves Steph Curry.
So let me give you two quick examples.
Everybody likes Jimmy Butler.
The difference between Bonds and Steph, right? When I went to Boston in 2007 for Barry Bonds, he was just, booed doesn't even begin. The steroids. That's what they all kept saying. As they literally have David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez in the exact same lineup. All right. It's like, what are we doing here? And
I like how you couldn't pronounce the R's, steroids.
That's how they did it.
You sound like you're a
lisp.
Yeah,
that's how they did it.
You sound like a 3-year-old steroids.
Where's the bar?
Like Nora, she can't pronounce. Oh, hello. It's like,
but that's what it sounded like when you were there. But by day 3, he hit the home run off Wakefield, and people kind of begrudgingly gave him the standing ovation.
Right.
At the end of Steph game 4, okay, you know what they were saying? Oh my God, not only is he one of the greatest players I've ever seen, it wasn't begrudging. It was like, he's as good, if not better than Larry. This is from Boston fans.
Right.
Right? But because he's beloved, it's the same way I look at Patrick Mahomes. I hate Patrick Mahomes, but I came out of that Super Bowl going, he's just one of the greatest of all time.
Right.
I don't even know what to say. He's just one of the greatest of all times. But I didn't hate him with the same disdain that I think people hated Barry Bonds.
Correct.
Draymond, to that Celtic crowd, there was he's just not that good. Thank God he's got Curry. He's lucky he's got Curry, Like that's how they view it because he's not as good as those guys. So there's degrees of how the fandom goes.
By the way, Draymond Green right now, according to a lot of the DraftKings or the FanDuels of the world, leader in the clubhouse for DPOY. You surprised by that at all?
I'm shocked.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because it's a late push. Like we didn't bring up DPOY until 3 weeks ago. I mean, it's going to be April.
Well, there's a lot baked into that. This team has made a huge surge. The voting process is not over. The guy that was the leader in the clubhouse all year had to end his season with deep vein thrombosis and Victor Wembanyama. Like that was part of it. Like, yes. And Evan Mobley, like he's had a nice season, but it is a narrative based award though too, a little bit.
Sure.
And name recognition matters. Like Q rating, Draymond Green, Evan Mobley. It's not even close. And I get it. The Cavs have an incredible season, and maybe we should be talking about more Evan Mobley, but because of how good the Warriors have been defensive rating wise since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green being the best defender on this team, I think that's a big part of it. Here is Jimmy Butler. We're talking about being the bad guy and having Steph the good guy and Draymond Green being the bad guy. Yeah. Here's Jimmy yesterday talking about being portrayed as a bad guy.
I'm always painted as the bad guy. Like everywhere I've been, I've always been a problem. We'll take it. I don't got nothing to say. I'm not mad at being a bad guy. It's all the way that everything gets portrayed. Some people talk to the media, some people don't. I've never been one to tell my side of the story to almost anybody. Let everybody think that this is what happened, and we'll ride with it. And then in like a year's time, it's going to be somebody else's fault besides mine.
Jimmy Butler, the bad guy. And it's so funny that he was traded for probably, again, one of the universally liked people in Andrew Wiggins. Like, I cannot find a Golden State Warriors to say anything negative about one Andrew Wiggins at all, ever. You can't, Steve Kerr, anyone on that franchise, Joe Lacob, they will have nothing but love for Andrew Wiggins. And you know what? If the Warriors go on a deep playoff run and Jimmy Butler, if this team somehow wins a title, it's that love for Andrew Wiggins is going to pale in comparison to what the love is going to be for one Jimmy Butler. It's going to be insane. Like talking about in-season trades, we've kind of scratched upon that a couple times, but it could go down.
They were so dead in the water.
This team was mired in mediocrity.
Yeah.
We had the head coach saying there was a crisis of confidence in this team. Crisis of confidence. And there is not a more confident player in the NBA right now than one Jimmy Butler. And what he has injected into this fan base and organization is nothing but confidence. And it could go down as the greatest midseason trade in Bay Area sports history. Absolutely. If this thing goes where we think it might potentially go come April, come May, come June of all things. Like that is what we're talking about right now. And it starts tonight in Miami for me. Like this is the first time where I'm feeling like this is big. This is big. Yeah, the Nuggets won. Honestly, it lost a little luster when I saw that Jokic and Murray weren't playing. Like I thought that was going to be the first real big test. Like this is the first one for me coming off a big loss in a hostile environment, a revenge game scenario. We'll see if Steph plays. Like this is the one for me. This feels like the biggest game in the Jimmy Butler era in Golden State.
Put them like. Yes, I agree.
Does that sound crazy?
Well, no. It does because people are going to look at the Miami record over the last 15 games.
I get it. But there's a lot baked into it.
4-16.
They're awful. They lost like 10 in a row.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So like I think a lot of people will poo-poo that, but I would agree with you. Like the context of this game matters.
Yes.
Yeah, and what he's walking into. I'm curious how rabid the Miami fan base is going to be because
like hostile environments. Yeah.
I don't view them like the only thing I could think of when it comes to Miami fans is that woman in the all white who was screaming at LeBron many years ago. You don't remember that?
I do. The Karen.
Yes.
Yeah. The Karen. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, the blonde white woman, the Karens of the world. There you go. I think I don't know. That might have been her actual name for all I know. But most hostile environments a Bay Area team has ever gone into. You mentioned Boston. You were there for the finals. Like, talk about hostile, because Joe, you've been to a lot of different venues.
Philly.
Philly, okay.
Top of the list.
That's number one, not even close.
Even Dodger Stadium pales in comparison to Philly. But Dodger Stadium, you're in the middle of nowhere. And if you're running your mouth, right, in like, good luck.
Yeah.
You're in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's one way in, one way out. San Diego is just like a totally, like we were talking about, like
great. I was one of us hanging out. I feel great.
You know, I gave you the analogy of Steph Curry, like kind of won over the crowd, almost like a WWE event. Tim Lincecum, it was Padres Giants. I was there when Timmy threw a no-hitter.
Right.
They were all booing him and everything. And then by the end, everyone's pulling for the magic to happen. And everyone in San Diego's like, how can we hate on Tim Lincecum? And we're not good.
You can't.
Right? So the whole place was pulling for him. LA Rams. I mean, it was more Niner fans than
but
more
that's
Rams
again,
fans.
like that's not really. But it's like Seattle. Have you gone up to Seattle?
The Oakland Black Hole is like one of the greatest experiences of all time.
Well,
I wore a white TO jersey in the middle of the Black Hole, and yeah, it was a thing.
Well, talking about just all time, like, and that sucks that we don't have that like rivalry anymore, because those were like that. That's like hatred between the fan base. When the Battle of the Bay happened,
you were legitimately fearful for your own safety.
Yes, no,
and I don't mean it because I was out looking for trouble. It's just because people were belligerent at that time. It was the early 00s.
It was Coliseum or Candlestick. It didn't matter the venue. Like, it would be grimy, both those old school stadiums. It was our dumps, right? But it was a Bay Area thing. Like, there was a lot baked into that. Pride, East Bay, obviously San Francisco Bay. There was a lot into it. God, I miss those, man. They still do it like in the preseason. It just doesn't hit the same in Vegas. It just doesn't. That's unfortunate.
I will say that the scariest walk I've ever had.
Ooh, I like that.
So the scariest walk I've ever had in my entire life, after Game 4, when you come out of the Boston as the TD Garden or whatever it's called, there's these cement stairs. And when I say there's nothing, it's just cement stair, zigzagging down. I'm up at the top of the 400s, the 300s, whatever. I'm touching the banners. That's how high to the roof I am. I'm by myself. The Warriors win, and this is a liquored up Friday night crowd, and it is 12:30 at night because the game starts at 9 in Boston. Liquored up. I mean, they are feeling it. Yeah. And I have got my San Francisco Warrior yellow Wilt Chamberlain jersey on, number 13, and I am jamming down these stairs by myself. Now, you have to understand, everyone is piling out of the stands, and you could feel the people behind you, and you could hear them talking. 2 nights prior at a hockey game, I watched some dude get knocked out. It was all over the internet from behind, and the poor guy just did nothing. All you could hear was, "Yeah, Warrior fan," and they were. I don't even want to say it because I'm on radio. The explicit words that I was slurred were unreal.
Wow.
Unreal. And it was all the standard things that you would think about San Francisco and the region as a whole, and just everything you could think of. I am like, don't look back, don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. And the guy's like, yeah, you number 13, you number 13. And you could feel the group behind me as I'm not trying to run, but I'm trying to go down the stairs as fast as I can. I hit the bottom floor. The door finally was, there wasn't a cop in sight. And this giant guy puts his arm around me, and I could feel it. I go, oh my God, I'm not a big guy. And I look, and the guy's got the exact same jersey on as me. And he goes, what's up, man? I'm from San Francisco, too. We walking out together. And I go, oh, my God. He's like, you a roaster? I'm a roaster. And, like, it was, I have the picture on my file somewhere. I've never been more scared walking out of an arena by myself in that setting.
I love this as a question, actually. I want to go to the phones. Let's do a rapid fire.
Because I was afraid I was going to get knocked out from behind.
That's part of the...
Because I was by myself.
But that's part of the experience, right?
And I wasn't talking smack. I was doing it. It's just, it was a Friday night, midnight, walking out. It was insane. And there was no cops anywhere. And it was cement stairs all the way down. I'm like, if I get thrown down these stairs, I will die.
888-957-9570. Scariest moments at an away game for you. I would love to hear that. It could be an away game like Joe Shasky mentioned, where it's right across the bay in Oakland, where you visit and drive through all the time. But just because you were wearing the different jersey, it's scary, man. 888-957-9570.
I gotta find this guy's
There were some A's and Giants games. I'll have that.
I had one.
There's some bleacher ones, whether it was at Oracle Park or AT&T then, or if it was at the Coliseum. I saw many of fisticuffs and fistfights.
Giveaway.
Yep.
Mikey Kruchet's birthday. Giants A's at Oakland Coliseum. Mini bat giveaway. And I swear to God, there was mini bats being thrown around all over. Fights everywhere. Right when you get across the walkway. You know exactly where I'm talking about.
Yes.
It bottlenecked, and it was Giants and A's fans going at it.
Jesus. 888
Mini bat giveaway.
888-957-9570. We revert to toddlers with that stuff too, which is unfortunate. You just get a bat, like when you get like 5 or 4, it's like you can't help but like try to hit your sibling with it. It's like, let me do it. It's like, no. Like, and then you're the parent, you got to grab that real quick. Like I was at the park yesterday with young Benjamin. It doesn't matter. These kids just find ways to weaponize things. He gets a stick, right? Just a stick. You don't have it. I didn't bring any toys to the park. He gets a stick and just starts smacking it against things. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like what? What's the matter? Like, that's just what we do with kids, right? And then he gets another stick. He says, Dad, can we play lightsabers? I was like, okay, sure. And I just hold mine, and he starts whacking it. I was like, you're going to hurt yourself, kid. And then, what do you know? He smacks it too hard, and he hurts his hand. No, I was like, yeah, see, I told you. That's what happens. Scariest moments at an away game for you. 888-957-9570. Again, I went to a Giants-A's game out at the Coliseum, I want to say like a decade plus ago, when both teams are good. So that's the thing with this. When both teams are good,
it does make a difference.
It does make a difference because when one team's bad, it's just like you just like
Giants-Dodgers was one-sided when I went, and it was like we weren't good, they were good. It didn't, it
didn't hit. But when both teams were good, like back in like 2012, 13-ish, like when both there was some like hurt feelings from the A's that were really good, but they couldn't get it done, and the Giants were, and there was a big brother, little brother energy there, and that added to it. I remember this guy getting sucker punched. And he just took it like a champ. I didn't know if it was a Giants or an A's fan. Absolutely sucker punched. They go at it. I have this last thing. It was just poor kid was just like crying because his dad got sucker punched or something. I was like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, just like be adults. And that was one of the memories I had too. Well, there it is. Joe Shasky's showing me a picture right now of him selfieing, and that was when they won the title, or what? Or
this was
Game 4?
Gutsiest win I've ever seen. Warriors. This was 6-10-2022.
That's good. Yeah, that was Game 5. That was the decisive game.
No, Game 4.
Oh, Game 4. When they were going to go down potentially 3-1. They end up tying it, go back. Night.
One of my favorite ones. We did it, Joe.
We did.
Some of these pictures.
Didn't say that 4 years later, unfortunately. Alan Fairfield wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Al, the scariest moment at an away game for you was what? It doesn't have to be professional, by the way. This could be like a high school rivalry. It could be any game. Scariest away moment for you, Al, was what? Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, boss. How you doing? So I'm a Rams fan. So this is like 2008, 2009. I go to Candlestick. Rams versus Niners. I'm African-American. So people start throwing chicken at me.
What?
So I get a little upset, but I keep my cool. Two guys in front after Steven Jackson touchdown tell me to shut the fuck up.
Can't say that, unfortunately. Well, but hey, you know what? Shut the bleep up, Alan Fairfield. He was getting to the story there. Probably was going to be a good one. Call back another day, Al. Unfortunately, we can't be doing that. But you know what? I like the passion there, and that's what fans do. You were just mentioning Joe Shasky. They're chanting. They're saying everything they can. I don't think 1998 Steven Jackson was a part of that team, so maybe it was a different year.
So here's the guy. Miles Gordon helped escort me out of. I'm trying to find it.
Miles
Look
Gordon.
how big he is.
You guys are wearing the same jerseys too?
The exact same jersey. He put his arm around me and helped me out of TD Garden in the sense of like, we're going out of here together.
There you go.
It was the two. He was sitting alone. I was sitting alone.
There is something about
how incredible is that? Come on, I can't make this up.
There is something about just finding a fan base.
My guy saved me that night.
Being a fan at an opposing arena and like you guys just having a good time. Like it could be a couple rows behind or like you guys just look at each other though mid.
You become friends.
You become friends out of nowhere. It doesn't matter. Your background, your ethnicity,
100%.
You're all going all in and everyone else around you is hating you. And it's a good feeling. It really is. Now you don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. So there's a way to cheer, I think. You don't want to, there is a way to root at an opposing fan base that I do believe. Like, you can't be belligerent drunk. You can't be doing anything stupid. You can't be, like, hooting and hollering.
But you got to know where you're going.
Yes.
So, like, for example, like, when I went into Boston by myself, it's like, I kind of know what I'm up against here, right? If I'm walking into the Miami, what is it? It's not even called United Airlines anymore. What is it called? Pornhub.com?
No, they were thinking about that, or like Bang Bros or something. Go ahead.
It was. No joke.
Yeah.
It was crypto.
It was FTX Arena for a second. Yeah.
Point being is like, I don't think I would feel... Not that I'm going to go out there talking smack. That's just kind of not what I do when I go to games. But I wouldn't feel as nervous as I would go into a Philadelphia Eagle game.
Right.
That's a playoff game.
Right.
Where they're liquored up and it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Rick and E, we're going to get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. Rapid fire. Scariest moments at an away game as we have a revenge game in Miami for the Golden State Warriors. I don't think the Miami crowd, to your point, is known for being cantankerous, if you will. But there's going to be some hard feelings tonight from a lot of the fan base. And I think Jimmy Butler is going to be hearing a lot of boo birds when he first touches that ball and walks it up the court. 888-957-9570. Scariest moments at an away game. Rick is in Mountain View. He has an away game story. What's up, Ricky? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So it's 1996, old RFK Stadium. Niners playing. I went to school out there. Niners are playing the Redskins. Niners win in overtime. And I'm telling you, trying to get out of that stadium because I didn't have a car, took the metro back in those days. And talk about beer cans, little kids swearing at me. I mean, just everyone just mobbing around. I had a buddy of mine who wasn't even a Niners fan. We got 2 tickets. He told me was to get to the metro. He goes, "You ever get tickets again? Don't ever call me to do this again." It was crazy.
Oh my God!
But I was probably egged it on a little bit, being a 18, 19-year-old from the Bay, with a great win. Steve Young led that comeback in overtime, so it was great. But luckily walked out and not too bad, but definitely scary moment.
Love that. Rick and Mount, we were doing scariest moments at an away game. And you could call or text. Again, it's the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570.
So NFC Championship game, I don't know if I've told this one on air. This is a me and Bonte story. We were leaving the Philly, the Link, which is an incredible stadium. And you got to remember, not only it's like a playoff game and they win and they advance, they're going to the Super Bowl. So like the city is going to explode.
Correct.
Okay? It's going to explode. We get into this Uber, okay? Just to get the hell out of town and just get out of the way, get back to the hotel. All the streets are super thin and super narrow. I mean, the boss could tell you this.
Sure.
We piled in, all of Bonte's buddies, half and all his. There had to be 6 or 7 of us in this little tiny like RAV4. All right, the Uber driver. I hate Eagle fans. All right, we're going down. The game ends. We're stuck in the middle of the block. All of the bars are exploding out onto the street. We're in the middle of the car, and it's like a zombie apocalypse. They start shaking the car because they see we're all in our Niner gear. I'm not making this up. Call Bonte right now.
Friday, 9
She
o'clock.
jumps out of the car, I swear to God, pulls her gun out of her purse.
Oh, my God.
And the entire crowd backs up. This is also the night I learned you can only maximum tip on Uber so much. Because we went to give her the greatest maximum tip of all time. She gets in the car after everyone backs up. I'm not making this up. Ask Bonte. She goes in reverse down the street, and people are like flying all over the place. We had to get police escorted back to the hotel. It was the most insane cab ride, Uber drive I've ever been in. Ask Bonte. I swear to God, this is true. We had people
9 o'clock Friday, Bonte
Where's
on
Hef?
studio.
I need Hef. Someone has
Worldwide Hef was there?
It was the most insane. She said, "Don't worry, I keep the heater on me," or something like that. Jumped out of the freaking Uber in the middle of, like I said, like in a zombie apocalypse of Eagles fans, and flashed the gun in the air. I swear to God, I can't make this up.
That is the greatest Uber drive. 5 stars immediately.
I think Max tips 100, and that's what we did.
And then you had to go like, I was like, what kind of cash you got?
None of us had cash.
Yeah, exactly.
I swear to God, she was the most real Uber driver of all time.
In Philly, too, of all places, right?
It felt like a Jason, was it Jason Statham?
Yeah, Jason Bourne. Yeah,
whatever.
Or Statham. Yeah, either one. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it felt
Transporter?
like.
That's what it was.
Incredible.
It was the Transporter. Jason
And no
Statham,
joke,
classic.
we got a police escort across the street, and they were firing things at us, the police, everything. She was the most unbelievable Uber driver of all time.
We're talking scariest
I can't
moment.
make this up. I swear to God.
Nothing is topping that.
I swear to God.
I don't think anything can top that. If someone could top that story, scariest moments at an away game, 888-957-9570, call or text. Let's go to E in San Jose. He's got an away game story. What's up, E? What you got?
Mine seems pretty tame compared to Shasky's just now, but I showed up to an A's game at the Coliseum, decked out in Giants gear. Plot twist, not playing the Giants. I was 22, just keep that in mind. And I'm out getting some beers, getting some food, and I get surrounded by about 15 A's fans that are just waiting for me to finish to take that beer, pour it on my head, whatever. So I befriended a couple of Oakland's finest, and even they didn't want to help me. They were like, "Yeah, all right, come with us." So it got pretty hairy there for a minute, but then I wrapped my arm around Oakland's finest, and he walked me out of there. It was pretty nice.
There you go. That's E from San Jose.
That's smart.
Again, I like sneakily really like very contentious when both teams are good. A's Giants games. Very there's a lot of
no doubt.
There's a lot, especially
let's go Oakland,
right? And it'd be let's go
Giants.
Really
it goes
good.
back and forth.
It'd be really fun.
We miss this.
I know.
So much.
That's what I was gonna say. It's not gonna be the same with Sacramento, right? It's just not gonna.
And
hit.
I'm seeing their yellow hats, and it's just.
I know they brought back the yellow jerseys instead of the golden jerseys.
It makes me angry.
I know. Did you see that they decked out the stadium a little more? So they're gonna have real grass in Sacramento. They added the scoreboard and the lights. It actually looks nice.
No, it looks great.
But They're also charging for a minor league park there. I was like, what are we doing here? Cedric is at Chase Center. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Cedric. As you know, this is an awesome conversation. Scariest moments at an away game. What's the scariest moment at an away game for you, Ced? What you got?
This is Caesar.
Oh,
What's up,
Caesar? That's fine. C's, what you got?
Was it the Roman Coliseum?
What's up, Chasky? What's up, Phil?
What's up, dog?
It's actually a home game candlestick. Raiders, Niners, 2011 with my 2-year-old daughter. Guys are bashing their heads in. I got a 2-year-old. My ex-wife would never let me take that little girl back to a Raider game. She just went to Warrior games after that. Never a football game.
That was the famous preseason game.
Yeah, there's a
when
reason.
we used to print the tickets off StubHub, remember?
Yep, the big
in the
printer.
white, and you'd like unfold the whole white ticket. They were literal $1 tickets.
It's crazy. No, that was back when they were both teams like, we're not good at some point too. Like, it was just, you couldn't sell people to go to those games. Even the regular season games were depressing. I remember there was one at the Coliseum. I think it was the Singletary era. It was Raiders, Niners at Candlestick. It was just a slop of a mess of a field, raining. Everyone was like, even the Niners were winning, but the fans weren't even happy. Like, no one was happy at those games.
Joe, I'll never forget. Lamont Jordan made the worst effort I've ever seen in my life on a backwards pass. He gave up mid-play, and it was just, it epitomized where the early 00 Niners and Raiders were. As I think Thule Bantakane picked it up. I know that's a sentence. Lamont Jordan and Thule Bantakane.
Right. I remember.
You just had to be there.
Who was there? Was that the Andrew Walter era?
It might have been Arizona State. He's the next snake.
It's so bad.
Jake the Snake Plumber.
JP Losman was there. Losman. Oh my God. There's so many bad quarterbacks. Like, if you just had a collection of quarterbacks from the Raiders and Niners from the 2000s.
Well, don't forget, Nick Mullins ended the final battle of the Bay. Nick Mullins went 3 touchdowns, I think 300 yards. It was like the greatest first performance of all time.
Remember they called in Brett Favre to talk to him on air? He's like, we got Brett Favre on the phone to talk to you, Nick.
The best was, I think Derek Carr gets sacked and Cassius Marsh did his karate chop thing. Remember when that was a thing?
Bruce Irvin got traded immediately after that game because the effort might have been the worst effort I've ever seen in my life. Oh man.
That was one of the saddest entrances ever into a game that I've ever had.
Right.
Was the final Raider-Niner game.
Yeah.
It was just sadness.
It was sadness.
The whole place, both teams stunk.
It was bad.
And it was just sadness.
415, not scary for my sake, but late 90s week night, Giants-Dodgers game at the Stick. Giants lose. Dodgers fan is talking a world of crap and proceeds to walk into a porta potty. The porta potty gets tipped over with the Dodgers fan in it. The Dodgers fan tries to get out of the porta potty. One guy comes flying, jumps on the door so the Dodgers fan can't get out, and 2 of his buddies proceed to flip the porta potty door down. Oh my God.
That's like a nightmare
That
story.
sounds awful. That's like you.
No, that sounds like the worst possible experience.
No, that's the image you have in your head is Steve-O and Jackass. Anyone? No?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking
Like, that's exactly what I think of. Oh, that's awful. Oh, like I've heard of that happen. Like, people go in like mosh pits and stuff, like at like concerts and stuff like that happens. Not at a game though.
I've heard there's a story, and the name will be unnamed because I don't know if he wants this out there, but I know a guy who a lot of people used to sneak into Candlestick.
You're going
that
Chris
was a big
Collinsworth.
thing.
Now here's a guy.
And one of the final games at Candlestick, this guy jumped over one of the fences and landed and broke both his ankles.
Oh my God.
Candlestick, again, if you didn't experience it, you don't understand it.
No, that in the Coliseum.
Yeah,
again,
they're just.
By the way,
the last of the great multi-purpose
you can still experience the Coliseum. Oakland Roots games at home over there. I went to this past weekend, had a blast. Benny, Nora, take your kids, take your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, your wife. Doesn't matter. It's a great, going back to the Warriors, it's a great time out at the Oakland Roots game. Sick bicycle kick goal, by the way. I'm all ready for World Cup next year, Joe Shasky, Levi Stadium. Yeah. Talking real quick, as we're talking about the fan experiences, like, it's nothing compared to going overseas and going to like an English Premier League game.
Well, yeah.
They divide the stadiums and they have security.
And you're not allowed to have alcohol.
No, you can't. Like, in South America, there's levels to like fan vitriol and hatred. Like, we don't, it's nothing.
That's a little too much for me.
No, but it's part of it. It's baked into it.
No,
like,
I hear you, but that's a little too much.
It's too much, but you're going to be feeling it. You're going to be decked out in your red, white, and blue next year. Maybe if the Levi Stadium, if we're lucky enough for the USA to play over there, and maybe they're playing, I don't know, Columbia. Colombian fans take that stuff seriously, man. Like, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And but you're gonna be about that action, Joe Shasky. You're gonna feel it. Baby LJ, you're gonna do the red, white, and blue, by the way, the face paint with LJ. You're gonna be decked out in there.
Dude, I'm so pumped to start taking him to all these games.
It's gonna be fun,
the
huh?
best.
It's gonna be great. SFA drummer.
Can't wait for these pilgrimages.
SFA drummer has an away game story. We're doing scariest away game moments as a fan. 888-957.
Scary one? Let me give it to you.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go to Bay Drummer. Phoenix. I've been to a Warriors Suns game and I've been to a Diamondbacks Giants game. It is like hey, how you doing? Come sit down.
70-year-old.
Let's hang out.
70-year-old white tech bro named Jerry is not scary.
It's incredible. I've also heard great things about Denver.
Okay.
I've heard Colorado games are awesome.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you're
very inviting.
You're a mile high up, brother. You can feel it, man.
We've sucked for years.
Well, your boy Michael Malone, dude. You love him too. You can't get enough Michael Malone. Exactly, man. You can feel it up here, dude. You can feel the energy, brother.
5,278.
What's up, SFA drummer? What you got? What's your away game story?
Joe and Joe, good morning. So this is in 2015 of the Steph Curry-led first championship run.
Yeah.
And I was at the Houston Rockets game on Memorial Day when it flooded. So it wasn't during the game. Well, he got concussed, so that was a little bit scary. But after the game, so I lived maybe like 20 minutes across from where Toyota Center is, the house of Steph Curry. You know, he owns that place. It was flooding everywhere on the street. And so I had to park at a Walgreens up the street to my house. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning by the time I got on my side of town.
Man.
And I didn't walk into my house at 5 o'clock. And then I had to wake up for an 8 o'clock shift working at my job the next day. And then also, hey, Joe, you're going to be proud of me. I'm going to the Astros and Giants. You know, I always got to support the Bay Area when they come out here. So I'm going to be the loudest one in my section saying, let's go Giants. Hopefully we have a good, decent batting order that makes sense so we can start getting some runs.
Hey, SFA drummer, they still got SFA drummer. They still got the trash cans out there. They still doing that out in Houston?
No, they're not. They've fallen off. They're not that good anymore.
Good.
So
yeah, it makes me very happy.
I just rep my Giants.
That's right.
Let's
go.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Let's go Giants.
That's SFA drummer. He's a diehard Giants fan. I know he's gonna be fired up here.
Well, they got new City Connects coming out.
Yeah, what are they gonna review? I saw the Washington National ones.
They're
horrible.
awful.
I actually liked the older, like the gray with like the cherry blossoms.
Yeah, those were
I thought
good.
those were cool.
I like the new Astro jerseys.
Those are clean classics.
Really good.
Those are really nice.
Good,
Yeah. I don't think the Astros are gonna be. Yeah, like that's a AL West sneakily. We talked, by the way, if you missed any, we did talk a lot of baseball. First hour 15 of the show, you can find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. Do the rewind feature there. We talked a lot of baseball this morning prior to the Jimmy Butler revenge game factor. And AL West, like we're talking the NL West, we're talking the A's Giants. A's got action this year. I'm not sleeping on. I think you said their over under win total is 71.5. Hammer the over there.
That.
Absolutely.
I think they're the dark horse to win that division.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Like again,
Rangers, Astros. I like the A's.
Lawrence Butler, God, that guy. Talking about rising phenom, and we got him extended for the cheap. Was it 6 years, like $6 million, something like that? He's going to be one of those players you're alluding to that a lot of people can gravitate towards you. A young African American player too, with swag, with power, with all of that. 888-957-9570. Jimmy Butler revenge game. That was fun. That was a lot of people had a lot of stories. The porter potty one, that I'm going to have nightmares about that actually, just thinking about that. Just getting like a peanut lodged up the nostril.
Look at the Candlestick parking lot is legendary.
Yes,
for a variety of reasons. I watched on a little tube TV with Donnie Dackaday and his brother Mike Dackaday because the radio was always 30.
Great name, Dackaday.
Oh, the Dackadays are the man, dude. I love that family. And he would have the little transistor television with the generator. The Giants were playing the Braves, and the Niners, I believe, were playing the Eagles on Sunday Night Football. And you have to remember, the radio is like 30 or 45 seconds ahead of the television. So everyone's listening to the Giants game as we're going to go into the Niner game. And we heard the Brooks Conrad missing of the ball on the Buster Posey grounder. And then we saw it. It was incredible. It was like one of the most incredible moments. I saw my buddy Rocco get heat stroke and have like 5 bags of saline in the parking lot. I mean, I saw so many. My boy Mikey C used to skateboard from the Excelsior all the way into Hunters Point every single weekend with a 40 in his hand. The stuff I saw in the parking lot. My dad brought a couch one time. We barbecued and left the couch there. We left the couch there, and everyone, it was against the Cleveland Browns. It was like a 100-degree game in October. Like, I've seen it all at Candlestick. I've bought CDs from RBL Posse. I've bought T-shirts. I've bought, beer, the other. I mean, bicycle cops everywhere. Shout out Danny Manning.
Real quick, Carter, you know what RBL stands for? I'm quizzing you right now.
No idea.
Ruthless by law. Come on, man. The album.
Gotta be better.
Come on, you got to be better than that. You're a San Francisco guy, too. I didn't even grow up in San Francisco, and I knew that.
The Collie parking lot and Candlestick parking lot are the 2 greatest parking lots of all time.
Not even close. I will throw their tailgates, both of those like venues tailgates. Anyone. Like, unfortunately, that's the thing with Levi's that's probably missing the most, right? Like, and you're a Levi's guy, and you look like you have a great time.
The parking lot's fun, but it's not. It's just different.
It's just different.
different.
It's unfortunately, and that's the truth there. It's different. There's not really tailgating at Miami. I wouldn't think. Maybe there is this tailgate. Maybe it's going to be extra motivated tonight. We got one more segment to go.
You know
here.
What it is, Joe? For me.
What is it? What is it?
The old school parking lots. You know what it is?
What is it?
It's the bootleg merch.
Yeah,
that's what it is for me.
And I was seeing that when I was doing the Oakland Roots game.
That's what I'm saying.
They had old Raider gear still.
The BART ramp, and there's all the bootleg merch.
That's great.
And it's like, I'll take a beanie for $5. Right? I'll take one of those Ricky Henderson shirts for 10.
I got the Ricky. Everything I learned about stealing, I learned in Oakland. It was clearly spray painted right before on there with the stencil. Sell for $10. Yeah, I'm going to wear that. It's one of the greatest shirts I own. And the great stuff about those ones too is they last. Like I've had them. I don't know why, but they do.
I have a Tupperware. We should actually go through it. I have a huge Tupperware in the basement of all the old shirts that I bought at Candlestick that I'm passing down to my son.
I love that. That's great. We'll get into that on the other side. We got one more segment to go. Speak now, forever you hold your peace when it comes to Jimmy Butler revenge game. Is it a big game for you, or is it just another one in the standings? And Stephen Curry, how important is it that he does play tonight? And if he doesn't play, I need Jimmy Butler to have that peak Jimmy Butler game. I need playoff Jimmy tonight is what I need to see. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the other side. We're going to wrap it all up and hand it off to Steiny and Goo, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
God, Tim Roy, he just loves me clearly more. Just you hear the emphasis on that, Spadoni? Just he's so happy when he said, "Man, Joe Shafsky, it's all right." Just kidding, Joe. I love that part of that song. You said haters in the building. There's gonna be a lot of haters in the building tonight in Miami as the Golden State Warriors are taking on the Heat. Can they beat the Heat? 4:30 tip-off right here with the man you just heard on the call, Tim Roy, 95.7 The Game. Cannot wait for that. Final stretch here. It's been an awesome show. It's been a lot of fun. We had some baseball talk in the first hour. If you missed any of that, download the Odyssey app, go on YouTube, talked a lot of Giants, talked a lot of baseball, where the game is at when it comes to speaking about it, talking about it on the air, where the fans are at. We talked about Jimmy Butler, the Andrew Wiggins factor, all of that. We're going to do that the last segment here too. Just a big matchup tonight, Joe Shasky, as we're talking about a team right now that lost to the Atlanta Hawks to start this road trip. No Stephen Curry. And you get Steph back hopefully today. We'll see. Practice yesterday. And you're the 6th spot, just clinging to a game ahead of the Los Angeles Clippers at the 7th spot. But all of a sudden, the Lakers have lost 3 in a row. The Grizzlies have lost 3 in a row. And you could be looking at a potential 4 seed if you get this win, pick up a half game, pick up a game, and then keep going winning. You look at the schedule coming up here. It's not all that scary, but a loss to the Hawks kind of made me recalibrate if I'm a fan. Like, maybe we can't just sleep in the checkbox all these as wins, right? And it starts tonight against the Heat, which a very motivated Miami Heat team coming off of Andrew Wiggins' best performance in a Miami Heat uniform. 42 points for him. You know he's going to be fired up.
Got to win this one.
Yes.
I mean, this one, because of the Hawks loss, is a must-win. Had you won the Hawk game, this one is more of a swing game, but losing that one, you have to win this one.
And I mentioned the Grizzlies and Lakers they've both lost 3 in a row. You face those teams at the end of this road trip.
And as we've learned, there's no guarantees out here.
No.
There ain't no quote-unquote cupcakes.
No.
And so you better bring it. And I think that Steph has to play tonight.
Has to?
Yeah, he has to. I think whatever injury risk, reoccurring, whatever that is to the tailbone, is overridden by the fact that they need a week of rest at the end of the year. So I have to do whatever I need to do now in this 3-week push to get me that full week off.
I know we hate the play-in, like if you feel contrived, or maybe you like it, I don't know, but there is something that's really cool right now about the fact that you're a couple games away from the 4 seed, but also just a game back
to
be in the play-in. Like, there is some extra level of pressure right now late in the season that it does ramp up a little bit, and you do want that week off to rest if you're Steph Curry, if you're Jimmy Butler, right? If you're Draymond Green, hell, if you're Steve Kerr, just for the mentals, right?
Somebody from the Clippers, I forget who, basically was blasting the play-in.
Oh.
Saying like, hey, I know it helps make money for the league.
Was it Steve Ballmer?
No, it was a player. I believe it was for the Clippers, saying, like, I'm sure it makes a lot of money for the league, but, like, you know, we play 82 games for a reason, and I'm paraphrasing here and basically saying that, like, it's ridiculous.
Oh, Norman Powell hits out at NBA play-in tournament after latest Clippers win. Quote, "It's kind of unfair," is what he said. "I know it's a money play, and it was good for us because of what's going on and that in the 2020 NBA bubble and everything, but you play 82 games for a reason. Top 8 teams are top 8 teams. You're giving teams that wouldn't potentially make the playoffs in previous years a chance in one game. Anything could happen, so it's kind of unfair to the teams that have worked hard and put themselves in playoff spots and be in the race just to jeopardize that off for one game." I can see what he's saying.
He makes a lot of good points. I mean, look, I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't admit, like, thank God we had to play in last year.
Right.
The Warriors wouldn't even have had that one individual game.
I mean, thank God. Like, the Warriors, if any team, would probably like say, like, the play-in, like, they've had 3 opportunities to play in play-in games and they've lost all 3 of them. Like, so there is part of that baked into it. It's like, don't be in the play-in game at all if you're Golden State Warrior. You mentioned Stephen Curry needing to play tonight. Steve Kerr on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, giving a Curry update.
He was moving really well. We didn't scrimmage at all, so it was all non-contact stuff. But he looked good. He felt good, and we'll just continue to list him as questionable for tomorrow, and Rick will make the decision.
Questionable today, and what's questionable is the reception that Jimmy Butler is going to get tonight.
1 second. He said that Rick Celebrini's going to make the decision?
Well, he's the head trainer. Yeah.
Sure.
Father of Macklin. Yes.
Sure. I mean, that tells me Steph wants to play.
Of course.
Meaning, like, they're taking it off of him being the decider on this one.
Well, the fact that he was a full participant yesterday, generally that, like, again, if we're using
we agree then.
If we're using like the football analysis when they're like a full participant on a Friday, it usually means they're going to play.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
So, all signs are indicating that he's going to play. Yeah, because I've got the feeling he's playing.
Yes. And it's a primetime matchup. It's TNT. You know, the pregame production is going to be all Jimmy Butler returning to Miami. There's going to be all of that baked into it. And wouldn't it be something that all this is around Jimmy Butler and Steph goes off and it's a Steph game and he balls out?
Or Draymond.
Or Draymond, right?
Pods, or Kuminga, or Moody, or Quentin Post.
Actually, the Kuminga aspect and all that would be fat. Like, I
can make an argument Buddy Hield goes off tonight.
Right? So
I think there's going to be a lot of three-point shooting in this one.
Andrew Wiggins is like, I keep going back to Wiggins because he's just such a, maybe we're making it more of a story than it is for some reason, but he's just such a non-factor for me. It's crazy how just non-factor he is.
Is he guarding Steph or is he guarding Jimmy?
That's actually fun. Like, if he has to guard Jimmy, guard Jimmy. Like, who else? Like, I'll stick Tyler Hero or something on Stephen Curry. Like, someone.
Really?
What do you mean, really?
Tyler Hero's a turnstile.
Yeah, I know. Like, but Steph's compromised. They don't have anyone. Who else is defending on that team? Jaime Jaquez?
That's a good point.
Like I fear right now, because of the ball handling of like Jimmy Butler and his facilitating, I need to worry about Jimmy more right now than Stephen Curry, which sounds insane if I'm the opposition. And I think if I'm Eric Spoelstra, I know Jimmy Butler's tendencies. So this is going to be very interesting. And they know that Steph's going to be a lot of off ball.
Well, and you get Warrior killer Terry Rozier.
Oh, God.
You roll your eyes, but you know it's true.
I completely forgot that he's even on the Heat. Scary Terry. Like, I remember he is
a Warrior killer.
He was a thing on the Celtics for a little bit. Then he got paid by the Hornets. Yeah, it's scary.
Is he not?
I get scared watching him because
it's like
he bricks so many times.
It's Will Bynum, Dennis Schroeder.
Norman Powell. We just referenced the quotes from Norman Powell.
Zubac, like the all-time
Will Barton.
Yeah.
Did I say Bynum? It's Will Barton. My bad. I said
Andrew Bynum? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Just no, but it was Will Barton. I said
Lonnie Walker. There you go. Add him in there for one game. I know you still for one quarter.
Josh Okogie.
Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles is absolutely on this list.
Steve Kerr.
Could Wiggins be on this list?
Right. Steve Kerr, he was talking about Andrew Wiggins, but he was also talking about,
one more before you go
culture.
to him.
No, because he had a lot of good stuff.
I do want to hear him.
Yeah.
If Steph starts tonight, the lineup I want to see.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay. Steph, Moody, Jimmy, Dre, Quentin Post.
Okay.
The reason why is I want Pods, Kuminga off the bench.
Okay.
Right? I really like those two. I want them to play overlapping minutes together off the bench, knowing that Pods will probably play a lot alongside Steph Curry.
I'll be more on ball than JK and take the ball out of JK's hands, facilitate there, and JK playing off ball, obviously. That's what we want to see more of.
Yes.
And him improve in that. And I think he has a better chance of doing that with Brandon Pajemski, obviously, because it just hasn't been working with Jimmy right now. And hopefully that does get better, baked into all of that. But yes, I actually would agree with that starting lineup. And again, the closing lineup, that's going to be, we'll see how the game goes on.
We'll go from there.
Exactly.
I'm talking about what I'd like to see start. I want to see Steph, Moody, Jimmy, Dre, Quentin Post.
You need to see Jimmy set the tone tonight at all? Do you want to see that?
A couple big assists to Quentin Post early and let QP kind of do some of his little
Quentin Post game, not the Jimmy Butler game, is of course, right? But everyone's been eating right now in the Jimmy Butler era, which is really refreshing to see. The guys like the Quentin Post, the Brandon Pajemskis, the Moses Moody. That's why that loss on Saturday was so frustrating, because if you just looked at the box score, it's like, so you look at the box score, it's like, okay, but it got dropped 40 in the first quarter. That's
catch up.
That's something I do not want to see tonight. Start off hot, please, for the love of God. These slow starts kill this team, and I don't want to see you clawing back late. Again, the Miami flu is a real thing. I don't want to see a lackadaisical effort in the first quarter. I do not want to see that again.
It's not the Miami flu. It's you're partying too much.
Well, that's why we call it that. Josh Aske's play on words. Like it's the Miami flu. That's what it is.
Was it created in a lab? That's a joke.
Careful. Wuhan? We're not getting into that. Jimmy Butler talking.
They have a 5-game cushion for that 10 seed. They're
going to be a playing team. That's the lowest.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So I guess my point is, like, this is the biggest game for them down the stretch.
Suns, by the way, have won 4 in a row quietly.
No one believes.
No?
Do you believe more in the Suns in a one-game play-in or the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs?
I don't want to play. If I'm the Warriors, right, real quick, it sounds insane. I would like to stay out of a scenario in which I have to play Kevin Durant in a one-game scenario. I don't want to have to do that.
Okay.
Okay, is that it might sound insane because the team stinks. I get it. They're 35 and 37, but that is a scenario I would like to stay out of. And right now, you're only a game ahead of the Clippers for the play-in spot. Jimmy Butler, shoot-around yesterday, asked what playing the Heat will be like, but to him, Joe Shasky, sounds like it's just another game.
This is basketball. This is very simple. I don't have all the emotions that everybody thinks that I'm going to have. Like, it is what it is. I realized that I had some great years here. I've built some incredible bonds with some individuals in the organization, in the city, hell, in the state of Florida. But I'm going in there to hoop. I'm going in there to play basketball. Ain't nothing nobody say, nothing nobody do. It's going to get me out of character. And nobody got me out of character whenever I was going through what I was going through this entire season with the suspension. It's another day for me.
Do you believe that? Just another day?
No, it's not just another day.
Never another day when it comes to this stuff. It just isn't. There's more baked into it. Like Pat Riley and him.
What's he supposed to say, though? Like, oh, this game means everything to me. Like, he has bigger aspirations. I'm sure you could say something publicly and mean something internally. Like, what giving them bulletin board material would be kind of foolish.
Bulletin board. They've lost 10 in a row. What bulletin board?
Do we even do bulletin boards?
Stop. Exactly. Like, what are we doing? Like, I wouldn't like.
Don't give them Outlook calendar material.
There's part of me where, like, if he had said, like, you know what, no, this one is personal for me, or like, you know what, no, I'm like, this one does mean a little bit more. Like, he's doing the Draymond Green mentioned it. We'll play what he had to say on the Draymond Green show in regards to it. He's cool hand Luke a little bit. He's being playing his cards close to the vest. But there's two types of doing it. You could do that, or just say it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to put the rat on the table, like Guru always says, or I'm going to address the elephant in the room. No, this one means a little bit more.
I don't remember. Did KD say anything prior?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That it was big or not big? That. I don't remember.
He was a guy that always liked to play cool too. Like, he's like, yeah, it'll be fun to see people there, and like, I have relationships, obviously. But I'm a Golden State Warrior now.
Well, news usually it's something.
Russ, I think, played into it. If I'm remembering
Russ, Phantom of the Opera.
But he fanned the flames of everything.
But KD usually would be like, it's you guys making it a big deal. That's what he would always say.
That's what he does. Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show talking about Jimmy being on 10. He's going to be on 10 in Miami. He's going to be not to 11. As this one goes to 11. No, this one's going to 10 in Miami for Jimmy.
Jimmy has not said a word about it. He locked in. There's two different types of people that deal with situations like this. Mm-hmm. There's the person that doesn't say anything, and it means a lot to them, but they just don't say anything. And then there's the person that's like, I'm going in there like this. And the reality is we all know Jimmy's mentality. He's going to be on 10. What I'm excited to see is he going to be the guy that lets everybody else know us around him he on 10? Or is he just going to walk in there on 10 and everybody fall in line? Nonetheless, I think the atmosphere is going to be a great atmosphere because Wiggs is going to come and Wiggs is going to want to play great. Kyle Anderson going to get minutes and he going to want to play great. And then obviously Jimmy raises all tides at all times. There's going to be some plays that Jimmy going to make it known in that game, and I'm looking forward to that smoke.
And that was courtesy of the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis. According to reports, one Matt Steinmetz let us know about this, by the way, Steiny and Goo coming up in about half hour. They're doing a tribute video to Jimmy Butler, which makes sense, right? It's his first game back from the Miami Heat. I would feel some type of way about that if I'm a Miami Heat fan, Joe Shasky. Like,
what do you mean? I don't get why is that a problem?
What do you mean, why is that a problem? You see what he sabotaged our entire season.
Yeah, but you also had some great years.
I think what he did in this last year ruins a lot of what he did. Like, I credit he went to 2 finals runs, but you even heard in his own words. I think we have that sound card that he cut yesterday. Like, Jimmy Butler is poo-pooing those 2 finals runs. To him, it doesn't really mean a whole hell of a lot. Wow. So why should it mean a lot to me if a fan? If the best player on those teams, it didn't mean a lot to. But that honestly, I hear you. Honestly, like screw Jimmy Butler if I'm a Miami Heat fan.
But it's not Devondre Campbell. You know what I mean?
Well, is it? He did have some good times. He quit on the season. It literally is Devondre Campbell. Not during a game, but he quit on the season.
Did the Warriors do a return video for Chris Paul? I can't even say it. I can't even finish the sentence.
He's going to be one of those players where you look back, oh yeah, he was a Warrior. Hey, Chris Paul did not want to be a Warrior at all, by the way. Let's just keep it a buck. He was not happy he was a Warrior.
So when the Warriors did what they did for Clay, Did it disarm him a little, you think, in the game? He did score 22 in the first game back. Steph obviously headlined with 37, 12 in the fourth quarter, but the final 12, I believe, in the fourth quarter. But like, did it disarm Klay a little?
There was more emotions baked into Klay Thompson, I think. And it was way different. Like he won 4 titles here. He was a splash brother. Like, yeah, playoff Jimmy's a nickname in the Heat culture.
And he was a free agent.
Yes. Yeah, and again, he wasn't homegrown there. And he has been on how many teams now? This is his 5th team, I think it is. Like, there's a lot baked into that. So, yeah, he quit on the season. Like, I feel some type of way having a tribute video. Like, are we all just going to forget what took place a couple months ago when he wanted out and he was wearing Phoenix Suns shoes? Like, he was wearing, like, Kevin Durant shoes to try to force his way off, and he's making a statement when he even played in the games. Let's call it what it is. When he was playing in the games, he was dogging it. He didn't look like he was giving 10% effort. Like, yeah, I'm feeling some type of way. But this is what Jimmy had to say, by the way. The audio's kind of a little shaky, so
the more I think about it, you're probably right.
Real quick, listen to this. This is Jimmy talking about his time in Miami.
We was all right. We didn't win nothing like we were supposed to. So, I don't know. We made some cool runs. We had some fun. I think that's all we did.
We had some cool runs. That's it. Yeah, dude. Kick rock. Like, I'm done with you as a fan. I'm done. What if in the post game he seems more sincere and more? He's not going. Let's keep it a buck. He is not. He's going to be talking all that talk after if they win. Like he's going to keep again. He'll keep the same thing. It's just another game. He'll go like. I feel some type of way if I'm a Miami fan about that. And honestly,
I probably would too. The more I think about it.
And 888-957-9570 is the number.
Two finals appearances is like,
and what? But that makes me feel like, dude, that didn't mean anything to you. Like really?
Did Jordan Poole leave on good terms?
No, but the punch had a lot to do.
No,
with
I
that.
know. I'm asking. Like,
no, he didn't.
And I thought he deserved a tribute video.
Absolutely. And also, I think that's probably no pun intended here, a black eye on the Steve Kerr and Bob Myers like tenure there together. How they handled that, how they didn't punish Draymond Green, and how that dark cloud manifested. They didn't punish Draymond Green like that. Like,
so if on one end, Klay Thompson and what he accomplished is like, duh, of course you're getting a tribute video. And on the other end is Dennis Schroeder, duh, of course you're not getting a tribute video.
Yep.
Right? Like, where on the spectrum does Jimmy Butler land, and where do you draw the line on tribute videos? Well, is it how you left? Is it what you've accomplished?
I was saying it tongue in cheek, like not really, because we were talking about like all timers and like Wiggins, an all time warrior. It's like people, but we haven't gotten one call about Andrew Wiggins today. One call
yet.
So I don't want
months leading up to the trade deadline.
I don't really want to hear about how loved he was as a Golden State Warrior if you're not even going to call and profess your love for him. Like this is the day to do it, and it's been crickets for 3.5 hours.
But if he goes off tonight, we'll get calls.
Please. I don't. It's such a faux relationship.
You don't think so?
No. We might.
I've been doing this a minute, and I'm telling you.
And I'm going to call out the people calling tomorrow about it because I was like, you don't want.
We got rid of the wrong guy.
You just want to laugh at the misery. You just want to laugh at the pain. Like you're not you don't really love Andrew Wiggins. You love him when it's convenient for you to love him. That's what it is. It's a convenience for you to love Andrew Wiggins. You want to clutch your pearls and all that. Like, no, I'm not here for that. It was very fickle when I came to all the Andrew Wiggins. Oh, we're going to really miss he's a locker room glue guy. Really? Please. Here's more from Jimmy Butler yesterday. He's a glue guy.
It's funny what we do say, like, the locker room.
Please.
You got to have Kyle Juszczyk. How will CMC coexist in the locker room?
Jimmy Butler on the people that think he was the sole reason that his relationship was fractured out in Miami.
I wonder if they look at the Heat the same way. Ain't like I was the one that was doing everything. So it's got to be 50-50, maybe 51-49, 49 towards them, 51 towards me. But there's no way that I was a cause of all of this.
Look, can I just speak on behalf of Jimmy? Because he won't say it. They weren't going to pay me. I wanted to get paid. Like, this is what it all boils down to. They thought I was done. They didn't want to pay me. I wanted to get paid. I would have been happy had they paid me.
Fair enough.
And maybe he still wanted another player or two on the roster. That I can't speak on. But money starts the conversation.
He's also been on what? So let's jump around here. Chicago, Minnesota, Philly, Miami. This is his 5th team in the Golden State Warriors. So there's a pattern here that says, I think the Miami Heat and Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra knew, it's coming to an end. And I don't think he has any intention, even if we offer him a contract, of re-signing here. I honestly believe that.
Okay.
So I do think, like, to save face, maybe he will say, I wanted to say. I was like, I don't believe that.
I don't think he plays nice right upon arriving without the contract ready to roll.
I don't either.
Not that he would be just like, I'm not saying he wouldn't have been a good player for the team or whatever, but you start the relationship off with basically like no contract. I don't think it goes the way it's been going.
Well, he also talked about why California is a better place for him, Joe Shasky.
This I want to hear.
I don't know. I guess I live in California. We've been winning a couple games as of late. A lot of friends of mine that I'm very, very, very close to also live in California. My people still out there with me, so it's all the same. I just got to get my babies out there.
Just got to get his babies out there. Did you read that story, and what did you think on the Anthony Slater piece in The Athletic chronicling Jimmy Butler and this whole saga the last couple months? Great piece. And Anthony Slater's going to join us tomorrow on the courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Joins us each and every week. No one better when it comes to covering the Golden State Warriors. And he was basically saying, during road trips, I'm not going to be flying with the team. I'm just going to let you know that, Steve Kerr. I'm paraphrasing here. He's like, I'm going to let you know that, Steve Kerr. I'm going to go see my kids and try to be with them when I can. So I'm not going to be flying with the team. And Steve's like, okay, yeah, sure. And then Jimmy, it was known in the article where Anthony Slater is basically paraphrasing too. He's like, yeah, that wasn't even a request from Jimmy. That was just Jimmy giving the courtesy of saying that. Like, does that kind of, I don't know, not rub you the wrong way. That's too strong. How do you view that? Him basically just saying, Joe Shasky, like, yeah, I'm going to go visit my kids. I'm not flying with the team.
Well, Miami culture is boot camp culture, right?
Heat culture, which Jimmy actually kind of talked about that in the article too, where he thinks that's a little overrated.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, if we were to describe it, the closest analogy I would use is like boot camp, right? Or boarding school.
Sure.
Right? For the NBA.
Ruling with an iron fist. I got Pat Riley, no nonsense.
Every minute is accounted for in your day. Whereas the Warrior culture, just to my eyes, tends to be a little more like, hey, we're an art school. And you can kind of come and go. We don't have bells.
We're an art school.
What?
I think they have bells in art school.
No, but I'm saying, like, we don't really have a homeroom bell. We're not going to take attendance in class. We trust that you'll be where you're at. And Jordan Bell, if you can't get with the program on your own, this isn't the school for you. You know what I mean? We're not going to expel you. We're just going to ask you not to come back.
Oh my God.
What?
The Jordan Bell era. What is he up to? Is he even playing? Is he in the league anymore?
Does the analogy not hold water?
No, I get what you're saying.
And like, I'm the professor and I'm a little quirky. And every now and then when it's 85 degrees out, we're going to go underneath the tree and I'm going to strum the guitar. And we're going to have fun.
There's a talent versus tolerance thing. Jordan Bell is not going to be afforded the same luxuries as a Jimmy Butler is.
Sure.
Obviously. In the Warriors, what I garnered from that Anthony Slater piece as well is they're more than happy to accommodate for whatever Jimmy needs. Show up for the games, show up to practice, win.
That's the Phil Jackson.
But that's who's the Steve Kerr disciple?
Bruce Bochy. Some of the greats.
What Steve Kerr's one of the disciples of a Phil Jackson, of a Greg Popovich. There's a talents versus tolerance.
How did Belichick and football's a little different because it's so regimented just in general. Belichick was a little too restrictive.
Yes, but it worked because the quarterback also was.
He bought in.
And he very much bought in to his body, to his workout regimen. If you didn't give 110%, if you weren't willing to sacrifice time with your family like I was, I'm not going to respect your work ethic. So it worked in tandem. Now, if the quarterback had a different work ethic, maybe it didn't work as well. I think we all realize a lot of that success was built on the quarterback. I don't want to take anything away from Bill Belichick. He's one of the greatest coaches, maybe the greatest in the history of the sport. But I think we realized when Tom left and brought that same culture and mindset to Tampa, maybe Tom was the culture there,
Why
too.
do I think that Podziemski is so beloved by Steve Kerr? Well, there's a variety of reasons, but I think one of the elements is that I think that Pods is very self-motivated, and you can clearly see that. Like, he has a very professional mindset at a very young age.
I think Steve sees a little bit of himself in Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah, I do. Okay. But I also think that try-hard guy who's, putting in extra effort, shooting after practice, all that stuff, like, that is how you endear yourself to a coaching staff. Whereas other people don't necessarily have that same drive. I think Moses Moody has a lot of the Pajemski stuff in him, and I think now he's starting to reap some of those rewards. And the coach maybe likes him, but for whatever reason they're backlogged at those positions. Buddy Hield is a good example. Like Buddy Hield, like going with the art analogy, there's some times where he's doing finger painting, and it just does not make a lot of sense.
I love the macaroni. Are you hanging up, though? You put it up on the fridge. Yeah, you're doing good, sport. Keep it going, right?
And there's other times.
Dad, I stayed in the lines.
It's like a Rorschach test. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Jackson Pollock. Yeah.
Right? But like, that's kind of who Buddy is. And we kind of just celebrate it. And like, I think Buddy is very much loved by the teammates and by the coach and everything. And like, even if he paints outside the lines, it's like, hey, it's just Buddy. Am I wrong?
It's either elementary school for Buddy Hield or it's the Louvre in France.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the Mona Lisa or it's staying within the lines and coloring books.
No, I'm just saying like his performances is all over the place, right?
No, I'm just laughing at the analogy.
Right? Like, and like, whereas like Steph is like Rembrandt, you know?
Yeah,
like
he's
painting the Sistine Chapels.
Yes, he's Leonardo da Vinci.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Steph Vinci. You like that?
I do like that. I feel like the cultures are just very, very different.
It is.
The Warriors remind me of like an art school, whereas when I look over at the Heat culture, it's boot camp.
By the way, I forgot to read this, so don't get mad at me, boss. The college basketball tournament is in full swing. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge at 957thegame.com, and be sure to tune into KPIX Game Day Center Court after the games at 9 o'clock for our highlights and to see some of our 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament thus far. It's been a lot of chalk in the tournament thus far. Joe Shasky, he's up there with one of the leaders at our station. I am towards the bottom end. I had a lot of, I thought UConn was to make another deep run. They had a narrow defeat, obviously, to the Caliparis. Or no, it wasn't Calipari. Who did they lose to? Florida? That's right. They lost to Florida. Todd Golden, who's going to be out here with Florida in the coming days, taking on who are they taking on? They're taking on John Calipari. That's right. And then I'm all over the place. I know they're playing the teams, but it's been hard to pay attention to all this stuff because we've had so much action going on with the Golden State Warriors. I've been locked into NBA basketball.
Going with the art analogy, you ever seen those artists that have the big thing of canvas and they're just throwing paint at the wall?
Yes.
That's like the Draymond experience.
There you go.
Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes you make a mess all over the room.
That's okay. You know what? And that's the experience. That's got us 4 titles, right? B is in San Jose. We threw out the phone lines. I was like, I haven't heard one person calling about Andrew Wiggins, so don't give me this fake love about him if you're not willing to call him and talk about him. B in San Jose has some thoughts on Andrew Wiggins. What's up, B? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, Spadoni, Shasky, just like Steinmetz and Guru, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You betcha. I got an analogy for Wiggins' time with the Warriors, and I think Shasky will probably be in lockstep with me. I feel like his run, especially when he contributed to the 2022 championship, kind of like Marco Scudero when he was with the Giants. He got so hot and so beloved, especially for that year. But when he was done with his Giants tenure, we were, certainly appreciative and really dug what he did for the team then. But we also weren't too broken up about it because it was kind of moving on time as well. And hey, then we got another run in 2014 with the Giants, and we had a totally different cast, which is maybe kind of like what's being foreshadowed in this current Warriors season. We got Butler, we got Moody coming into his own, Pajemski contributing, right? It's another group of, dare I say, misfits, the way it was for the Giants. And hey, since we're already on analogous things one more time, I was hearing other talks about how, Buddy Hield with his art, he beats up on the good teams, he beats up on the bad teams. So, even when Buddy comes into his own and he has a good, finger painting piece to offer, or a nice macaroni that we can put up on the fridge, you know what? We'll take that when, he's dropping on the Hornets and giving the Kings, some business as well. You know what? We'll take the art. We might even frame it. We might even put it on for the open house exhibit, buddy. Why not?
Hey, whenever Buddy has a big game, and thank you, B in San Jose, whenever he has a big game now as a masterpiece, I want it to be the meme of Bob Ross, the guy, hey, finger pay, happy clouds. They got the
that
fro.
Would be Kerr.
No, I want Buddy's face on Bob Ross with the fro and everything, turning around, and it has a Warriors win right there.
Dude,
that's
honestly,
what I want.
Honest to God, though, his teammates do love him.
Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler swear by this guy.
It's crazy.
So talking about a glue guy, like we were talking about Andrew Wiggins, like, no, the love that those two have for him is out of this world. I'm kind of shocked.
I am
But he
too.
does have a smile all the time, and he gravitates. Like, there is a thing about, like, keeping a locker room loose. Like, you need that guy. And I'm sure you have players on your team that, like, they might not be your best player, but, man, you need those vibes in a locker room to keep everyone, up on their toes and feeling good.
He made a great point. And I'll use the Warriors, but we can dip our toe into the Giants. Like, sure. Look, Wiggins was extremely important for what they did, right? But there's this thing that we do when any team wins a championship. And, again, I want to make it clear. You don't win anything without Andrew Wiggins. Like, you just don't. He was Superman. He was out of this world. And so was Scudero that year. But if I ask Giants fans who are a little older and have perspective, Robbie Thompson or Marco Scudero, who's a better Giant?
Right.
Like, overall. Yeah. Like, Robbie Thompson was an awesome Giant. 6+ years. I mean, he was great. Right. He was freaking great for the Giants, right? Scudero's window and his importance to a championship team cannot be overstated, right? You see this with Festus.
I think of him more as an A still. So 04 to 07, yeah.
And he played on a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Colorado,
that was his longest I think he was the longest tenured with one team was with the A's.
There you go.
3 years.
Like I love Festus Ezeli. Festus is great. I don't mean this in any way. He played a couple of years for the Warriors. Adonal Foyle played over a decade. And if you ask younger fans like Festus or another, they're gonna all say Festus, right?
Right.
And Adonal Foyle was a great Warrior.
Both great ambassadors, I will say, for the franchise.
No doubt. And that's why I kind of linked them together because the big men, Donald was here a decade. And I'm not taking anything away from Festus. Yeah. I'm just saying that when you win a championship, there's this aura where everything gets elevated.
Amir Khan.
And I do think we kind of diminish those who don't win titles, and that bugs me.
That's what's bugging you? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control?
Well, I feel bad for the guys that don't win a championship. That doesn't make you lesser than.
Right. It's okay. Joe Shasky, it's okay to bug.
It's just distort, and again, I'm not taking away. Yes, when you win a championship, it's special. And all those ancillary pieces get elevated, But Ryan Terrio was not a better Giant.
Come on.
He was not a better Giant than, I don't know, pick somebody from the early OOs, you know what I mean? It wasn't better than Jeff Kent.
He was no JT Snow. How about there you go.
Exactly.
There you go. Fast five time? Is it? Are we good? All right. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Joe Philip Shasky III.
My final thought is this. 2003.
22 years ago.
Cleveland Browns, San Francisco 49ers. 68,000 in attendance.
Wow.
The Browns versus the Niners. September 21st. 88 degrees at kickoff at Candlestick. That means it was 140. 88 degrees at kickoff. That was the game we referenced earlier. Who was the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns? Any guesses?
Hold on.
2003.
2003.
Tim Couch.
Kelly Holcomb.
Wow.
Willie Green was the leading rusher for the Browns. Garcia was the leading rusher for the Niners with Hurst there. Kevin Johnson went for 11 catches, 100 yards, and T.O. 8 for 90. Can you name the second highest receiving 49er of that game, 2003?
Ooh.
One of my all-time favorites, number 89, even though he wasn't good.
Who was 89?
Ty Street.
Ty Street.
Michigan.
Oh, there you go. Big Boss Man loves that.
That was for you, Big Boss Man.
Huge. He's wearing the Michigan quarter zip. And by the way, no one loves a quarter zip more than one Matt Nahigian. Loves a quarter zip.
Owen Poochman was the kicker for the Niners.
That's not a real name.
And the Niners lost 13-12
if your name,
to the Browns.
If your name is Poochman, you got to have somewhat of a gut if you're a kicker, too.
I think he was number 2.
You got to have a gut. Like the pooch is loose. Come on, man.
There's a joke in there, and I'm just going to let it sit.
Careful. The 0-2, I was going to look up. I was like, because there's 0-3. No, 0-2, the Browns actually made the playoffs. They're actually good this season.
Yeah, that was the game that they went back and forth with quarterbacks.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Tim Couch got replaced by Kelly Holcomb in the playoff game, right?
I think so, yeah. Carter, what you got?
I'm going to say an extra rest in peace to Willie Mays today, as today is the day that he first took the field in the major leagues in 1951 against the Phillies in Philadelphia. He went 0 for 5 that day. But I just wanted to shout out Willie Mays. Just an amazing dude, honestly. Absolutely amazing dude.
I mean, 0 for 5. I mean, Mike Trout, easily. I'm just kidding. It's all-timer. Talking about the greatest of all time, though, too, playing with joy and talking about most beloved. Like, yeah, and I get it. New York, there's San Francisco, and Steph is probably the most beloved, but Willie Mays. Like, and you talk about it. He wasn't. I know he wasn't then. Time. He wasn't for a long time. But we think about ambassadors for the Bay and what they became
there's no question.
After, like, synonymous with San Francisco will always be Willie Mays.
My dad's favorite player. He wore 24 and everything. He wore the Willie Mays jersey to everything. He's, to people that were my dad's age in their 60s and 70s, he is one of the greatest players in any sport. It's not even close.
I still think you can argue.
God.
I think you can still argue that he's the greatest player in the history of baseball. Like, that's not.
He has an argument. Absolutely,
he has an argument. Absolutely.
Had he played in Atlanta, he would have hit 800 home runs.
Absolutely. Matt Nahikian, you got something? I always called you Steinmetz. That would
big shout out to Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Oh yeah, I love Jack's.
With locations in Newark, San Jose, San Mateo, San Bruno, and the Cantina in Pleasant Hill. And guess what, boys?
What's that?
They just dropped off food.
No, they didn't.
How about that?
I'm super hungry. Let's go.
Burritos, bacon burritos, sausage burritos, French toast. Gotta go. Gotta eat. Jack's.
My final thought is I'm going to go enjoy Jack's. I am very hungry. I'm jacked up about that. I'm jacked up about this game tonight. Warriors Heat. Warriors live starting at 3:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip off at 4:30 again. Appointment Radio and Tim Roy is on the call. And we're going to be reacting all day tomorrow. Steining Guru coming up next. And that was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Fremont Bank, by the way, that sponsored this entire segment, and they are here for you, here for good.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
You ready?
Stay ready. Don't got to get ready, Steiny.
Evan Giddings in for Guru. Guru under the weather.
Miss you, buddy.
Shut up.
It's not Thursday. People got to leave those jokes in the past. Like, come up with some new material. That's what we got to do for 4 hours every day.
Well, we repeat ourselves a lot, though. Hey, we got a big one tonight in Miami. It's got nothing to do with Jimmy Butler. All right, what
are you talking about?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. Am I alone here? Am I alone? The Jimmy Butler return to Miami? That's secondary. We got standings to climb, okay? We got standings to climb in the West. That's why this is a big game. You're 2 back of Memphis. You're 2 back of the Lakers. You can sniff 4, maybe. That's why this is a big game. Jimmy Butler, nice little side story. But Warriors need a win here.
Well, you got to keep the teams on your heels off you. Like, you're only a game up on the Clippers. And the Timberwolves and the Clippers both did you a favor the last couple of days. Clippers lost to OKC, but then, your boys in Minnesota, Steiny, they needed to get that one against the Pacers.
They can't beat the Pacers.
Well, they're 2 games back of the Warriors now in the loss column. And they don't have the tiebreaker. With 11 games left, I don't want to say it's insurmountable, but it's going to be really hard for them to catch the Warriors. But the Warriors still got to worry about the Clippers. That's the team that is nipping on your heels. And it's a game that, you got to win, especially after losing. I know that the game against Atlanta wasn't easy necessarily, but that's a team that, on paper, you should beat. And Miami, along with the next teams they got coming up this week, Steiny, like New Orleans, San Antonio, you got an opportunity to make up some ground.
You do. And the reality is right now you're at 6 and you're still staring right at the Denver Nuggets. So I still think there's some finagling to be done by a lot of different teams. And I think the Warriors, they don't want Denver. And if they can continue to climb, then they probably won't play Denver. But tonight against the Miami Heat, there's a couple things I want to talk about regarding this game. So apparently, I want to know what Warrior fans think about this, if they could put themselves in the Heat fans' position. So Jimmy Butler apparently will be getting a video tribute tonight in Miami.
He's going to get some sort of welcome from the Miami crowd.
Why? Why would you give Jimmy Butler a tribute video when he ended on awful terms?
All right, my theory about this is, and this is bigger than the tribute video.
All right.
I think that the relationship between Butler and the fans is a lot different than between Butler and the media. I think it also applies to a few Warriors players too. Kevin Durant being one of them, Jordan Poole being another, and even to some extent Klay Thompson. Like the way that, let's just take Klay, the way that he left.
Okay.
It didn't end very well. He wasn't, and all the reports coming out about him, being a guy in the locker room that wasn't the easiest to get along with and was a bit egotistical at times. Like the way that the media portrayed Klay, and we being a part of it, I don't know. I don't know if the media necessarily liked the last season having to cover Klay Thompson, but the fans don't really care. Like the moment that Klay came back, it was going to be warm welcomes. No one was going to remember that. Poole's a little bit different because when Poole left, he was not beloved by everyone and didn't play very well at all, especially after he got punched. So to me, like the way that the media is seeing someone like Jimmy Butler in Miami, to me, is different than the way that the fans are going to receive him. Because I feel like, and I was wrong about this, but just reaching out to a couple people who I know that are Heat fans, they love Jimmy Butler. And I have to imagine a lot of people at that arena tonight are going to stand and applaud for him because for 5.5 seasons, mostly all they did was win basketball games.
Yeah, I get it, and I know there's probably the ulterior motive of you got to do it because you want to you want people to think that you're a classy organization and you'll honor your former players. But I just, this to me, and I don't know if Warrior fans, how many of you remember this, this kind of reminds me a little bit of Chris Webber. When Chris Webber and Don Nelson, in his second year, Chris Webber got into a feud, he held out, and he ended up getting traded. And I remember when he came back for the Washington Wizards, and he was absolutely eviscerated by the Warrior crowd. I can't remember if he had a video or not. I tend to think no, because it was, almost 20 years ago, and he had only played one season for the Warriors. But I don't know. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion about it, but I'm just thinking, if I'm a Miami Heat fan and we're 5-17 since Jimmy Butler quit on us, I'm almost thinking that a video tribute is just going to invite a hailstorm of boos, essentially.
I mean, he quit. If you want to be honest, he quit on you before they went 5-17. He's just no longer there.
Right.
I mean, they were winning basketball games and playing 500 ball before that. I mean, he got suspended 3 times this season by the team, not of his own volition, apparently, but he did walk out of a practice. Like, the Miami Heat have been dealing with this all season. This isn't anything new. But to me, you put the video tribute up, you remember the good times instead of the bad. And to be fair, Steiny, they went to 2 finals.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't as if you're welcoming a guy that, was just a solid scorer for your team, was on the team for a long time. I understand that championships weren't involved, but they did more winning in the East than just about anyone except for the Celtics and probably the Cavaliers at the beginning of when he got there. I don't know, LeBron was gone.
No, I mean, Butler had a nice run with the Heat. There's no doubt about it. The other thing is I figured, of all people, a guy like Pat Riley would say, yeah, we're not going to do this one. We're not going to give.
But how would that look?
It would look
like petty.
Would it?
Yeah, it would.
Do you think so?
If it came out that they specifically decided to nix a video tribute for Jimmy Butler because Pat Riley wanted it to be so, that would be pretty petty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess. I just am looking at it as, I guess you got to do it. But if I were Pat Riley or I were a Heat player, as they say, I'd be feeling some kind of way about it. I mean, I guess you have to do it. And
I mean, to me, the more interesting part is how Jimmy Butler feels about all this. Like, how do the Warriors feel about it? Is it just another game to them? I don't know.
I think it's set up perfectly for the Warriors because they need the win, and Butler's returning, and even Steve Kerr made reference to that he thinks Steph Curry, who right now is questionable for tonight's game, wants to play and kind of support Jimmy Butler going back. But the other thing that I always think about with these things is this happens so much when guys go back to their play against their previous teams. And I always think it's a bigger deal to the fans than the players themselves. And I don't know how Butler's going to feel, but he was talking as though it was just another game. It's probably more than just another game. But he's got to go back to Minnesota. He's got to go back to Philly. He's got to go back to Miami. He's got to go back to Chicago. So a lot of guys have to go back to places where they played. But, listen, I'm excited about the game tonight, mostly to see the Warriors play again with Butler and see if they continue this winning streak. Winning ways, right?
Yeah, but you don't often go back to a place where you were the face of a franchise, though. Like, that's, with all due respect, he wasn't the face of Minnesota.
Right.
He wasn't even the face in Chicago because Derrick Rose was still there. Certainly wasn't the face in Philadelphia. Just because they won doesn't mean that he's synonymous with those franchises. Like, he was the Miami Heat for 5 years. So it is a big deal. But I'm with you that I don't know if it's a big deal to Jimmy. I actually think, and we could talk about this as we move along, I think this is a bigger deal for Steph and Draymond. Because I think that they care about this game. And it's one of the reasons why I think Steph is going to play tonight. It's another reason why I think there's no chance the Warriors lose.
I don't know.
0.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think Miami's going to want to play hard or harder than normal?
I don't think it's going to matter.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Interesting. Even though they got Bam and Hero and Wiggy Wiggs.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of winning with them.
Well, they're hotter than the Warriors.
What are you talking?
They
They're
won
1-0.
yeah,
They're 1-0.
They won their last game. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, this is a 4:30 start today. It's on TNT. It's a national game. Butler going back to Miami. I hear all those things, and to me, they're great subplots, but the big plot for the Warriors, to me, stays the same, and that is, can they continue rolling with Jimmy Butler? They're 16-3 when Butler plays. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The Sweet 16, it's at Chase Center this Thursday and Friday. Former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Florida Gators take on Maryland in the first game. And John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks, they take on Texas Tech in game 2. Go to chasecenter.com/events for your tickets. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. There's a... does he get a tribute when he comes back for whatever team he's on?
He already came back. Blast from the past.
Did he?
I don't know.
You know, Jeff Green, I think, still on the Rockets, right?
Yep, one of the final 2 Supersonics.
Durant.
Mm-hmm.
That's great knowledge. That's just great knowledge. Warriors are in South Beach. Everybody loving this Warrior team. I think they're going to... Evan has put it in the cap. It's a lock. He says the Warriors are locked tonight.
I think they're going to win tonight.
Really?
Yes.
Without any information on what they've been up to the last 2 nights. You're going to bet on the Warriors without any understanding of how they, what they did the last 2 nights and early mornings.
Well, I know what they did for part of it. At least Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, because Jimmy put on his Instagram, Steiny, that they threw an event at Big Face Coffee, his company down there, and they played dominoes for several hours. So I know that they were playing dominoes for a good portion of their off day. That's what I do know. After that, I got nothing. But I know that Steve Kerr was on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs saying, off days in Miami, you just got to trust your guys.
All right, let's start there first. Steve Kerr, Miami, we've always heard rumblings, and the Warriors are going to be there for 5 days. They've been there for 2, and they'll stay for a couple days after. Why not, right?
If the guys had seen the schedule and I said, no, we're going to leave Miami immediately and go to New Orleans, even though we don't play for a couple of days, that would have been disastrous for team morale. So, this stuff's pretty easy. You just, these guys deserve to go have fun. They work so hard all year long. This is a wonderful break to get a few days in Miami. Guys are on the beach. Guys are out having fun. But they all know. I mean, they have to be ready for the game tomorrow night, and I trust that they will be.
All right, that's Steve Kerr. They saw this on the schedule when it first came out, and like Pods, when Steph doesn't play, they started licking their chops, Evan.
Well, the reason I feel so good about the Warriors tonight is because I do think that this game is personal. This game is personal for not only Jimmy Butler, but if you recall when Kevin Durant went to Oklahoma City for the first time after joining the Golden State Warriors.
Yep.
That game was not only personal for Durant, but Steph and Draymond and Clay at the time, they both talked about how, all 3 of them did, how important it was to win that game for Durant. I think they feel the same way. Obviously, Curry's questionable, so we're going to find out if he plays. But to me, that's more incentive for him, who is out there practicing. The videos we saw look good. I think he's going to try and play tonight. And I think he, along with Draymond, they're taking this game as personally as Jimmy Butler is. And he's trying to downplay it. He'll say it's not important, but it is. And for me, that's why I think they're going to win this game tonight, because it's a personal game for those 3 boys.
Yeah, I think it's, in addition to that, too, I think the Warriors have got to be taking notice about what's going on around them. The Lakers are struggling. Memphis is struggling. Minnesota has lost 3 in a row now, I think. So the Warriors have an opportunity to not only solidify 6, but start thinking about maybe making it up to 5 or 4. And, I was talking to Spadoni as he left the studio today about the Lakers. And I get on the one hand how this play-in has made it pretty interesting in terms of where you're going to finish, and 6 is better than 7. But I am not convinced that LeBron James, with 10 games left, still isn't just getting his body ready for the postseason, even if it's a play-in game, though they're probably not going to fall to the play-in, obviously. But I think LeBron James right now he's trying to game the system. And if they have 10 more games left, he might not play a few of them, and instead just work on where their seeding is going to fall.
Well, they're also in a better position than the Warriors.
Right.
They're 2 games up, and so a team like the Lakers is probably just doing whatever they can to make sure that they get a first-round series at home and just cling on to the 4 seed. But I don't know what the Lakers are dealing with, but you're right that teams that have their season, I don't know if it's wrapped up, but an idea of what they're trying to accomplish, like they're in, I think of that little bit, like they put it into second gear before in a week or two, right before the playoffs, they'll really ramp up and get themselves ready. Draymond Green talked about this. Now is get yourself into whatever playoff shape you need mode. He knows what he needs to do to get his body ready for the postseason. LeBron does, Curry does, Jimmy does. All of the guys that have been there before have. And that's why, for example, I think it's interesting, like Oklahoma City's won 6 in a row. They're still playing very hard. But you see a team like the Cavaliers, the Celtics, Cleveland's got that 1 seed wrapped up.
Right.
Boston doesn't really care. They've kind of been in cruise control for a while now, and Jason Tatum just got hurt. But teams that have a little more postseason experience are looking at these games as not ones that they can take easier, but they don't need to go all out. They got to wait for a month. Right. That's when things start. But the Warriors don't have that luxury. Like, as much as we want to make it about guys getting themselves prepared, I think the Warriors do want to keep a hold of the 6th seed because I think they want that week off before the beginning of the playoffs start.
Yeah, I think they'll take 6, obviously, but I'm starting to think, because they have the Lakers again, they have Memphis one more time, and I mean, I didn't think that the teams in front of them were gonna falter like they've faltered, but Warriors keep winning, they might be able to sneak up to 5. The problem is you might get up to 5, and you still may end up playing Denver if they fall to 4. So it's going to be fluid until the last 3 or 4 games. Let's go to James. James is in San Francisco. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on? Beautiful day here in the Bay Area.
Yes, sir. Yes. James?
Ready for today's game?
Oh, I'm ready.
Warriors against the Heat, baby.
Yeah.
You know the Heat. Mm-hmm. Andrew Wiggins went off the other day for what? 46?
42. 42.
42.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if Jimmy's going to retaliate. Is Jimmy going to be able to hold the Heat, or is he going to get butterflies?
Well, I don't see Jimmy Butler getting nervous for this game, James, but you never know. I mean, he's going to get probably booed out of the building, I would think. Although you don't think so.
Yeah, I'm coming back around on that because everything we've read about Butler and his end in Miami has not been good. But I do think that there's a split between the media and the fans. Like the media have so much more access and are privy to so many more stories and details and nuggets. Like Brian Windhorst coming on television, I don't know if it was a month or 2 ago, around the deadline and saying the amount of stuff that hasn't gotten out there is just unbelievable that Jimmy has done in Miami. And if you listen to the Dan Le Batard show, they're not pro-Jimmy. They are not a fan of the way that he has gone about his business, even before all of this started, really at the end of the playoffs last year for the Heat, when Jimmy basically said we would have won the series if I was there, and Pat Riley told him to kick rocks because he needed to play games, and then denied him a $111 million extension, which is the one that he, of course, got in Golden State. Like, this has been brooding for some time, but I think that the media, he wore on them more than he wore on the fans. Because when you're a fan, you're just watching the games and you're looking for your team to win. And that's why I think he's so quickly won over the hearts of everyone here in the Bay Area. It's because the team has won. As much as they're fun again, they're exciting to watch. You know what's exciting is winning basketball games. They're 16-3 when he's on the floor. That is what's been exciting about watching this team and why there's intrigue for every single game. Because everyone thinks they're going to win. And a big reason of that is because of Jimmy Butler.
All right, so help me do an exercise. Jimmy Butler was in Miami for how long?
5.5 years.
Andrew Wiggins was in Golden State for how long?
About 5, right? 5.5.
5.5. Yeah. 5.5 years. Jimmy Butler went to the finals twice as their best player. Andrew Wiggins won a title with the Golden State Warriors. Warrior fans, if Andrew Wiggins had done what Jimmy Butler did this year in Miami, but he did it here for the Warriors, and he were coming back tonight, I think he'd get booed. I think Wiggins would get booed if he was coming off 3 suspensions and the Warriors were 5-17 since he departed. The problem is you can never imagine Wiggins doing that. And other people could say, well, he did take 40 games off.
You want me to be honest, I also can't imagine the Warriors suspending anybody.
Well, that's true. But I just, I wonder if the shoe were on the other foot, how Warrior fans would feel tonight going to the arena and knowing that Jimmy Butler is pretty much the reason why you're no longer a contender.
There would be mixed emotions. But it also, if you want to be real, it also highlights the importance of Jimmy Butler. Since he has no longer been a part of their organization, they've been awful. And even, again, before he got traded, they'd not been playing very well. I think that is what would probably sting the most as a fan, is the fact that you clearly understand that your team needs this guy. And if he'd been playing and if he'd been bought in, your team would have been really good. That's what I think would hurt more than anything else. But again, because of the rift in that franchise between Jimmy and it sounds like only Pat Riley. It wasn't like Jimmy had a problem with Spoelstra. It wasn't like Jimmy had a problem with his teammates. He had a problem with Pat Riley and he took it out on everybody else. So I don't know if it's fair to compare that to Wiggins. But I also think that there would be people that would still stand and applaud for him. There was a split reaction when Jordan Poole came back.
But yeah, and I couldn't understand why the negativity
because of the way that it ended. And that's what we're talking about, right? It's the way that Yeah, but he played horribly. People thought he was a cancer. We had people on these airwaves saying that they wouldn't stand and clap for him when he came back. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people, but I can understand where there was a mixed reaction for Jordan Poole's return when he came back with Washington. Same way I can understand, to a more extreme extent, but also Jimmy was, I know that Poole is a champion, but Jimmy Butler was in Miami longer than Jordan Poole was here.
Right.
And in many ways, he resuscitated that franchise from the post-LeBron era to becoming something of relevance again. So I think that there's a soft spot in a lot of people's hearts for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and I'm interested to hear from Warrior fans just about Jimmy Butler and the year he had in Miami where he butted heads with Pat Riley and he was suspended 3 different times. I guess I want to have this conversation, Evan. We know that Butler has had some trouble in the past in Minnesota, in Chicago, little bit in Philly, and now in Miami. They're all different circumstances, but they're under the big umbrella of it didn't end well. Let's put it that way. I want to are Warrior fans? Are you convinced, or do you believe that Jimmy Butler will? His problems are over. He will never be an issue here in Golden State in the next 2.5 years. Or if you're a Warrior fan, do you think, you know what? I think we can buy some time with Jimmy. Maybe, obviously for the rest of this year, we think he's good, and hopefully next year will be good. But do you think it's fair for Warrior fans to possibly expect a shoe to drop at some point with Jimmy Butler? Or do Warrior fans think, well, now that he's in Golden State and we're a first-class organization and we have a great culture here, there's going to be no problems with Jimmy Butler? Where do you think the Warrior fans come down? 888-957-9570.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah.
I don't think they care.
If something happens or doesn't?
No, like right now, like your question.
Yeah. Okay.
If something is going to happen with Jimmy Butler, which based on his track record probably is at some point, there's going to be some riff down the line. But you're asking that question on March 25th, 2025, with 11 games left in the regular season. They've gone 16-3 with him on the floor, and they have a chance to make some noise in the postseason. I'm telling you, fans don't care about that. And we'll talk about it when it happens, and you might be prescient as hell for seeing something that happens. But from people that I've talked to, I seriously don't think that that's what's on their minds when it comes to Jimmy Butler.
No, I agree. I don't think it's on their minds right now. I'm more of the bigger picture of a player like Jimmy Butler. how much confidence do Warrior fans have in this organization that, Jimmy Butler's going to be fine here? And, for example, I think this is where I disagree a little with Goo. I think he's going to be fine this year. I don't think there's anything that's going to obstruct the Warriors making a run this year except themselves or getting beat. Like, I don't think Jimmy Butler is going to be a negative at all this year. I'll say this, the way I look at it, once next year starts, do I think he's going to be a problem? I wouldn't bet on it, but I'd also look at it as though, once the season's over and he starts settling in, all bets are off. Like, this is a honeymoon period, I feel like, right now, and we'll get a better sense of Jimmy Butler next year and the year after.
Well, we can learn a little bit about him at 12:30. You like to tell people who we're talking to?
Yes, Evan. Thank you very much, because I forgot. At 12:30, we've got Ira Winderman of the Sun Sentinel, and he's been covering the Heat just for a little while. 37 years. Ira's been covering the Miami Heat, and he is as locked in and as matter-of-fact as any writer I've ever been around. I have a lot of respect for Ira Winderman, and crossed paths with him back in the day, and he's good enough to come on today, and looking forward to talking to Ira. But let's go out and let's go to Free the People in Oakland. What's going on, Free? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good today, man. Great afternoon.
Good to hear.
Some things I think we're not thinking about with the whole Jimmy situation leaving Miami. Pat Riley has been known to alienate superstars. Miami is considered a place called Wade County for a reason, because of what Dwayne Wade put down in Miami. Pat Riley had no issue with alienating him and getting him out of there when it didn't work out in the way they saw fit. Same thing with LeBron. LeBron also said, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this anymore. Pat Riley had his company. Man, I love Tim Hardaway as a Warrior, but he also is a Miami Heat, and he's a company guy, Pat Riley guy. Tim Hardaway was on TV talking bad about Jimmy on multiple podcasts. And it's funny that Jimmy trolled him and chose to wear the number 10 and to probably do more and have more playoff success in the number 10 than Jim Hardaway's going to have. I thought that was pretty funny. I actually don't care about the departure from there, and I do agree with you that this is the honeymoon stage. But I feel like this season, I don't think they're expecting to win a championship. If they get there and win one, that's one thing. But I don't think they're exactly expecting that this year. We could argue the growing pains needing to get familiar with each other next year, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
When next year comes, they're probably going to continue winning. If they're not injured, this should be a pretty good team next year going into the season. We'd all agree we'd see a 50 to potentially a 55-win team based off the record that we have, sample size, 19 games, 16-3. I could see 55 wins being run off. So I don't see for a reason for Jimmy to really be upset with much going on. I think that Jimmy comes in and plays his role. I was really frustrated with Wiggins missing 40 games. It sucks that his dad was dying and he was going through all of that. Like, my heart goes out to that. Nobody wants to lose a family member. But, aside from that, you still got a job to do. And that's not to, say we don't have any love for his situation or any respect for that. But, being all-star Wiggs and then going right back to being the nobody that you were before you got here, that made a difference. And so maybe he didn't leave with a bad energy or a bad mood, but he clearly was not contributing in the way we needed. I'm not going to talk much longer. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, Free.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, appreciate the call. No, Butler's been very, how would you, let me ask you this. Butler's been here for 6 weeks, something like that. What's been something that you have been surprised with? I mean, how would you assess it? What other than, they're good with him. Has he met your expectations? Is he different than you thought he was going to be? Is he the same? Is he better? What have been your impressions of Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler, the player, pardon me, has been exactly what I've expected. I mean, he wins everywhere he goes. Now, I've been surprised at how quickly this team that he joined that was a game of below 500 has catapulted itself into places where we're talking about them contending. That to me, the immediate turnaround was that I did not see coming. But Butler himself as a player, that's who he is. That's who he's been everywhere he's gone. And I think it's because he is one of the most intense athletes, if not the most, in the NBA. And that's why there's a shelf life usually, because I don't think Jimmy has changed at all his entire career. Like, he's just an incredibly intense individual. The thing that Kerr talks about pregame, postgame here on these airwaves with Willard and Dibbs, every single time he talks about describing Jimmy to someone who he hasn't talked to before him about,
right?
Competitive. He's competitive. That's all he is. He's an intense competitor. And that wears on people. It's one of the reasons that I think he gets along very well with Draymond Green, and that I didn't see a problem between those two guys occurring, because they're both intensely competitive. The issue is, I don't think Jimmy's a guy that I've seen, and it's really helped the Warriors from this standpoint. He can't turn that off. Like, he wants to win every single game. And Kerr also told a story yesterday to our afternoon show that symbolizes that, which we can get to. But it also means that's why tonight in Miami, that's why they're going to win this game. It's as much about Jimmy wanting to beat his old team as it is just simply he wants to win every single game. Combined with the fact that I think that Curry and Draymond, whoever else is out there, want to win this game for him, I believe it's very difficult that the Warriors don't play their best version of basketball, and that's going to be good enough to win.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. I kind of feel like taking stock of Jimmy Butler since he's been here. And what's he done that surprised you? Has he done what you expected? Has he done less than you've expected? I can't imagine that. I mean,
how would you answer that?
And that's what I'm going to do now. I'm blown away by how they're a completely different team. And I know, and I'm willing to acknowledge, they really, it has coincided with a favorable schedule. It just has. Nevertheless, I think we know that even with this favorable schedule, they weren't going to go 16-3 had they not made the trade. I think the lesson that I'm taking for the 8 millionth time is, even though Wiggins and Butler's numbers they don't differ that much. What happens on the court, Butler has just made the Warriors a significantly better team. And that's been surprising. I thought he'd make them better, not this much better.
I also don't think it's a coincidence. I know we can hit a break here in a sec. I don't think it's a coincidence that you start looking at teams having favorable schedules when you realize that they're better than all the teams they're playing. Like, that's something that we do often. They didn't play anybody.
Right.
Well, but that also might mean that you're quite clearly a top 10 team, because there are 20 teams that are worse than you now, and you're going to be playing a lot of them. So you're right. They have had a favorable schedule. I think it's favorable the rest of the way outside of a 4-game stretch they have coming up in the tail end of this road trip. But it's also a credit to how much better he's made them, and the fact that he's instantaneously created game after game situations where we just expect the Warriors to win because they are now better than the team that they're playing against.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler, he arrived and he turned the Golden State Warriors season around. There's no doubt about it. It's time to take stock. He goes back to Miami tonight. Warriors play the Heat. Jimmy Butler, has he been everything you imagined and then some? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Saramani Ford.
1-on-1. Butler backs in. That fall-away shot is up and good. 34 for Butler. It's an 8-point lead. 1:20 remaining. Butler says, give me the ball. Butler the drive, the runner, he banks it in. Oh, what a masterpiece from Jimmy Butler.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mike Breen, ESPN on the call. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today. Warriors at Miami, 4:30 start. And we'll have it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Starts at 3:30 with the Warriors Live pregame show. I got to believe that's Dibbs and Willard in the house doing that one. Who's got the postgame?
Grandy.
All right.
Yeah, Mark Grandy.
Okay. So we'll have it all locked in right here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, Jimmy Butler goes back to Miami for the first time since he threw that franchise under the bus. And
you just love stirring it up.
Well, listen, Jimmy Butler.
Although if there's anybody that, no, I don't want to go there. Yeah, why not? If there's anybody that has a right to do what he did, it would be him.
Well, Curry.
They're only relevant because of him. When he got there, literally, they made the finals the first season. They made 3 Eastern Conference finals and 2 NBA finals in 5 seasons.
You know what's funny is I mean, he's better than I thought he was. And, you know, again, I say this all the time. It's so fun to watch a guy play 25 straight games or whatever it is when he's played on another team and you've only seen him, 6, 8, 10 times a year. I didn't, because he was suspended for a big chunk of the year and he wasn't playing, and even when he was playing, he didn't look engaged. I guess I forgot how good of a player he was. And, the fact that he's just fit perfectly. I also thought, here's the other reason that I maybe I didn't know what I was getting in Jimmy Butler, but I didn't think that one player could turn around this team like that unless it were a true big boy, which he may be showing us he is a true big boy. But I'm blown away by how he has been. He's been semi-dominant without infringing on anybody's pecking order. I mean, he's just an incredibly smart player, and I mean, he's been a godsend for this team.
Well, he has infringed on the pecking order. He's just put everybody into place. I mean, the guy who's probably impacted the most has been Kuminga, but just because he was out and has had to figure out now how to be different around him. But I think it's because, what do you give me for this? Butler doesn't do any one thing extremely well. He doesn't have a calling card to his game. He's not, early in his career, I think he was known as primarily a defender.
Right. He was a 5-time all-defensive second-teamer.
But when he got to the league, he was not an offensively gifted player, or at least not one that scored a lot of points. I think it was his 3rd or 4th season when actually, Jimmy Butler fashion, he turned a Bulls offer down and chose restricted free agency to get a max deal that last year in Chicago because he thought that he was ready to make the jump, and to his credit, he did.
Right.
But his game is just so well-rounded, and there's no holes that you can understand how he impacts every part of the game. And just, he's not a guy that lights it up for 30 a night. He's not a guy that is a sharpshooter. He's not a guy that grabs 15 rebounds or gets 10 assists, but he can do all of those things. Maybe not shoot it, but he can go and impact any part of the game that he wants when the game dictates. So it's to me, it's been refreshing because I feel like I'm watching an era of basketball that I wasn't alive for. He seems like an old school player.
Yeah, he absolutely seems like an old school player. Let's go out to Pat in Foster City. What's going on, Pat? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I was thinking about Butler, and I also underestimated him. Admittedly, I didn't know a lot about him, but I looked at his stats a lot and compared him to Wiggins. And like you were saying, Steiny, his points and his rebounds were almost identical to Butler. But what stood out was his assist on Butler's side. He had probably twice as many assists. And I thought, a couple more passes a game. Well, what kind of difference can that make? And now I'm seeing what difference that makes, because he seems like Butler to me is more of he's a distributor opposed to just a passer. And to me, he just seems to find open guys. And, I think about the culture of the Warriors, to kind of spin off in a little different direction. But, the Warriors have always been a homegrown team ever since we got Clay and Draymond and Steph, and then we got Looney. And it's always been, we want to, grow our own. And then when they brought in Durant, it was a different story for sure, almost like a hired gun kind of thing. And Durant, I'm sure, was a team guy, but he helped the team in a different way. He helped by hitting threes and spacing the floor, not necessarily getting other people involved. And it seems like Butler is, he's doing it differently. He's getting all these other people involved. And to me, it almost feels like he's been here all along. Whereas Durant looked like a hired gun because I guess just the style that he played. It just feels like Butler's been here forever, passing the ball and distributing. More of a team guy. I don't mean to dish Durant, but it's just he did it in a different way, and I think it feels more, as a longtime Warrior fan, just feels more comfortable. It's almost like he just fits in and belongs better. Like, almost like we drafted the guy 10 years ago and he's only been here for 2 months. That's kind of how it feels to me. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's just kind of the sense I get of him. But I think he's been just fantastic. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, me too, Pat. And you know what? I think that's a good point, and that to me speaks to how smart of a player he is. When he came onto this team, he knew they needed him and he needed them. And I just feel like one of the reasons it seems like he said it feels like Butler's been here forever. It's because the minute he came here, it looked like he fit. He didn't become their leading scorer overnight. He didn't become their best playmaker overnight. But just game in and game out he's so solid, and he's the complete opposite of a guy like Wiggins. We used to talk about Wiggins a lot as he floats, and it feels like Butler never floats, even if he's not scoring a ton of points.
Yeah, he's also just a better player than Wiggins, but I actually disagree with something you said, which was Butler needed them. They needed Butler, Butler needed them. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If Butler gets what he wants, if Butler gets what he wants, which was to go to Phoenix, are the Phoenix Suns a 6th seed?
Yes.
That tells me he didn't need him. He didn't need the Warriors.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it would have been for Beal, right? So they would have been sitting with Booker, Durant, and
I think
Butler.
If the Phoenix Suns got Jimmy Butler,
right,
and replaced Bradley Beal with him, they'd be in the same spot right now the Golden State Warriors are.
I don't doubt that. But did we know that at the time? You know what I mean? I agree.
But he's won wherever he's gone. I think that Butler, his superpower is figuring out what the team that he's on currently needs from him.
Yes.
In Miami, they needed him to be the one, their superstar, their alpha, their lead dog. That's not what the Warriors need him to be. He is Steph's co-star. On some nights, against Milwaukee, he needed to be the dude. Tonight, if Curry doesn't play, he might need to be the guy. But he just figures out how to fit. That, to me, is where he has impressed me the most. I think that I've always thought that Jimmy Butler was a great player, but I was a little apprehensive because I thought that he would need it to be about him. And what I didn't understand clearly is how, at least on the court, selfless he can play. He's still intense and he competes, but it's all about winning. And so I agree that the Warriors absolutely needed Jimmy Butler, but I disagree that he needed them.
Well,
he needed them to pay him, is what he needed.
He did. All I'm saying is that after watching Jimmy Butler play 20 games with the Warriors, yeah, if he would have gone to Phoenix, it's really hard for me to say, oh yeah, he wouldn't have been that big of a deal in Phoenix. I absolutely think Phoenix would have been trouble with Jimmy Butler. Now seeing what he did here, because I firmly believe had he gone to Phoenix, he'd be playing pretty much the same way, doing whatever Phoenix would have needed him to do, and those might be different things than what the Warriors needed him to do.
I mean, I also think it's literally his first quote when he got to, it was in Sacramento. He didn't play that night, but he told, I think it was Sam Amick and Slater, if I'm not mistaken, I win wherever I go. Like, I can fit any system. And he's shown so far through 20 games, and look, it's been a quarter of the season. He's been on the Golden State Warriors for a quarter of this basketball season, and they've gone 16-4. So I'm one to believe him. You know, I think Jimmy Butler can win wherever he is, because while he doesn't have a championship, you know, he's as close to a superstar as I've seen. I mean, that doesn't have a title.
I think you can make the case that he's the closest thing to a champion that isn't a champion in the league. He seems to have everybody's respect. You know, let's go to Nick and Clayton real quick, and then I want to get into his this intensity thing with Butler. What's up, Nick?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I kind of agree with. So I'm actually calling after the question that you raised, Tiny, was what are Warrior fans afraid of the fall of any sort of fallout or anything after? And Evan succinctly said no, he doesn't think Warrior fans are, and I agree with Evan. And I think there's actually a pretty simple reason. I think this is kind of the genius of the trade that I think I overlooked as much as the on-court stuff, which is of course phenomenal, is that now you got a guy who's a superstar, who's an excellent player, who's the same age as these guys. So if there's fallout, Jimmy Butler will be upset if they start losing. And if his skills diminish, and if Steph Curry's skills diminish, and Draymond's skills diminish, and that's a guarantee. That is going to happen. So if they're all going to go down, they're all going to go down together. So if it is bad, if next year they're not as good as they are this year because they're just older and went through a playoff run, then Jimmy Butler's unhappy. Well, Steph Curry's going to be unhappy, and Draymond Green is going to be unhappy, and Joe Lacob's going to be unhappy. So it's not going to be – Jimmy Butler's not going to be the only person like he was in Miami saying, oh, I'm just going to sit out, or I'm a big problem because I'm the one guy. It's going to be the whole team. So that's a long-winded way of me saying, no, it won't be a problem because it'll be already a problem for everyone already, especially because they're all the same age.
Gotcha. Appreciate it, Nick. No, and that may be the silver lining to Butler being 35 or whatever he is. Yeah, I mean, look, he's under contract, and we can't deny that money's all. Some of his issues in the past have been money, and now he's signed for this year and 2 more years after. So you'd like to think the money's not going to be a part of it. But yeah, I think once next year starts and they get games under their belts, if they're not a great team or if they don't think they're a contender, then they'll try to move off guys. Like I think these 3 will be together as long as they think they have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they believe they have a chance at least through next season. You know, after that, you run into contract negotiations, and guys are going to be older, obviously, but I think they believe that this remainder of 2025 and next season, they got action. They have a chance to do something.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This from the 415, Evan. Things have gone smoothly so far, but I think you guys are getting out over your skis a little bit. Let's see how the season ends and how they perform in the playoffs if they make it. I don't think this team with Jimmy Butler ever reaches the height they did with Wiggins in 22. Well, that would have to be a title.
Yeah, and that's the highest you can get. 415, odds are you're probably correct. I mean, winning a championship is really hard no matter how good you are.
Right.
And what the Warriors did in 22 is spectacular. But the fact remains that before Jimmy Butler got here, they had 0 chance to win a championship. Whatever number you put that at now, it is above 0. And that's, to me, his biggest impact. But also one thing, it's like, don't get me wrong, I think Butler obviously wants to win and he wants to be competitive. And to his credit, he's done that. But every single stop that he's had quote-unquote issues, to my understanding, it's been about money. In Chicago, they lowballed him on his first offer. And then he got the max, and then they shipped him to Minnesota, where I believe he was more frustrated that Karl Anthony Towns got extended before he did than anything else, because Cat hadn't proven anything, according to Jimmy, and Butler had gotten them to the postseason the first year that he was there. And then in Philadelphia, they chose Tobias Harris over him, and it was about money. And then in Miami, at the very end, it was because Pat Riley didn't believe Jimmy Butler was worth a 2-year, $111 million extension, which is what fractured things, and then it obviously went downhill. So if Jimmy's paid, he's happy. And if he's winning, he's happy. And both of those things, at least for right now, are both true.
Yeah. As it relates to the way I look at Jimmy Butler is, I'm separating this year from what happens in the future. We're going to get a sense of obviously how good this team is if and when they make the playoffs. But the one thing I am worried about long-term with Butler is the thing that I've heard over the years is he doesn't play 80 games a season. He plays, a lot of people think he takes some time off during the regular season. He misses his fair share of games. That has not been the case this year, and I don't anticipate it being the case this year. But if I were to ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, what's been the best part of the Jimmy Butler acquisition? How would you answer it? What's been the best part of Jimmy Butler and how he's impacted this team? Or the one thing about Jimmy Butler you didn't see, and now after watching him for 20 games, you realize, man, he's better than I thought. How would you answer that at 888-957-9570? Because he's done a lot, and there's a million ways to go here.
His impact to me is, it's less about the individual than it is the team. What surprised me the most is if you go and look at every other player's number on the team, like their statistics,
right,
since he's gotten here, they're all better. Like everyone, Kuminga's in a different category because he just came back from injury. But everybody that was on the team and a part of the rotation at the trade deadline day, their statistics have improved. Like, if you take the 20 games before Jimmy Butler got here and the 20 games after, Moses Moody's been a little bit better. He's playing well before the deadline,
right,
but his numbers are better. He's shooting better. Buddy Hield is shooting better. Brandon Pajemski is playing better. And he was already playing fine before he came back, after he came back from, I think, the abdomen. But Draymond Green's more aggressive. Most importantly, Curry has been shooting the ball unbelievably well up until recently, right before he got hurt. So what surprised me is how much better everyone else has been. And that to me is, that's the osmosis. I can't understand that. That to me is the one thing that I didn't see happening that quickly. And it's because of the way he plays, the pressure he puts on the rim, the way he takes care of the basketball. He is someone who masks all the deficiencies of that roster. And it doesn't necessarily mean he's the best player, but that's why he's such a good fit, because this team didn't take care of the basketball. He's great at that. You can't rip it from him. He doesn't give it up. This team didn't have a good ISO player. Jimmy Butler, analytically, has been the best ISO player in basketball over the past 20 games. He's someone that knows where the ball needs to go, and that has benefited everyone around him. And also defensively, he's such a heady player combined with Draymond Green. He's been better on that end of the floor. So everywhere they were deficient before he got there, that's what he brings.
Yeah, the one thing I was thinking, and like I said, I think there's a million things, but the one thing that has surprised me a ton is the effect he's had on Draymond Green and Steph Curry. And it's funny, you mentioned on the court, Draymond seems to be playing at a high level. Again, Curry's been playing terrific, before his injury, obviously. But I think, looking back at it now, I think Draymond and Curry were done. they were done. And what I mean by that is they knew they were going nowhere. And I think it was starting to take a toll on the whole team, of course. But I've always believed that if you're an NBA veteran and you've been around for 10, 15 years, you know what a great team looks like, what a good team looks like, and what a terrible team looks like. And I think Draymond Green and Steph Curry had acknowledged, to themselves at least, that this particular Warrior team wasn't going to be able to get it done. Whatever that meant, whether they were going to finish 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, they just didn't believe anymore. And I think now they believe. And I didn't realize at the time. I know, remember we talked about Steph seems a little despondent, and I am starting to look back and think to myself, Evan, you know what? We may have been closer to Steph making some demands than we thought. Because now you start thinking about how he was talking. We're not built to come back. The talk about his future and what this team has to win. Like, I think they had already given in that this team, as constructed, wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, but that was always going to be the case until they landed the big fish. I mean, look at how Jimmy Butler has changed the way that we view Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd been able to hit on just about every other important piece of roster construction. He's drafted pretty well, made intelligent free agent signings, dialed back the books, got them under the apron that they were aiming for. Like, he accomplished all those things. The one thing he didn't have was a big fish, and that was Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler has changed a lot of things for a lot of people, and I don't think Curry's the only one. Would we be talking about his future? Yeah, it's because that's all we would have to talk about.
Right.
This team was dead. It was going nowhere, and they knew it. But I don't even know if they saw this coming. Dunleavy might have, because he actually played with the guy, and apparently he was the one that had to really vouch for giving him the max deal that Butler wanted in the first place. But I don't know. Like, there were people that felt like Butler might not be the best mix for the locker room.
Right.
That they were worried about how things went down in Miami. You know, players talk. Like, they probably know so many more things than we do, and it's not even close about this guy before he got here. And the fact that he hasn't been any of those things thus far, that might have been a pleasant surprise to all the players in that locker room. In fact, it sounds like he's just one of the guys.
Yeah, it feels like he's obviously a part of the team, and there is something about him coming in here and just having the automatic respect from Curry and Draymond Green. Here's the one thing that I will say, because some people are saying, hey, we might need to pump the brakes. And I do.
Pump the brakes on what?
That's exactly what I want to get into. I can get into it on the other side.
Okay.
But there's a part of the future that I think we got to acknowledge, and then figure out, if it happens, where they go from there. That's all convoluted, but we'll talk about it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. We're talking about Jimmy Butler. He heads back to Miami to play the Heat tonight. He's obviously there, and it's a big game for the Warriors outside of Jimmy Butler's return. They can solidify the 6 and start peaking up at 5-4. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
pushing his way into Horford. Shot clock at 3. Butler with Brogdon on him. It's a long 3. And good! Oh, Jimmy frickin' Butler puts it in! Jimmy frickin' Butler!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Courtesy of Turner Sports, Kevin Harlan. Yeah, I know. That was out of character for Kevin Harlan.
No, it's not.
You can't say that.
Jimmy frickin' Butler!
You do know when you watch a broadcast, it's about Harlan.
Oh.
It's not about
anything
else. He's very, very good.
Interesting.
But it's all about Kevin Harlan.
Coming up in 70 minutes at 12:30 today, we're going to be joined by Ira Winderman of the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He's been covering the Miami Heat for 37 years, and to my way of thinking, he's been the best Heat beat writer for decades. He's no nonsense.
You know this guy?
Yeah, I do. I knew him back in the day. We tried to get Ira on right after the Warriors acquired Butler, but he was traveling, so he's nice enough to do it today.
Now, more important question.
Yes.
Does he know you?
He's familiar with me. Yes.
Like he's familiar with your work, the way that you walk up when you're being introduced at a dinner party and you meet someone. I'm familiar with his work, yeah.
Yeah, he knows I worked for the Contra Costa Times.
Okay.
Back in the day for 15 years. And
I'm just messing with you.
Hey, we're talking about Jimmy Butler. He goes back to Miami tonight, Warriors against the Heat, 4:30 TNT game, by the way. But also you can hear it live on 95.7 The Game. And we're just kind of getting into Jimmy Butler and whether or not you thought or saw coming his impact on the Golden State Warriors. And you brought something up earlier about Dunleavy and that Mike had played with him for a couple years in Chicago. There's no way Dunleavy knew that it was going to work this well.
Why?
Because this turnaround has been so abrupt and so synced with his arrival that even the most optimistic Warrior fan would not have thought, hey, we're going to win 16 of the next 19 games that Jimmy Butler plays on our team. You couldn't have expected that.
No, and I also don't think when you construct a roster, you just assume everything is going to work. But I also think that's why they gave him a couple of years because, I don't know, I mean, just pragmatically looking at this, all right, well, you give him the rest of this season to kind of figure out how they fit, and then you have an entire offseason to go into next year fully reloaded. You build the roster around from what you're seeing with Curry, Jimmy, and Draymond, and then you try and make one final crack at it, basically, because the guys' contracts line up the year after. I think that's the most realistic outlook, but you kind of have house money this season. I mean, they have found a way to be successful very quickly. Jimmy's a big reason, and now I like they've captured lightning in a bottle, basically.
No, they have, and I was talking before the break about the idea of the one texter said, we might be out over our skis a little too much, and I actually see that point. And while I'm blown away by how good the Warriors got immediately after they got Jimmy Butler, here's why I do agree with that sentiment. They're still sixth in the Western Conference. And they're still probably gonna have to go on the road and win a series, a first-round series. And I think, obviously if they get Denver, they're going to be underdogs. I think if they get the Lakers, they'll probably be underdogs. I don't know about Memphis, but that'll be a really tough series. There is a very real possibility that the Warriors make the playoffs this year and lose in the first round. And if they lose in the first round, then we did get ahead of ourselves a little bit. Like, that's why I don't like to jump ahead and say this team, this team's got a chance to win a I want to see if this team can win a playoff series, to be quite quite honest with you, because they're going to play a team that probably has a better record than them. And then you'll find out whether this team is a contender or not. I'm not convinced this team's a contender for a title, and I won't until they win a series.
Well, it sounds like you won't until they win a championship.
No. I want to see them win a couple series.
Well, but you just said you don't know if they can win one.
That's right. Like, that's why I wouldn't put them in contender category right now.
So they've proved nothing over these 19 games.
No, they have. They've proved that they're a much better team, but I'm not convinced that they can get out of the first round.
But the point is, they weren't going to make the playoffs.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, and if they lose in the first round, this all goes away, these good feelings right now, I think. I mean, some of them remain.
Then
but
it just becomes a toxic summer, and then it all goes to hell next year?
No. I just mean the fans. If the Warriors lose in the first round.
I actually think, okay, let's say they play Denver in the first round.
Okay, and they get beat.
Yeah, which I think is going to happen. Denver's a bad matchup for them.
All right.
Denver's a better team than them.
Okay. I think there's going to be...
I don't think that fans are going to feel like, oh my God, well, we're just done.
No, not done.
I think fans are going to feel optimistic going into next season.
Right, but I'm just talking about this year. Because it feels to me like a lot of Warrior fans are maybe not assuming a deep run, but they're gearing up for a run here. And that's where I'd be more cautious.
Well, what I think you're missing is this is a part of the run. What has happened since February 6th is a part of the run. They've won 16 out of 20.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't just get dismissed.
Well, no, it doesn't get dismissed, but that doesn't automatically make you a title contender either.
No, but it means that you're a team that has action. No one is. I don't think people are assuming that they're just going to walk and win a championship in the postseason.
No, I don't think they think they're going to waltz and win a championship. But I think a lot of the fan base right now believes this team is going to win 2 series and get to the Western Conference Finals, and that they have that ability, which I think they might. They might have that ability.
But you're acknowledging that they have the ability.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
That's all that people are excited about.
What I'm saying is everybody is on cloud 9 right now, and they're talking about this. Not everybody. A good chunk of fans are on cloud 9 about this team, and they don't look at it as a 6 seed right now. They look at it as a team that can contend for a title, and I'm not there yet. Me, Matt Steinmetz. So my feeling is if they get beat in the first round by Denver, it's going to be a major disappointment, I think, for Warrior fans from where they are right now. I don't think there's a lot of Warrior fans that think they're going to get beat in the first round.
If they play Denver and they get handled in game 1, I think that's going to be a sobering feeling for a lot of people.
It might. But so you don't think that there'll be a big sense of disappointment if the Warriors don't win a series?
I think we have smart enough fans to realize that what has just happened over the last month and a half is pretty rare. And that's why people are enjoying every single game. If it comes to anybody that we learn this every March, every season that doesn't result in a championship, no matter if it's in the first round, the Western Conference Finals, or in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, when you lose, it comes to a skidding halt. That's what happened to St. John's and Rick Pitino over the weekend. That's what happened to St. Mary's from Moraga over the weekend. That's what's going to happen on Thursday at Chase Center for the Sweet 16. And, of course, you can find your tickets at chasecenter.com. But every single season comes to a skidding halt. So whether it's in the first round or not, I don't think people are going to be disappointed no matter what, Steiny.
I wonder.
Are they going to be more disappointed? I don't necessarily think so.
Don't you really?
2 years ago when they made it to the Western Conference Finals, I think people were semis. They were just as disappointed as when they got beat by Sacramento in the play-in. Now, the results of that season was worse because you missed the playoffs entirely, but people were still equally angry, and to this day they're still blaming Lonnie Walker for ruining the Warriors' chances to make the Western Conference Finals.
But I think most people would say this team's better than those 2 teams.
Yeah, those 2 teams.
Right.
But the team 2 years ago had a favorable matchup in the first round because they played the Kings. I don't know if they would have gotten out of the first round if they had to play the Lakers in the first round, who beat them in 6 games. This year, if you run into Houston in the first round, a team that I think a lot of people on paper like, including inside the Warriors organization, and they lose that series, then there would be some disappointment. But if they lost to a team that was legitimately better than them, to me, it doesn't matter if it comes in the first round in the Western Conference Finals. It's equally disappointing.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking expectations with this Golden State Warrior team, and they've definitely risen since Jimmy Butler's been here. I asked the Warrior fans earlier in the show, what's been the best part of Jimmy Butler? And I think there's a lot to choose from. Evan shows about how all the young players have started producing more since Butler's been here. I think he's done wonders for Steph and Draymond's psyche. But what do you think has been the best part about Jimmy Butler coming to Golden State? Let's go to Sean in Oakland. What's up, Sean? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
A couple points in terms of what's been great about Jimmy Butler. First off, I just think he gives us a late game option that we really haven't had since Kevin Durant. I was getting so frustrated with this team because usually it's Curry or bust. They were so reliant on a three-pointer. So we're in late game execution mode. You could put the ball in Butler's hand, and he may not be as a prolific scorer as KD, but he gets you a bucket, whether he's going to ISO and get a bucket or he's going to the line. And 2 points is 2 points. So I just appreciate the opportunity to balance the three-point shooting with the interior or someone going to the cup. Outside of Kuminga, he's probably the one guy that goes to the cup. Secondly, I think he gets us a little bit more control. This Warrior team is just known for multiple turnovers, so I think he gets us a little bit more of the control, less turnovers, although there's been quite a few the last few games. And then lastly, I think as your co-host mentioned, he just makes the other players better. We've seen improvements in Moody's games, Paczynski games, and I'm just looking forward to seeing when we unlock Kuminga and let him have the Jimmy Butler effect too, where he can excel as well. So that's what I think Jimmy does for the Warriors.
Good stuff, Sean. Appreciate it. Let me throw this at you, Evan.
Okay.
Why has Jimmy Butler? Okay, a lot of forget Kuminga. A lot of the young players seem to be playing well since Butler got here.
Yeah.
What is Jimmy Butler doing for Pods and for Moody and for Post that Steph and Draymond weren't doing? If you or is that not a fair way to look at it? Like, what is it about Butler that Pods is playing better, Post is now contributing, and Moody has gone from rotation player to starter?
I just think he simplifies everyone's roles. It's not that Steph doesn't make it easy on Pods or Draymond doesn't make it easy on Moody, but everyone just has to do more when he's not in the game. Or before the deadline, everyone had to do more. Everyone had to play outside of their strengths. I don't want to go through everyone's strengths and weaknesses because then we'll have a disagreement. But the point is, he makes everyone's job easier.
No, I agree with that.
There's less decision-making that has to happen for, let's say, the younger guys, for example, because Jimmy Butler is making all the decisions. He's the one that has the ball. You can give it to him up top or isolate him at the elbow, and everything is just more simple. So, well, let me throw this at you then. Outside of Curry, or maybe Curry's included, who do you think has improved the most since Butler's gotten here? Who's benefited the most on the Warriors?
I'd say Steph and Draymond. But everybody's benefited except Kuminga because he hasn't, he's just gotten back, not because he hasn't benefited. There's something psychological that he's added to Steph and Draymond. He's given them the confidence they've always had, but I think lacked in the last year or two. I just think Curry and Draymond knew they weren't going anywhere, and now they have a chance. And what that did for their psyche is just as important as what Jimmy Butler's done on the floor to help them win. I really believe that.
I agree. I think Curry it's obvious. I mean, his numbers have skyrocketed, and when he's playing his best, the Warriors are going to be at their best. There's no doubt about that. But the relationship between him and Draymond, I think it's really interesting. Like I don't think that Draymond has ever played with a player like Jimmy. And the reason is because Jimmy Butler, I believe, is the only player that really, really understands what it's like to be Draymond Green. And that is someone that is miscasted, according to them, not us and how we portray them. But by the media, Jimmy's been portrayed, and he said it, as a villain.
Right.
Draymond Green is casted everywhere, even sometimes by his own hometown, as a villain. So Butler's the only dude in that locker room that really gets what it's like to be Draymond Green. Draymond has championships, Jimmy doesn't. But I think that having someone to share that commonality with, it's brought the best out of Draymond on the court. And it's why he's more offensively charged. I think it's why he's making more plays defensively. Why he's back to being the braggadocious Draymond about winning Defensive Player of the Year. Because he's got a dude in his corner that knows what it's like to be him and step a day in his shoes as someone who is talked about in ways that he can't control. And Draymond brings a lot of that on himself. I think probably more so than even Jimmy. But Jimmy, there's no one else that really gets it, I think.
Here's what you're talking about. Jimmy Butler saying he's not afraid to be portrayed as the bad guy.
I'm always playing it as the bad guy. Like everywhere I've been, I've always been a problem. We'll take it. I don't got nothing to say. I'm not mad at being a bad guy. It's all the way that everything is portrayed. Some people talk to the media, some people don't. I've never been one to tell my side of the story to almost anybody. Let everybody think that this is what happened, and we'll ride with it. And then in like a year's time, it's going to be somebody else's fault besides mine.
Interesting.
But even just the way that he talks, like it's kind of Draymond-like. It's like you guys don't really get it.
You know what's you had talked about his intensity. See, that's the part that to me is hard to. I don't want to put like. That's what I'm still figuring out. Like you're telling me he's so intense, and that's a big part of. It can be hard on teammates. But when I watch him play and I watch him talk and I listen to what he doesn't play like Draymond, but he's every bit as intense as Draymond. You know what I mean? Like when you watch Jimmy, he doesn't complain to the refs. He very rarely says anything to the officials. Maybe he gives them a look, but he has no issue with officials. And it's almost hard to see that intensity from just watching the games. Even though, I'm not saying he doesn't play hard. He plays really hard, but he's so much different in the way he goes about it than Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they're the same guy. I'm just saying that they understand what it's like to be miscasted. So I think it's because Jimmy Butler wants to win so bad that he won't go after refs because that could cost you a point, or that could cost you a foul, or that might hurt you. And that's where the line is drawn for him as opposed to Draymond. Draymond is someone that, like, he toes the line. He just does. I mean, Butler, in that regard, he has my ultimate respect because he has a switch that he seems to be able to turn on and off when he needs to. And he can channel that. I mean, we've seen it countless times when he's in the playoffs. He will get like Draymond Green. And he's more animated with his own teammates from what I've seen.
Exactly.
Than he is with the opposing team or the officials.
No doubt.
And that's where he's different. Like he doesn't go after everybody. He kind of just saves it for his own dudes and what it takes to win.
Yeah. Let's go to Mel's in Moraga. What's up, Mel? How you doing? Let's talk about Jimmy.
Good. I'm good, guys. How you doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, my big thing is the IQ level that Jimmy brings to the floor. And this is, Evan was kind of hitting on this. And when I went to the Iguodala retirement, that was a strong point, right? He makes everybody else on the floor better. And so when you're talking about a Kuminga, not to bash on a Kuminga, he's probably way more athletic than about any player really in the NBA, but he's not making players better around him or making those right plays. And Jimmy just has a knack for getting in the lane and finding guys open. I mean, the best players in the history of the league made players better. Draymond does that. His stats don't look like anything. And if you're watching the game, he plays this incredible brand of basketball, getting everybody involved. I mean, like a Larry Bird could have scored 40 a night if he really wanted to, right? But no, he made the right plays at the right time. So I think that's where Jimmy brings that to the table, and it has looped everybody back in, engaged Steph and Dre especially, who also play and think similarly, and it's just making the whole thing go.
Yeah. Well said, Mel. Appreciate the call. I was also thinking about Draymond and Steph and where Butler fits in, and there is something about him being able to walk into that locker room, and thanks for the call, Mel. Just being able to walk into that locker room and be accepted by Steph and Draymond, you know, Evan, that's a big part of this too, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he also came into the locker room at a time where he was needed. You know, the Warriors needed. They didn't know that they needed Jimmy Butler necessarily, but they needed someone like him. They needed a savior. And that's what he's been. You know, it's like we can export more on the other side. That's actually, to me, the biggest difference between Butler and Kevin Durant. It's the state of the franchise when they entered it. And that's why people are looking at him differently than KD, I think. I mean, they're obviously different players. They're different people. And maybe some identify with more, you know, Butler's personality than Durant's personality. But to me, where the Warriors are and where they're trying to get to, that is also the biggest difference.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when they got Durant, they were great before he got here. Before Butler got here, they were not great. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, Jimmy Butler makes his return to Miami tonight, 4:30 tip-off. Starts right here, Warriors Live at 3:30. And Jimmy Butler has changed the fortune of the Golden State Warriors. And what's been the best part about Jimmy Butler arriving here? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. And let me tell you what's going on Saturday at Friedman's Appliance. It's their once-yearly red tag clearance sale, 2304 Monument Boulevard in Pleasant Hill. All right, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You're going to want to be there. Friday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, and special pricing on floor models and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. It's the best time to save on new appliances for your home. Get out to Friedman's. You know it. Their live working vignettes are sweet. I guarantee if you've never been to Friedman's and you go, you will be super impressed. And on Saturday, Mark Grandy and Sam Lubman will be broadcasting live from 12 to 3. Jim Kozimor will be calling in, and I will be out there. I don't need a reason to go to Friedman's. I just like to go out there and look at the vignettes. I'll be there from 12 to 2. Come out and say hi. We look forward to seeing you. Friedman's.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm in a good mood.
What does that mean?
It means something happened and it just made me feel good.
Well, it's like 85 degrees outside.
Yeah, that's not even it.
And you still wore pants and a long sleeve shirt, but
no jacket.
Neither here nor there.
So, I don't know if I told you this, but when I went on my vacation, I love to go on to planes empty-handed. I don't like to carry bags.
Why? What if you need something?
What would I need? I have my wallet, I have a phone, I have my keys, I had a book in my hand, and my reading glasses. What more would I need on a plane?
You carried all of that onto you?
Right. The wallet is in my pocket, as are the keys.
So you do carry stuff onto the plane. Sorry, you made it sound like you walked on there barefoot with nothing in your pockets.
No, I love walking onto a plane with nothing, and then I can look at everybody who's carrying 3 bags on and be judgmental about them.
Well, that's also to save money.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know it is, but it makes it inconvenient for the other people on the flight. Anyway, I get to South Carolina, and I can't find my reading glasses or my book. And I looked all over, and I couldn't find it. And for 2 or 3 days, while I was in South Carolina, I was beating myself up. Steiny, you're a loser. You're literally a loser. This time of a book and reading glasses. And I beat myself up, and I, told the family, I really love those reading glasses you got me, but I lost them, and I think I left them in JFK Airport in New York.
Wait, the big ones, the nice ones?
Yeah. I still.
So that's why you haven't been wearing them.
Yeah. So, after I went golfing in South Carolina, I went on a family vacation, so I kept my clubs back in South Carolina, and I got them 3 days ago. They arrived in a golf bag. You know what a golf bag is, a travel golf bag? You know how many compartments it has? I'd say 72 different compartments. My book was in there, and my reading glasses was in there. And I thought to myself, you're not a loser. You didn't lose this book and these glasses. You actually put them in a safe place. You just forgot. It was a memory issue, not a responsibility issue. That made me feel good. In addition, now I have an extra set of glasses because I went and bought the same pair again. But now I've got 2 pair of glasses, one for home, one for travel. And it's little things like that that make life worthwhile. Yes. Thank you.
Well, number one, you did forget. I mean, you forgot you put them in there. You forgot your book that you put in there. And maybe it's because you're so damn committed to this ideology that you cannot have anything on a plane, that you tucked it into your golf bag, which is something you need to reevaluate. Because if you keep it on your person, then you can't lose it.
Well, what I'd done was I put it in the golf bag and forgot it, obviously.
Absolutely incredible.
And then I got onto the plane and I'm like, oh my God, I left my book at the airport bar. But I hadn't.
Now, the real question is, how long did it take you to give up before? Because honestly, that's what makes the feeling of finding whatever you misplaced feel so good, is because you gave up, right?
Oh, I gave up a long time ago.
You admitted that book and those glasses were gone. How long did it take you?
3 days. I got there.
You were thinking about this for 3 days?
I got there on a Wednesday, and Wednesday night was ruined because I love these glasses. Thursday, I struggled at golf because you got to have a clear head when you golf. Otherwise, you're going to play terrible. And it was in my head about, like, look at you. Your family buys you the nicest reading glasses. Everybody seems to like them. They work. You're feeling good about it, and you lost them.
So is that why you shot an 83 this weekend?
Yes. Yeah. Maybe.
Good job, man.
We're talking about Jimmy Butler, and he's changed the fortunes of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, they found him.
I want to play some of this sound from yesterday. Jimmy Butler at Warriors practice. This was a day after. By the way, did you see that? I know you mentioned the Domino's game. I saw a report that they were playing dominoes for 6 hours.
Yeah.
At this coffee shop.
I've never played dominoes for 6 hours, but I believe that Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green were. Maybe more Jimmy, because apparently that's his thing. I guess it was a game that his dad taught him, so it's like a special thing.
It was, I thought it was a fascinating article. Here's my question. I don't know how to play dominoes. I've never played dominoes. How much is skill and how much is luck? Because the way Butler's talking about it, it makes it seem like it's mostly skill. And I kind of thought it was mostly luck.
Well, I feel like it's like
888-957-9570.
I've only played dominoes a couple times, and people have had to teach me how to play, so I couldn't speak to this whatsoever. But I have to imagine it's like most games, card games, where, yes, there's some luck in whatever hand or dominoes you're getting, but if you know how to play, then skill absolutely is involved.
Carter, do you know how to play? Oh, he's not even listening. And I would assume there's betting involved. Can I assume that or no?
Isn't that the whole point?
There is betting involved. Well, I don't know. Some people like to. You don't just play gin rummy for the fun of it.
I mean, usually there's like a pop on the line or something.
All right, Jimmy Butler is back in Miami. What's he going to do when he sees Pat Riley?
I don't got no thoughts. Like I said, man, I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me. And continued success to those guys over there.
All right. I actually believe him. I don't think he's got any hard feelings.
He will if they lose tonight.
I'm curious why you think it's such a lock for the Warriors tonight. Just because of Butler.
Well, I also think it's because they got embarrassed last game.
Okay.
They didn't look very good against Atlanta. They came out sloppy and gave up 40 points in the first quarter. Combined with the fact that they're going back to Miami, a place that is, again, I think this is more of a personal game than just a regular season game. And there's a history of Curry and Draymond. Again, I think that Curry is going to try and suit up tonight if he can. Those two players in the past have taken returns to other destinations as personal as the player that's returning, a la Kevin Durant. And they really wanted to win that game. So I believe now they're also going to be as locked in and bringing other people along as well. I think the team wants to win for Jimmy Butler. That's how quickly he's ingratiated himself into that organization. So combined with the fact that they didn't play well over the weekend, also combined with the fact that they got to keep winning to keep the Clippers off their tails, and they have a legitimate chance to climb and acquire the fifth if they keep winning. All of those things wrapped into one are why I just don't see them losing tonight.
I've noticed in all of your thoughts about this game, not once did you
Wiggins?
say, no, I wasn't even going to say Wiggins, but not once did you say, I wonder if Tyler Hero, Adebayo, Duncan Robinson want to beat Jimmy Butler for souring their season. And they're going to be, it could be a hostile environment with the Miami Heat very wound up.
Again, and we can find out from Ira Winderman of the Sun Sentinel in Miami in about 30 minutes. I'm under the impression that whole feud was simply between Jimmy Butler and Pat Riley. I don't think it's about him and the team. I don't think I could be wrong. I don't think there's bad blood between Butler and Hero, a player that he mentored, who literally was a rookie when Butler first came to Miami and helped them get to the NBA Finals. I don't think that there's a feud between him and Bam Adebayo, who's a third-year player the first year that Jimmy got there. Like, he's helped those players become the guys that they've become. So I know it didn't end well, but to me, if there's anybody on that team that would have an issue with Butler, it would be one of the veterans that was there when Butler was, maybe like a Terry Rozier. I don't know.
Right.
Like, I think that there was a bit of a rift between him and Kyle Lowry because Lowry's been around the block. Lowry's a veteran. But the young guys, I guess I just don't see it.
No, I think, I mean, I heard Kevin Love talking about Butler, and he played both sides. He's like, I love Jimmy Butler, and I love this organization, and it's unfortunate. I do think that it's going to be interesting, and am looking forward to talking to Ira Winterman, the South Florida Sun Sentinel who covers the Heat, about the way the players feel about Jimmy Butler after what occurred in Miami. Let's go to Deborah. Deborah's in San Leandro. Hey, Deborah, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing all right. How are you two today?
Doing well, thank you.
Awesome.
Good. Hey, I wanted to let you know there's strategy. There's a lot of strategy involved in playing domino.
Okay.
Right? So you're actually counting. You see which dominoes have already been played. So there's a strategy where you can lock the game, where no one else can play. Or the strategy where only you can play because you have most of the threes, or something like that. But it's definitely a strategic game.
Okay.
One that I am not great at, okay? But there's a lot of strategy involved.
Okay, so it does. All right.
Does involve skill.
Appreciate it. It definitely involves skill.
Talk a lot of stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know. And apparently you have to slam the dominoes on the table, too, when you win or you do something smart. That's what I've seen Guru do.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Deborah. Appreciate it. I thought it was more luck than skill, but it sounds like it's more skill than luck.
I mean, if you're good at counting, I think skill's definitely a part of it. It's counting all the dominoes that have been played. I really like poker. Like, you have to be able to count which cards are available so you know your percentages and what you're playing and how heavy you're betting. Domino sounds obviously different, but yeah, luck and skill. We got people chiming in. A dominoologist. I like that. Luck involved, but it's a skill game.
510, Steiny, the larger concern is your precipitous cognitive decline. Drew in Oakland.
Oh, is that about you going senile?
Yeah, it's about me forgetting where I'd misplaced something.
Well, you found it. It's just gravy, right?
Yeah.
What book were you reading, by the way? I've never seen you with a book.
I was going on vacation. The book, what's funny is I read 6 pages of the book before I thought I lost it. I wasn't into it. It was called Funny Story.
The old LeBron James.
Funny Story. Yeah, Funny Story. Let's get back to Butler. He was asked, the Miami media was talking to him yesterday, and they asked what playing the Heat's going to be like.
This is basketball. This is very simple. I don't have all the emotions that everybody thinks that I'm going to have. Like, it is what it is. I realized that I had some great years here. I've built some incredible bonds with some individuals in the organization, in the city, hell, in the state of Florida. But I'm going in there to hoop. I'm going in there to play basketball. Ain't nothing nobody say, nothing nobody do is finna get me out of character. And nobody got me out of character whenever I was going through what I was going through this entire season with the suspension. It's another day for me.
Do you believe him?
Yeah,
I do too. I do too.
I'm surprised you haven't brought up the one part of this trip that's been, I guess, the most noteworthy in regards to Jimmy. He's not staying with the team.
No, he's staying at his house.
Yeah, he's staying, I would assume, or seeing his kids. And
yeah, we talked a little bit about that yesterday, and Anthony Slater had a great piece in The Athletic about Butler and how he marches to the tune of a different drum, if you will. No, he's not staying with the team right now, and he doesn't always travel with the team. I think any team does what the Warriors did, which is to let him stay with his family. Like, that to me is not a big deal. I think every team would have done that under the circumstances. But I also get the sense that his kids were out in California. Like, he went to Florida, got him, took him out to California, and I don't know if they're in Florida or not right now.
Well, maybe it's just with friends, but the fact remains he's from Miami. Has spent there spent the last 5.5 years there. So, yeah, he's doing what he wants to. I mean, but also they got a lot of off days in Miami. The whole team does. So, I don't know. One thing we forgot to mention, too. This is somewhat of a revenge game for the Warriors. Remember when Miami walked in here, second night of a back-to-back, played a lot of zone at Chase Center, and just handled the Warriors this year?
Vaguely.
Yeah, they just embarrassed them. It was after they'd played a double OT game in Sacramento the night before. The Warriors had a day of rest, and Miami came in and just flat out beat him, like almost wire to wire.
Why am I struggling to remember that game?
Well, because they lost a lot of games in December.
You're
They had
listening
a lot of bad losses.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. He likes California better than Miami, apparently. Jimmy Butler.
I don't know. I guess I live in California. We've been winning a couple games as of late. A lot of friends of mine that I'm very, very, very close to also live in California. My people still out there with me, so it's all the same. I just got to get my babies out there.
So this guy's a character. He's just different. He's a different kind of guy. He is.
He likes to be left alone.
He does like to be left alone.
I mean, I think a lot of people can identify with that. You know, I think he's more introverted than people give him credit for, because I think people just want to know more about him, and he doesn't want to give any more of himself to other people. Like, that's just who he is. You know, he's someone that is, I think, a big character in locker rooms. Like, obviously, the back and forth that he has with his teammates are entertaining, and he's one of those people that he seems very charismatic. And I think it's natural for people to want to learn more about charismatic people, because there's just something about them that draws you to them. But he's not one of those dudes that's like, all right, well, everybody loves me and everyone wants to be around me, and you can just come on in, learn about my life. No, in fact, it's kind of the opposite. It's like, this is where he draws the line.
Right.
And that rubs some people the wrong way.
Bee's Knees on the YouTube chat says, Steiny, low-key Jimmy fan. How can you not be?
Well,
even if, and I'm not saying I do, even if you hate the Warriors, like, how can you not acknowledge what this guy's done and how nice it's been to watch him up close 20 games playing with Steph and Draymond? I don't know how far this team can go. I really don't, but I mean, the turnaround has been unbelievable.
Well, hold on. No. It does beg the question, why then has he been painted as, in his words, the bad guy? Why is he painted as the bad guy?
Well,
and how much blame does he own in that?
He deserves his share of blame. Listen, when he was doing, I was listening to, you know who was really hot about what he did in Miami? Kevin Garnett. Like, Kevin Garnett, I heard, and I'm not even a big Garnett fan, but Kevin Garnett absolutely ripped Jimmy Butler about how Garnett was saying, you know, hey, Jimmy, do you think I like Glenn Taylor? Do you think Paul Pierce liked Wick Grousbeck? He's like, you're a pro. Like, there were a lot of players and ex-players that thought what he did was not cool at all, which is, like, can we say what he did? He quit on his team, right? He did. He wanted to get out of Miami. He orchestrated it, and now he's with Golden State. And he's been great here. I don't know for how much longer, but I'm not anticipating anything to happen in the near future. But he is a player that, and that's the other thing, Evan. I think that's also what plays into this, is the Warriors were going after 7 players before they got around to Butler. They might have talked about, we don't know where Butler fit into this thing. All we know is they didn't get Paul George. They didn't get Markkanen. They didn't get LeBron. They didn't get Durant. They didn't get Levine. And the next thing you know, they're announcing the Warriors have traded for Jimmy Butler. And it was understood he wasn't their first choice because they'd been linked to all these other names. So there was a desperation feel to it, which I think lowered some expectations. And then he comes in and turns out to be a hell of a player. Now we're reminded again that when he's on the court, he's a difference maker.
And when he's engaged, he's a difference maker. Yeah, I mean, I think that I said it earlier. It's because of how intense he is. And I think that intensity can rub people the wrong way because all he wants to do is win, compete, and go home. And sometimes it's like I think in regards to basketball, just sometimes yelling at people gets a little old. The voice that is constantly screaming, well, not screaming, but, telling people where to be, telling people what to do. It might be the correct thing, but it doesn't work on everyone. That kind of mentorship or direction or just leadership. What's the old adage, like the Machiavellian thing, like it's better to lead through fear than to lead through love. It's more effective, but it can really wear on people. So I think that's why Jimmy is painted as a villain sometimes. It's just because he only knows one way how to do things, and not everybody likes that.
And I wonder if Butler, okay, the last game, and we've seen Butler get upset. Like he was not happy when Kuminga committed the flagrant foul. What night was that?
That was against Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. I mean, you could see Jimmy threw up his hands and that's where I think you're right. It wasn't anything more than that's going to cost us a couple points. But then we've seen, Draymond and Butler. I think Butler has maybe allowed Draymond not to come down teammates' roads like he has in the past, and maybe they sense a little more free. The only thing I'm worried about with Butler and Draymond, it's not those two beefing. It's I wonder if there could be circumstances where they're going to be really hard on young players when the stakes are high, and then I just wonder how that could impact some young players, because I think we started to see a little bit of it that Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler perfectionists, and that can put some pressure on young players to perform at the level that those two guys want you to perform at.
But that's also what it takes to win.
True.
And so I think that's, again, what separates players from others. It's some players internalize that as, all right, I got to be better. And they're screaming at me. But these are guys that have been in the foxhole. Yes, Jimmy doesn't have a ring. Draymond's got 4, but they've won at high levels. So I got to be better. And there's some players where that doesn't work, where they turtle up a bit and they crawl into a shell. And, I can't call a professional athlete mentally weak, but I think Jimmy Butler has interpreted some of his teammates in the past as not being strong enough to help him win. And that's where he runs into trouble with guys. Because, and Draymond too, for that matter. I mean, that's again why I talked about when they first got here. I think there's a mutual respect between those guys that was understated and that was misinterpreted, honestly. People can confused, those two fiery individuals, and they thought they were going to have problems, as opposed to, no, we speak the same language.
Right. I mean, I just think if somebody says, what's wrong with being hard on young players? There's nothing wrong with being hard on young players. Just understand that there might be certain players that don't respond well to that. It's like everybody, Steph Curry is a different kind of teammate than Jimmy Butler, than Draymond Green. And maybe Curry, because he's not a tough love guy, he goes about it differently. Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are going to be hard on young players. I get that. But now we have to see if the young players are cool with it. And, is it fair to say that, Jordan Poole didn't like the way Draymond Green was his teammate? And maybe some of these young players might feel that way about Draymond or Butler if they respond in a very, in a tough way that these guys don't, let's say, embrace. I'm not saying it's a problem, but it's just something to look at. We got 2 alphas on this team, and we got a lot of young players, and it's got to work out. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The college basketball tournament is here. Stay up to date on all the tourney action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tournament highlights, live updates, and to see your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. following the team. That's it's not what we following do. the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And yes, Evan brought something interesting up. We just had a public service announcement from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And obviously at UCLA was Lou Alcindor. And Evan said, greatest college player ever? And I said, well, probably up there. Then I thought, what about Bill Walton? In the 1973 NCAA championship game, Bill Walton of UCLA went 21 for 22 from the field, scoring a record-breaking 44 points to lead the Bruins to a win against Memphis State. 21, yeah, that's right, Goo, 21 for 22. Unbelievable.
And they went from Alcindor directly to Walton, right?
Probably, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
There might have been a year in there or two, but yeah, they had a nice little program, the Bruins, back in the day.
Who's the best college player you ever seen?
Best college player I've ever seen.
Yeah. Steph?
No, I didn't see him a lot because he played at Davidson. And I wouldn't say Bird either because I didn't see him a lot in college.
Well, the games weren't on TV.
Not all of them. Some of them. They had the game of the week.
Tape delay?
You know who's got a claim? Christian Laettner. Great college player.
I was having this conversation at the last Warriors game with someone, and that's a name they brought up, which is also why they're not a big fan of college basketball. Yeah, it's really hard to be even in that conversation nowadays because players just won't stay 4 years.
Right. I'm trying to think who else I may have just glossed over.
Like the best individual season I've seen, because also I didn't grow up watching a lot of the 4-year guys, and if they were at smaller schools. But I mean, in the early 2000s, Carmelo Anthony at Syracuse probably was the most dominant.
That's a good one.
Single season that I've seen. Kevin Durant at Texas was unreal. And then recently, probably the best player I've watched was like Zion Williamson's freshman season at Duke. That's
a good one.
He tore apart the ACC. Flag's pretty good.
Oh, I know who belongs on that list. Patrick Ewing at Georgetown. Patrick Ewing has a claim to one of the greatest.
They win a natty?
Oh yeah. They won one and it was disappointing.
Wow.
They could have won 3. Pistol Pete, that's a good one. Averaged 44 a game. Walton not better than Alcindor. Well, we're talking about just at college.
Yeah, only
just
college
at college.
basketball.
And I was thinking, Walton had an 88-game winning streak. And by the way, I don't think this is funny, 415. You lost me at 1973. Sorry, old guy Steiny. But back in the 70s for competition. Oh, okay. All right. Jimmy Butler's going back to Miami. They play the Heat tonight. And should be an emotional night. Although Jimmy Butler says it won't be. But here's Steve Kerr. He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday talking about what tonight's going to be like for Jimmy Butler going back to MIA.
I haven't talked to him about it. We had a practice today. He's been here obviously the last couple of days, and he's got a lot of people here who he's connecting with, and I think he's enjoying being back. But tomorrow will be a heated atmosphere, no pun intended. It was just he was such an amazing player for this franchise and meant so much to the fans, and I think it'll be very emotional for him, for a lot of people. But Jimmy's he's an incredible competitor. That's the main thing I've learned about him. And I know he's going to go out there and compete like crazy and get through it fine. And hopefully we can get back on track here.
I got a hot take.
Is it just the Miami Heat thing that's going around lately? That's why you're talking about it like that? You, Kerr, with all these puns?
No. Yeah, that just slipped out.
Okay.
The Miami Heat trading Jimmy. Oh, this is a great take. The Heat trading Jimmy Butler has been more of a catastrophe than the Mavericks trading Luka Doncic. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 5-17 since Jimmy Butler walked away. 5-17. And look at the Mavs. Anthony Davis is back. They got some action again.
All right, I like that take, but he didn't play before. Like, it wasn't like he got traded from a team that he had played 54 games on, and then they fell off a cliff. He didn't play for them all but, 20 games this season? Like, so I'm more fascinated as to why they have now lost 17 of 22 games after the supposed cancer is gone. And he wasn't even there before. So I don't know. It's fascinating to me. By the way, Dallas is a team might have to look out for now, Steiny.
How do you figure?
Well, you don't want to fall to that second play-in game.
Where do you think the Warriors are going to end up?
6.
Denver?
I hope not. If I'm the Warriors, I'm hoping not. They literally haven't beaten them in 3 years.
No, they haven't. They can't beat him without Jordan Poole. So Steve Kerr was talking about the...
By the way, we are going to talk to Ira Winderman in about 5 minutes of the Sun Sentinel.
Ira Winderman covered the Miami Heat for 37 seasons, also is a columnist for the Sun Sentinel. And Steve Kerr talks about when players go back to the team they were traded from, it can be emotional. And he was asked about, remember when Durant went back to OKC?
That was as emotional a night as I've ever experienced in the NBA. I'm sure there are others. I remember when I played for the Bulls, we played the Lakers when Magic Johnson decided to make his comeback. And so that game was at the Forum, big night, national TV, Bulls, Lakers, Magic, Michael. That was a pretty cool return. And a pretty cool night. And then, of course, when Michael returned from baseball after 2 years, that game was amazing. We Market Square Arena, the Pacers, national TV. That was just a crazy atmosphere.
Hey, Steve, get your facts straight.
What?
You made a mistake. He made a mistake.
Only you would call him out.
Magic Johnson returned from the HIV. The game was against the Warriors, was his first game back. Yes. Now Miami or
Steve was on the Bulls.
Right, but that had nothing to do with anything.
Or was he on the Bulls? Because that would have been 91?
On January 30th, 1996.
Oh, 6, my bad.
In his return to the NBA after a 4-year hiatus, Magic Johnson played his first game with the Lakers against the Golden State Warriors, scoring 19 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists. Come on, Steve.
Oh, well, he's talking about the first game that he was involved in.
Right. But
when he came... Wait, what, was it at Golden State or at L.A.?
That game was at L.A., in L.A., at the Forum. I was there, under the basket, when we used to sit courtside.
Was it emotional?
Yeah, it was... it was historic. It was incredible.
Well, apparently no one remembers it.
I remember it, and I don't know what he's talking about.
The only guy that remembers it.
Hey, Steve, if Magic Johnson returns against the Warriors and you play the Lakers the next night, that doesn't count.
National televised game.
Oh, man. Come on, Steve. Magic would have never chosen the Bulls for his first game back.
How?
He chose the Warriors because they were always lousy.
How do you remember that but not your glasses in your golf bag?
Because, that's an easy one. Magic Johnson didn't play in the NBA for 4 years. He came back, and it was against the Golden State Warriors at the Forum, and I was covering the team. That's an easy one to remember.
Well, you got to correct him next time you see him.
You know who I saw that night, too? Denzel Washington. He was at the game.
Let me guess, Nicholson was there, too?
I didn't see him. Diane Cannon.
Oh, well, that's why I didn't count. If Jack wasn't there, then the game didn't happen.
Diane Cannon used to bring the writers cookies. She would make Diane Cannon. She would come by press row with cookies, handing them out.
That reminds me. Speaking of cookies, there was a story that Dwayne Wayne told about Pat Riley and how he took LeBron's cookies on a flight one time because he didn't want his players eating cookies. And LeBron really likes his cookies. And so that was the beginning of the end, according to Dwayne Wade, between LeBron and Pat Riley.
So it was the equivalent of Michael Finley taking the beer out of Luka's hands after the playoff.
Yeah, both of them, they got called out of shape.
Man. All right. Coming up momentarily, we got Ira Winderman, South Florida, Sun Sentinel. He's covered the team for 37 years. He'll be there tonight. He's always there, quite frankly. And looking forward to talking to him momentarily. The Warriors, they are playing the Miami Heat tonight. They don't play again until Friday. So the Warriors are going to be hanging around Miami for a few days for sure. All right, here we go. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Ira Winderman, South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's covered the Miami Heat for 37 years. He's also a columnist. Ira, great to talk to you. Thanks for making time. Really appreciate it, buddy.
Oh, absolutely, my pleasure. Boo, boo, guys, stop booing Jimmy Butler. Wait till later. It's like even in the neighborhood now, they're out with the pots and pans.
Yeah. Hey, what do you expect the atmosphere to be like? Obviously, I read your blog today about they're going to be a video tribute, most likely. Yes. And my first thought was, that's interesting. But explain, like, how do you think it's going to go down with the fans and their reaction?
Well, first I'll take you back to the video. And what the Heat had done in previous times is only when a player who won a championship came back did they run a video. So they didn't have them for the Max Struses, the Gabe Vincents, other guys who had, big years for them also. Then in more recent years, they decided anytime a player who was an all-star in a Heat uniform would get a video. That was their way of opening the door for Goran Dragic when he came back. So basically they put themselves in a corner that it would have looked awfully petty for Jimmy Butler, who was an all-star with the Miami Heat, not to get a tribute video. So they sort of had to do that anyway. What's interesting is some teams wait for the first time out. They wait for a little later in the game. The Heat have such a late arriving crowd that I'm not sure what kind of reaction you're going to get because I'm not sure who's going to be in their seats then. So I think it's going to be a little bit different than maybe late in the game if the game is tight and you sort of hear, like we've seen in games before, the booing on every touch. I think that'll be more of a tell by the true basketball people than those who decide they can't leave the lounge before the opening tip.
Well, also a big part of this game is, Jimmy said it wasn't a big deal to him and kind of tried to poo-poo the whole thing. From your experience having been there, seen the kind of player, the person that he is, do you think that this is just another game for him?
No, absolutely not. But Jimmy's sort of on a twofold thing ever since he started acting out with the Heat. Number one, he wanted his money. He got his money. Mike Dunleavy Jr. gave him his money. Jimmy's happy. Number two, I really think he wanted to restore his image because he really came off looking like quite the lout for anyone who wasn't his team like the Warriors. So I think what he's trying to do is sort of soft pedal the whole, it doesn't matter, we're all together, we had some great years, and sort of play it that way. But I've seen competitive Jimmy. And I think because they handed the keys of the offense to Tyler Hero, which further took this ball downhill for Jimmy, I would not be shocked if he opens with a defensive assignment on Tyler and tries to stifle him. That's Jimmy Butler's way of making a statement. He doesn't have to glare at Eric Spoelstra or Pat Riley. He can shut down Tyler Hero and sort of, I don't know if you guys remember this because I don't know if it played out there in the Bay Area. There was one year when the Heat beat the 76ers in the playoffs. And Jimmy stood outside the locker room after the Heat ended the series and just yelled, knowing the cameras were on, they signed Tobias Harris over me. So I think this would be the same kind of moment, is they put the ball in Tyler Hero's hands instead of me. I think that's how Jimmy winds up making or trying to make his statement.
Ira Winderman joining us on 95.7 The Game. South Florida Sun Sentinel has covered the Heat for 37 years. Is Jimmy loved in Miami? Is he despised after what happened? How do you think the fans are going to greet him? Do they think they left the franchise in shambles, essentially?
Jimmy was loved until about early December. And it's sort of the same thing in everything. In Chicago, he should have been beloved until he realized he was never going to be the leading man with Derrick Rose there. And then he got into it with Fred Hoiberg. In Minnesota, he had a chance until he realized that Karl Anthony Towns was the leading man. In Philadelphia, he had a chance to be beloved until he got into it with Brett Brown. It's just who he is. But the reality is, for 2 months, Jimmy Butler tossed a grenade into the Heat locker room and made sure he was out of town before it went off, which turned into the 10-game losing streak. He absolutely, and he knows this, and he probably wanted to do this, he absolutely sabotaged the Heat season. And you don't get suspended 3 times without pay for minor stuff, because as Matt knows, we all, it all goes to the NBA Players Association. They fight like heck. They'll bring on a Jeffrey Kessler or someone like that, a leading labor lawyer to fight the whole suspension and loss of salary. So it really was kind of obvious. And like I wrote in my column over the weekend, if anyone thinks that Jimmy, was playing his hardest during those last 2 months with the Heat, just look at the difference in how he's playing right now with the Warriors. He's a completely different player. This is what Jimmy Butler is. He's sort of a later day James Harden when it comes to getting what he wants, no matter how he has to go about getting it.
Yeah, from that standpoint, because there's been a lot written, not just today or the last couple of days, but over this year about how Jimmy Butler's being painted as this bad guy. I mean, how much, I guess, blame does he own in your eyes? I mean, come on, please. Again, Warriors fans enjoy him. A motivated Jimmy Butler is the best, and he is motivated. And let me take that a little further. A paid and compensated Jimmy Butler is the best. But you could see when he was on the court, it was almost like he was playing hot potato. They would throw him the ball. He would, as soon as possible, try to get rid of it to another player. He kept running down and standing in the corner. Well, no offense, but he's no Steph Curry, and he has no place being with his three-point shooting just spotting up in the corner. He was making a statement. I mean, it was like when James Harden wore the fat suit. He was making a statement of that he wanted to get out. So Jimmy Butler has never – I mean, come on, guys. Let's go back to Chicago. Let's go back to Minnesota and the Rachel Nichols interview. Let's go back to how it ended in Philadelphia, like I told you with the Tobias Harris thing. It's how it ends. Jimmy Butler is a wonderful rental. But if you're planning on buying property and real estate, I wouldn't invest in Jimmy probably more than 2 or 3 years. I mean, hell, I'm sure Jimmy, knowing Jimmy, 2 years from now, when the Warriors extension is over, he'll still think he's worth max money. And then it's going to get really interesting if you're at the end of the Steph Curry era and you're trying to rebuild.
Yeah, it's a good point. Ira Winderman joining us on 95.7 The Game, South Florida Sun Sentinel. Obviously Jimmy was suspended for a good chunk of the year, so we didn't see him play an awful lot. But I got to tell you, everybody out here has pretty much been blown away at what he's done here, Ira. And I just want you to speak to it a little more. He's been great. He hasn't. He's not ball dominant. He's an incredible all-around player. He automatically earned the respect of Draymond and Curry. Yeah. The young players seem to like him. Like he has turned this season around for Golden State.
I mean, he really is Draymond 2.0 to a degree. Is that he's not the fastest runner, the highest jumper, but his basketball IQ is absolutely off the charts. No one, remember, he led the league in steals one year. No one reads the passing lane better. He knows everyone's calls. He knows everyone's weaknesses. And he's known that he's had to know that if he wants to get this $50 million contract when he's 37 and 38 years old, it can't be reliant on athleticism, which his game never was. Jimmy Butler is an absolute joy to watch when he's locked in. I mean, you guys remember the 2020 bubble finals in Disney, when he leaned over that stanchion during the finals against the Lakers, literally playing to his last breath. That's who the best of Jimmy Butler is. And that's why I wrote in my Sunday column, I said there were 2 Jimmy Butlers. There's this Jimmy Butler and that Jimmy Butler. And if you get the right one of the two, you honestly, I would even put it this way. I'm not saying Jimmy Butler is even a top 25 player in the NBA, maybe argue or top 15. But I would say this. There can be no arguing over the last decade or so, he has been a top 10 playoff player in the NBA because when it matters, he's there and he's ready to go.
Well, piggybacking off of that, one thing that's really surprised me, Ira, is how much he's elevated the play of the younger players on the Warriors, the Moody's, Pajemskis. Now they're figuring out how to integrate Kuminga. But when you saw him when he first got to Miami and the couple of years after, what kind of impact did he have on the Tyler Heroes, the Bam Adebayos, in the infancy of their careers, and were you surprised at how much they developed at that stage with him?
Yeah. Jimmy, not only does Jimmy do that, but Jimmy insists on that because he knows that it takes more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 players to win a championship. So he worked out. He took Tyler to an island in the Caribbean, and they worked out in an off season. You always see him, like you guys do now, working with the young players. The player he probably was closest with before he was traded was Nikola Jovic, the third-year forward out of Serbia. Those two were very tight. Nikola was really it took it hard when the trade came down. That's who Jimmy is. Jimmy knows that he has to have weapons alongside. It's why some of Jimmy's toughest moments have come with Duncan Robinson, because Duncan's a great three-point shooter, but not much of a defender. And it drove Jimmy crazy. And it reached a point where Jimmy decided that Duncan, no matter what I did with him or what they did with him, was not going to be able to defend at moments of truth, and sort of let it be known to everyone also. So you don't want to wind up in the Jimmy Butler doghouse, but he will help you become your best self.
Good stuff. Ira Winderman joining us on 95.7 The Game. South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's been covering the Heat for 37 years. Okay, so you obviously have covered Jimmy for 5.5 years. Sure. I've seen him now for a month and a half and listened to all his interviews, and all I can say is he seems like a different kind of guy. Can you expound on that from what you know about Jimmy, just covering him off the court for 5.5 years? Who is this guy?
Jimmy is a guy who has his own group of people, and he tends to travel with them, and he wants to go his own way. Jimmy, I want to say Jimmy punches a clock or looks at basketball as a 9-to-5 job, but sort of when he's off the clock, he's on his own clock. And if you're going to play the culture game and you're going to have all kinds of appearances required, he's not that guy. He's a guy, when he's done, he's with his people in his places. Look, we've all heard about when he's on the road, he'll rent a house, he'll be off on his own. He won't stay in the team hotel. He always takes an SUV privately to the game. He sort of lets you know that when I punch the clock, I will be the best version of myself. But don't you dare tell me what to do when I'm not punching the clock. And that's why Steve Kerr seems to be such a good fit, because Steve has seen it all. As a championship player, championship coach, Steph has had a lot of those same privileges over the years, understanding that if a superstar is staying at a team hotel, it could be awfully tough to get in and out and around with all the autograph seekers. So that's who Jimmy is. So is he a different guy? Yeah, he is. He's not going to be the guy when there's a team dinner that he's automatically signed on. He might be out, quote, with his other team, with his own people. You have to accept that. The Heat accepted that at the beginning, but then at the end, when it grew a little bit more tiresome, it ended. The perfect example was the missed flight this year to Milwaukee, where it was incorrectly said that he held up the Heat plane for 2 hours. No, it left on time. Earlier in the season, he told Eric Spoelstra in a text that he would be missing the team flight to Milwaukee because there was a paddle tournament. He's a big racket sports player in Miami. He was the featured speaker. He would fly up later. He'd be there in time for shoot around the next day. There was no issue. Then when the Heat started losing and the season didn't go the way it wanted, the Heat tried to tighten the reins, and Jimmy said, I sent you a text. I told you, boom, the next thing we know, he's suspended. So you have to also appreciate who he is, what he is, and you have to sort of let Jimmy's world also be Jimmy's world. And I think the Warriors totally understand that because, my God, over the last decade, they've probably dealt with some of the biggest personalities in sports.
Well, that wear it on his sleeve sort of characteristic, I don't know. I always associated Heat culture with Jimmy Butler, and I think that's been a conversation we've had out here in the Bay Area, Warriors culture, Heat culture. Steve Kerr said yesterday, the culture is Curry. Did you feel like for the last 5.5 seasons, the culture was Jimmy, or has it always and will always be someone like Pat Riley?
I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to tell you why it's not Jimmy Butler. When Udonis Haslem retired 2 years ago after being team captain for 20 years, if this truly was Jimmy Butler culture and Jimmy Butler as team leader, wouldn't he have been named team captain? Instead, Bam Adebayo was named team captain. He'd know who they have and what they have. Jimmy Butler has always been about Jimmy Butler culture. When it meshes with your culture, it's perfect. When it doesn't, he's off on his own, but he makes no pretense. There was never drinking of the Kool-Aid for Jimmy when it came to the whole culture thing. He bought into the parts that he believed in anyway, and the other part, he said, yeah, good, you could wear the motto on your jerseys and paint it on the court, but I'm still going to be me. And it got heavy-handed after a while. And I think there will always be a certain degree of Heat player who are like, wait a minute, we're busting our butts on the court, whether it's LeBron or Bosh or Wade or Shaq or Jimmy Butler. This whole Pat Riley thing, I think, can sort of be overwhelming also when you sort of make it all about the coach. I mean, look at the end with Phil Jackson with the Knicks. It just didn't work. It's one thing when you're winning championships with the Bulls and Lakers, you can be the Zen deity. But when you're not, I think players get over that in a hurry.
Ira, great stuff, man. I knew we had you on here for a reason. Thank you so much for your insight, and I'm sure you'll be there tonight. Enjoy.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what it's going to be like, but hopefully the cameras don't pan to me when I'm booing. So we'll see. Thank you, guys.
Do you think the Miami Heat want to beat Jimmy Butler tonight?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Here's the better question for you guys to debate when I'm done. Can the Miami Heat beat Jimmy Butler tonight? Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ira. That's Ira Winderman, South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's covered that team for 37 years. He's also a columnist, and
he's great.
You got to love him.
I mean,
he's very fair.
That's what I was just going to say. I thought he was fair. You know, he came down both sides of his road. He also came down the road of the franchise.
Yeah.
Saying that a lot of the stuff that, I don't know if it was misreported or just told by a different side, but the story about Jimmy Butler missing the team flight or quote unquote holding up the team flight wasn't true. And then, you know, it sounds like, again, because of how much, I don't know if it's the intensity, but how Jimmy is. When you're winning and things are going well, it's all great. But the moment that you start to lose, then he can start to wear on people because he also himself does not like to lose.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard from Ira Winderman, a longtime Miami Heat beat writer, almost 4 decades in the business. And like I said, there's nobody down in South Florida more tapped into the Miami Heat than Ira. And I feel like I know more about Butler now than I did 20 minutes ago. And I think that it is where the Warriors are at right now. I'm kind of with you. They're in great shape. I'm not saying they're going to win a title, but it feels to me like they're going to be as good a team as they can be. Once next year starts, I feel like you got to start all over again, and without assuming that it's just going to be great because this past year was great. I'm not saying it won't be, but to me, the real test for Butler and the Warriors and how they're going to continue, it starts next year.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get to a couple things because there was a lot that stood out to me, including the game also tonight. But you're right. I just wonder, Ira said something along the lines of when he's paid and when he's motivated, he's great. I don't know if that's going to be the case next year. You know, he's still going to be under contract. He's still going to have a year left. But also, based on the way that it works, it's going to be somewhat of a contract year because you can negotiate an extension that upcoming summer. It's also going to be the first full regular season that Jimmy Butler will have played in basically 2 years. And he's going to be age 36.
Yeah.
I don't know how invested he's going to be at the beginning of the regular season because he knows what it takes to win in the postseason. I think that's also a reason why he can be playoff Jimmy. You know, Ira said he's one of the 10 best postseason players of the last decade.
Right.
That I completely agree with. In fact, I would argue that of the last 10 decades, there have not been 2 players that have gotten more out of their teams individually than Steph or Jimmy. Steph in 22, and then Jimmy really the last 5 years with Miami. So you have 2 guys that can elevate your franchise. But that means that Jimmy might do what he needs to do to get himself ready for the postseason, which is play an average of 55 games. That's what he's done the last 5.5 years.
Yeah, I mean, if you go, and that's one of the reasons why I think next year's is also important. 2018 is when it started. He played 59, 65, 58, 52, 57, 64, 60, 44, and this year he's up to 44. So 25 with Miami and 9. So yeah, I mean that's the thing I'm interested to see is to be playoff Jimmy Butler. how much does he have to load manage and cruise during the regular season? That's a fair question, I think, as it relates to Jimmy Butler, at least down the line. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, man?
Hey, good, Steiny. How are you today?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, that was interesting, your last guest about the Jimmy Butler culture. And I was saying when, it's like, well, out here we have the Steph Curry culture, and it's a lot different because Steph has been here for his whole career. He's won 4 championships. So he's brought a lot of joy and winning and excitement to our franchise. But I also believe, this stuff, I wonder how it has affected his teammates, Klay Thompson being one, Andrew Wiggins being another who are no longer here. It's all about the Steph Curry. All we've heard about is the Steph Curry championship window, which kind of makes me feel I'm a Steph Curry fan, but I want to puke when I hear that. I mean, that's all they talk about. I mean, there's other players on the team, and I think it's the Warriors' inability. The reason why they're in the situation they are in now is that it's their inability to realize, and I've talked to you guys about this before, that they are chasing something that no longer exists. The Steph Curry championship window is closed. They're too old. They're too slow. I don't think they'll win a first round playoff. I've enjoyed things since the Jimmy Butlers got here. I think that I wasn't one of those. I didn't like to trade, but because I think the future of the team will be jeopardized because of it. Now they're talking about they've already gotten rid of Jordan Poole. Now the fan base doesn't really want to see Kuminga anymore. Now we're blaming a 22-year-old kid from the Congo who's hardly played basketball. You know what I mean? He's being the scapegoat now. Who are they going to have? Franz Wagner has played more minutes than Moody and Kuminga combined, and they're in the same draft. Now, it's just those guys. When Steph Curry was 22, the same age Jonathan Kuminga is, he averaged 36 minutes a game his rookie year. He was 22 years old. At 36 minutes a game, he has averaged 1 point more than Kuminga is averaging now at 25 minutes a game. So Kuminga's not. That's another thing. He's not getting a chance. I don't think a decent chance.
Fair enough. Hey, appreciate it, Dennis. As always, appreciate you listening. Some interesting thoughts there. Listen. If I didn't learn my lesson in 2022, I would be with Dennis and say the window's closed, guys. I mean, I think it's a long shot, a very, very long shot that they make a deep run. But again, I still have PTSD about 2022, not thinking they could win it. So from a practical standpoint, that's what Steph Curry does to me. And that is, I can't rule it out. Everything I'll always say about the Warriors this year, can they? I'll say, I don't think so, but I'd never rule again. You never know. Do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't think the Warriors are going to run the table and win a title with this team. But I'm also not going to Vegas and betting the mortgage that they won't win 2 rounds. I don't think this team has a run in them to, let's say, the Western Conference Finals. And that's what I believe. And let's see if they can prove me wrong or not. But I'm not here saying that if they get to the Western Conference Finals, I'm going to eat my hat and I'm going to walk down to, Joe Lacob's house and get on a knee and apologize to. You know what I mean? I just want to see what happens.
Well, you don't really like Las Vegas, so you don't have to worry about going there to bet.
It's true.
But I don't know if it's not betting against Steph as much as it is for me not betting against both of them. Like, again, I think that
Butler and Steph or Draymond and Steph?
Jimmy and Steph.
Okay.
Yeah. Because from what I've seen, since the decade of parity has started, again, there has not been back-to-back champions this entire decade so far. If there's been 2 individual tides that have elevated all boats, it's been Steph and Jimmy. If you look at their teams and what they've accomplished in this decade, I know one of them doesn't have a ring, But if you look at it, those teams, those two individual players got the most out of those individual teams. And now they're on the same team. So that's why I wouldn't bet against them. It's, on paper, it's like I would have bet against Milwaukee, bet against Miami a few of those years and many of those series. On paper, you probably bet against Steph's Warriors in 2022. I know the Celtics were, I think, betting favorites, but they still won in spite of that. This year, the West is a freaking bear. Like, if anything, it's not as much as I don't think the Warriors can win it as I just think there's like 6 teams or 5 teams that could come out of the West.
Right.
There's so many good squads this year. But maybe there's a path that unveils itself that you don't have to beat everybody, or maybe you catch someone.
Right.
And that's typically what wins in the playoffs anyways. So that combined with the fact that the Warriors now have 2 individual superstars that have elevated their squads to heights that people did not foresee very close to now, I can't bet against them. I can't.
Well, I would if they open with Denver. You know what I mean? I mean, I won't because I won't bet on it, but that's a bet.
Well, you don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, but
that's fine.
No, but what I'm saying is if I, like, Denver's going to be a problem. But you're right. If the Warriors win a title this year, they will have gotten breaks. There's no doubt about it, just like every team gets breaks here and there. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors at Miami tonight, 4:30 start. Lock it into 95.7 the game at 3:30 for Warriors Live. And it's going to be a fun night. We'll see what Jimmy Butler does. Warriors need the win. Keep secure in number 6 and allow yourself to look up in the standings and maybe climb. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
to deal with. Steiny is a pro. He is a G.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Well, we got a surprise for some of you guys, and I'm looking to see. Every once in a while, ladies and gentlemen, the boss likes to flex his muscle about his contacts.
Well, he has more than one.
Yeah. But coming up momentarily, one of the greatest point guards in NBA history is going to join us. Isaiah Thomas, NBA TV, 2-time NBA champion, 12-time All-Star, Hall of Famer. Also won an NCAA championship with Indiana. I'll talk to him about what's going on with the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. And for a little point of reference, the Pistons back in the day made a midseason trade. They traded Adrian Dantley for Mark Aguirre. It was a February 15th trade.
That was during their second year, right?
It was during they lost in 88 to the Lakers, and 89, they won it, I believe.
89 and 90, right? They won back-to-back.
Yes. Let me double-check that. But, they made an in-season trade that kind of turned their season around, and we'll see if there are any similarities with what Jimmy Butler is doing here with the Golden State Warriors. But Isaiah Thomas said he'd call in 3 or 4 minutes. Boss is on the clock. You think he's going to come through? Think Isaiah comes through?
I sure hope so. He's also he's on NBA TV quite often,
yep.
So he's opinionated. It was during the first season, during 1989. They made that trade, and they ran through everyone that year.
Yeah, they did.
They lost 2 games in that playoffs.
They didn't even play the Celtics that year, I don't believe. That was when the Celtics were done.
You just don't remember it.
88.
88, 89, they swept them 3-0. Then they swept Milwaukee.
Okay.
Then they beat the Bulls.
Hold on.
Then they swept the Lakers.
The Pistons eliminated the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals in 1988. The following year, right, is when Detroit won 3-0 against the Celtics.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Bird was hurt that year, so that's one of the reasons why.
He was done.
It might have been. He had a back injury.
Which is why he was done.
Oh, yeah? Well, look at the season when he came back after playing 6 games, Mouth. No, he was never the same player.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
You're right. I want to get into, well, here's the one thing, and until we get Isaiah Thomas on the phone, Ira Winderman said something very interesting, and if you're just joining us, we had Ira Winderman on, covers the Miami Heat, and he's done so for 37 years. Very familiar with that organization, and he was really getting in depth with Jimmy Butler. And the thing that he said that was interesting was Jimmy can be tough on teammates, and that he was really tough on Duncan Robinson. And so we got to see if there's a young player on the Golden State Warriors that he's kind of tough on. But that's the one thing that.
A lot to monitor.
Oh, yeah.
A lot to kind of keep your eye on.
That's what I think. Just to monitor the situation and see if Jimmy Butler can continue to do what he's done for this team. Hey, Grandy, quit shooting the bull with Isaiah Thomas and get him on the line. Hey, Grandy, making a pitch. Love you, Grandy. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And we got a great surprise for you guys. Isaiah Thomas, 2-time NBA champion, Hall of Famer, 12-time All-Star, also won a national championship with Indiana. Isaiah, thanks for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Hey, my pleasure, and thanks for inviting me on the show.
Absolutely. We're doing great.
How you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing great.
Yeah.
Everybody is loving the Jimmy Butler trade, and I guess that's where I want to start with you, Isaiah, is what has been the difference between Jimmy Butler coming to the Warriors and when he wasn't here? They're 16-3 when he plays. I mean, did you sense something like this coming, or are you surprised?
I'm not surprised, and I think you have to look at what Jimmy did in Miami. I mean, he took Miami to the NBA Finals, and they were in the Eastern Conference Finals battling against Boston. And he was playoff Jimmy, and everyone knew what he was capable of doing. And combining him with Steph and Draymond, I think Draymond said it best when Jimmy walked through the door, he gave them belief again. Golden State had kind of lost belief in terms of not how good of players they were, but could they be champions again? And Jimmy gives them that belief factor. And then once you get that, the door's open for you to have tremendous success once you start believing that you can do it again.
Isaiah, the other night, speaking of Draymond Green, Steve Kerr was talking about the greatest defenders he's ever seen, and a couple guys he threw in there were, alongside Draymond, Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman. And I know you played with Rodman, played against Pippen. Do you think that's a fair assessment? And is Draymond someone that you believe is a generational defender?
In this era, absolutely. And when you look at, that Chicago team that had Pippen and Rodman, arguably had two of the best defenders on that team, of all era playing. And I 100% agree with Coach that, Rodman, Scotty, and then in this era, you would have to include Draymond as one of the top defenders in this era. Absolutely.
Isaiah Thomas joining us on 95.7 The Game, former Detroit Piston, two-time NBA champion. Let me take you back to 1989. You guys had made the finals in 88, and you made a midseason trade. You acquired Mark Aguirre for Adrian Dantley, and you guys were a good team, but I think it's fair to say Aguirre took you to another level. What happened there when that trade was made to elevate you guys to NBA champions?
Well, two things happened. Of course, Aguirre came over as a great scorer, but most importantly, he came over as a great teammate, and he allowed Dennis Rodman to play more. With Dantley, Dantley had to play a certain amount of minutes a game for us to have peace within the team and the locker room. And therefore, Rodman wasn't getting enough time on the floor. And you saw when Mark Aguirre came from Dallas, they were going to the Western Conference Finals or to the second round of the playoffs every year, getting knocked out by the Lakers or Seattle. Aguirre was averaging 26 points a night, playing 35 minutes. He comes to Detroit, and he makes the ultimate sacrifice to win a championship. He drops down to about 26, 24 minutes a night. Rodman gets more time on the floor. We become a better defensive team. We become a better rebounding team. And Aguirre, because of his selflessness and being a great teammate, allowed us and gave us the opportunity to win back-to-back championships. Now, in the game of basketball and the way the sport is talked about nowadays, it's talked about more in terms of individuals, what they do, how many points you score, how many rebounds you get. Back then, it was about being a part of a team and being a great teammate. And Aguirre, basically, he would, had he stayed in Dallas, there's no doubt about it in anybody's mind, he would be in the Hall of Fame right now without championships. He comes to Detroit, makes the ultimate sacrifice, becomes a great teammate, wins back-to-back championships, and the championships don't count on his resume. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in this day and age, but I guess that's how the young people want it.
Well, Isaiah, Jimmy Butler has been the alpha and the number one on every team he's played with up until Golden State. He said that coming in, he knows that it's Curry's team. You, for your team, were Curry, were the leader, the guy. How easy or complicated was it for you to welcome someone else into that locker room? How do you make that locker room a place that is open and embracing for someone else that has been a lead dog in their previous locales?
Well, first of all, let's talk about what I always thought was the leader of the team and how I always tried to conduct myself as a leader. It goes beyond the locker room. It really is the fans' team. When I was in college, it was the students' team. It's more about the fans and the students, and we play for them, and we play to give them joy, excitement, belief, and that permeates out on the floor. Now, when you get inside the locker room, then it's about, executing what the coach is diagramming on the board. And your job and my job was to make sure that not only did we go out and execute a game plan to beat the other team, but also make sure that it was enjoyable enough for us as players and also for the fans. So, this concept of lead dog and my team, your team, none of that. These are new definitions and kind of new terminology that has been brought to the game. When I looked at when we played the Celtics, I knew Bird was the best player, but I never looked at it as, we're playing against Bird's team. We're playing against the Celtics. Magic and Kareem, it was like you had to beat Magic and Kareem and Worthy and all the other guys they had. The new terminology that's been brought into today's game has been more individualistic and more individualized to kind of make the talking points that we have today. But the game was always meant to be played from a team standpoint and a team concept. So I never said I was the captain. I never said I was the leader. I was voted the captain, and I was voted the leader. That's because my teammates gave me the trust that they knew that I would be, accountable and do the things that needed to be done out on the floor. But I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad motherfucker and all that. That never happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Excuse my language.
No.
Excuse my language to your audience.
Yeah,
but, it's like the way people talk now, it's such BS. No one talked like that.
Yeah, no, not back in the day. I know that. And speaking of which,
and I don't know how they talk today, but I'll tell you this: I have never been around an NBA player today, and I'm in the NBA 24/7,
right?
And I have never heard an NBA player walk up to me and tell me he was the lead dog, he was the alpha, he was the man, he was all. I've sat down with everyone. I've never heard one top player say that to me.
Yeah, interesting. Isaiah Thomas joining us on 95.7 The Game, two-time NBA champion, Hall of Famer. Let me ask you this. When you won your first title in '89, obviously, you had knocked on the door with Dumars.
We actually won it in '88, but I'll take '89.
Oh,
we got cheated in '88.
Well, you know what? Hey, okay. All right, you know what? You want to go there? They never won Game 7. The crowd came out onto the court with 3 seconds left.
Tell me about it. and I get the ball to go up to say, Magic clips me, right?
Yes.
And the fans are all out on the floor. Lambeer is pushing people aside, trying to get him out of the way so he can inbound the ball. And the Lakers, being smart as they were, because they knew we had them, right? They just ran. Even their bench ran out on the floor, like, yeah, the game's over. We won.
Yeah.
But that was the smartness. That was the smartness of the Lakers and the Celtics. They always used every. They took advantage of every competitive thing that they could to win the basketball game, and we learned from them, and I admire them for being great teachers to us.
Well, let me follow up on that, because all right, you kind of won it in '88, and you had Dumars, you had Vinny Johnson, you had Lambeer, but you also had 2 young guys, John Sally and Dennis Rodman, and it felt like they injected when they got here to Detroit, something that took you guys over the top. I'm looking at the Warriors now. They got Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green, two of them champions, but they have young players, rookies and second-year guys. How did you know that Sally and Rodman were championship pedigree as opposed to maybe a young player that didn't have it? Like, do you think you could have won it without those two guys?
Oh, we never would have won without Rodman and Sally. It just wouldn't happen.
Right.
No way. What they brought, they brought defense, shot blocking, rebounding. And every team that I've played on has arguably been the best, has been looked at as some of the best defensive teams in history. And my high school team at St. Joe's, my college team at Indiana, we ran through the tournament, and UConn just kind of knocked us out of our record. We were the only team that had won every game by double digits. And my NBA team is known as one of the best defensive teams ever. So there's one thing that when you talk about me that I have in common, it goes defense and rebounding. We got Rodman and Sally. What they brought is defense, rebounding, shot blocking. And I always believe that, hey, if I can score and I can stop the other team from scoring, keyword, if I can stop the other team from scoring, then I got a chance to win. And that's what Rodman and Sally brought to us. How did I know that they would be great? Actually, Mark Aguirre calls me from Dallas during the draft. He's with the Dallas Mavericks, and he had been playing pickup basketball against Dennis Rodman in the gym. And he said, we don't have a pick, and I've talked to all guys about drafting Rodman, but they're not going to draft him. He said, but if you guys got a pick, he said, Zeke, I'm telling you, I play against this guy every single day. Draft him. Now, we go to, everybody goes to Portsmouth to work out. Rodman has asthma, so he couldn't really perform and play the way he needed to play. And his game was such that, in the NBA, all they want to know is, can you shoot? Can you make a layup? Can you dunk? Well, the defenders never really get looked at. So we draft Sally and Rodman. They come to our team, and we immediately jump up because we got Lambeer was the number one rebounder in the league at that time. And then we get Rodman, who knocks Lambeer down to number 2 or 3. So anytime you missed a shot, there was no such thing as a second shot against the Detroit Pistons. We got every rebound. We stopped you from scoring, and then we went down and scored.
Isaiah, I want to ask you about the longevity of Steph Curry, because I know that things were a lot different back when you played, but at the age 32, 33 when you finished and hung him up, he's 37 now, and I'm curious if you ever thought that a player would be able to sustain that the way that Curry has, the way that LeBron has, specifically Steph, and the position that he plays at his height and frame. Just what he's doing at this age. Did you ever think that that'd be possible?
Yeah, you got to remember, I played in an era where my last game was against, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's last game was against me in 89 in the NBA Finals. He was 40, and we were still double teaming him.
Right.
And then you look at Stockton, who went until 40. So, you got a big guy and you got a small guy. So, yeah, it's been done before. Now, I tell you what hasn't been done. Steph Curry, the way he shoots the basketball, and this is the scary thing for the NBA. The older you get, the better you shoot. So, it's like the old guy in the park who's 52 years old, and he can still shoot. They're saying, don't leave him open. Don't leave that old guy open because he can knock it down. Well, Steph Curry's greatest talent is shooting the basketball. And that's never going to go away. That's only going to get better with time. So he has the best skill, and he's with the right coach in the right organization, because their style of play allows him to move without the basketball, catch, shoot, and then be creative and imaginative. So you can't necessarily say, well, Steph Curry is going to catch it on the left side of the court.
Right.
Then he's going to dribble 2 times. Then he's going to take a shot. And, when he does that, he shoots 45% from there. And then Steph Curry, they're going to run a play call. That play is called 22 down. And when he catches it at the top, he's going to dribble 2 times to the left, and then he's going to shoot it from there. And by the way, he shoots 38% from there. So when Steph Curry gets it at the top of the key and on 22 down, this is what we're going to do. Well, when you're playing Golden State, you can't. There is no 22 down. There is no 47 up. They read and react, and Steph is allowed the freedom to play, which he can play like this for a very, very long time and play at a very high level.
Wow. Isaiah Thomas joining us on 95.7 The Game. I'll let you go on this one, and you've been super generous with your time. Thank you so much. The Warriors have a young player, Jonathan Kuminga. He's 22 years old. He's in his 4th year, and there's been some fits and starts. He's got a lot of talent, but he got drafted onto a team with championship pedigree and championship thoughts. So it's been a little uneven for him. Do you have any thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga and his game?
Well, he's extremely talented, as all of you have seen and all of us know. He's battled injuries. His game fits perfectly with the Warriors and who they are and what they're trying to do. You got first class talent, first class organization, first class people. So you got a chance to win. You got a chance to win.
They can win it all, you think?
I hesitate when I say this, because this is probably the first time, I think, in me being around the NBA, that literally you can look at 8-9 teams and say, if they catch fire for a 30, 40-day period, they can end up winning. They can end up being the champion. We've always asked for parity in the NBA. We've talked about it for a lot of years, but we never really achieved it. I think this year we have what the NFL has achieved in terms of parity. And, the last 40 days, who's ever playing the best basketball the last 40 days, they really do have a chance to win it. You look at the West and tell me 1 through 10, any one of those teams can get hot and be like, hey, we can't beat them. Yeah. You go to the East and you look at, their top 6, 7 teams, it's really competitive. And the standing short on any given night, you can drop from 3 all the way down to 8 if you go have a 3-game losing streak.
Hey, Isaiah, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And we'll look for you on NBA TV, and we love your stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the questions, and good luck to you. I hope you make a lot of money and they pick your show up, and one day you become like Stephen A. Smith and make like $100 million. So good luck, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Isaiah. Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, Zeke.
Oh, man. One of the greatest point guards of all time. That's
cool, dude.
That's not even a hot take. One of the greatest point guards of all time. One of the great players of all time. Thank you, Isaiah Thomas. All right, we're gonna take a break. We got the clocks all messed up, but it's not often you get a chance to talk to a Hall of Famer. So we appreciate Isaiah Thomas. Let me get my read here. I'm all discombobulated. Okay, what's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad and all that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my.
Oh, well, just...
oh, my Lord.
95.7 The Game, just joined by the Hall of Famer, Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, it was almost our last interview.
Yeah, he dropped one. He dropped an F-bomb.
An MF
An MF-bomb, actually.
That one's going to cost you.
I mean...
Good job, Ken.
If you never saw Isaiah Thomas play, he was phenomenal. He was great. He was great. There were similarities between him and Curry, for sure. Curry shot it better. Isaiah had great handles. Isaiah, probably a better finisher at the rim, but two of the all-time greats, no doubt about it. Isaiah Thomas. Look at the big boss.
Zeke.
The big boss.
Winner in college, winner in the pros, and now he's on NBA TV.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. We got the, we're up again. 42 here.
42. We still got a few minutes. Yep.
Okay. And then we'll have the crossover. Okay.
What hit you?
Okay. What hit me is the trade between, so the Pistons made a trade for Mark Aguirre, and they traded Adrian Dantley in the middle of the season. They went on to win a title. And is there a comparison between Butler coming to the Warriors and trading Wiggins? I mean, the big reason the Pistons got rid of Adrian Dantley instead of Aguirre was more of a fit. Adrian Dantley, Wiggins was loved by the Warriors. Like, his teammates liked him. Dantley, they were mixed about Adrian Dantley. And Dantley was a very ball-dominant player. Very ball-dominant. He was great. But Aguirre was a better fit. And he threw Dantley under the bus a little bit.
Yeah, he did. The trade that actually hit me when he was talking about that? Luka for AD. Because Luka was... Well, they were in Game 7 in the finals the year before Detroit was with Dantley. And they decided that the year after that he wasn't the guy that was going to help them get them over the top. The Wiggins for Butler one is that a necessity, but like, that Pistons team was good. I mean, they would have gotten to the playoffs and probably gone far regardless. Hell, they might have won the championship. I don't know. But the Luka for AD one, like, that was one where they decided that Luka wasn't the right fit and they were looking for the better fit. It hasn't worked out, but Butler for Wiggins, that one is... It's one of the more strange ones as far as, like, I don't know if he was option A for the Warriors.
I don't either.
And he's clearly been the best option of the guys that were available. I mean, I think
that's what's hit me.
I think we can all say that.
I don't think there's any doubt.
He was always the right trade.
Is there any, okay, if the Warriors had acquired Durant for the same four players, you're right. I can't imagine they'd be any better than they are now. They would have gotten better, but would they have been this good? I don't know.
Well, he was playing like he played last night.
There's also something about if Durant would have come back and then he teams up again with Draymond and Steph, it's like you have three guys who had already played together, and I could see how they would be a little bit insular in a way, because they had played 3 years together. I think the fact that Butler had no relationship with Draymond or Curry actually worked in everybody's favor, because here came Jimmy Butler, and they got to give him a shot, and Jimmy Butler gets here, and he's in a new environment, and nobody really knows each other, and everybody's kind of trying to make it work, including the young guys.
I also think part of it is just how it starts. I mean, their very first game, they came from down 20-something against the Bulls. And remember, the one thing they couldn't do this year was come from behind in a game. And so that, right off the bat, lets you know that this guy is something different. And Jimmy Butler told Young Masuk of ESPN that during that first road trip that they had together, remember, because Jimmy, he only played one home game, I think, like the first 7 or 8 games of his time here. Or 2 games, pardon me. But that first road trip when they beat the Knicks after they came home for Dallas and Charlotte, when they turned a corner, like that kind of little stuff, it feels different. And I think if Durant had come here, he's obviously a great talent, but there would have been a little, I think because of the familiarity, they would like waded into the water a little bit too slowly. You know, there would have been more of a ramp up and they would have been feeling each other out and trying to figure out how to play together again. Jimmy's the guy that just, I mean, he's like a chameleon. I mean, he could just adapt to any setting. Yeah.
I mean, he is. And if you're just joining us, last hour has been just tremendous. We had Ira Winderman on, South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's been covering the Miami Heat for 37 years. He also works as a columnist for them. He gave us just tremendous insight on Jimmy Butler, the kind of player he is, the kind of person he is. If you want to go check that out, just download the Odyssey app and use the rewind feature. And then out of nowhere, Isaiah Thomas joined us before the last break and talking about the Golden State Warriors and Jimmy Butler's influence, and he gives them a shot. He gives the Golden State Warriors a puncher's chance. How many teams do you think can win it?
In the NBA?
Yeah.
Well, a little less than Isaiah. But he's right that I think it's open. I think OKC, Denver, Los Angeles, maybe both Los Angeles teams if Kawhi is Kawhi. I think they're a little bit too young, but if Houston goes deep in the postseason, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't see it with Memphis. Minnesota, just because they were there last year in the Western Conference Finals. So it's like 7 teams. And in the East, to me, it's just
you didn't even mention the Warriors.
Oh, well, sorry. They were automatically in there. And then Cleveland, Boston. I mean, I think those are the clear two from the East because they've just separated themselves. But to Zeke's point, that's why the West is different because there's so much parity. There's no team outside of OKC on paper, but experience matters in the playoffs as well, which prohibits us from just throwing them into the finals. That makes it feel like the West is literally wide open.
Yeah, and the other thing I took away from what Isaiah said, and I was kind of treading lightly about, do you think you guys could have won it without Rodman and Sally? They were both very young players at the time, and he said there's no chance we would have won if we didn't have those two guys. And what my thought, what I started thinking is, the Warriors aren't going to be able to win a title either unless their young players have a big impact on the postseason. All right, 888-957. Don't even worry about the number because we got the crossover coming up next. Come to think of it, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The college basketball tournament is here. Stay up to date on all the tourney action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for all the tournament highlights, live updates, and to see your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament. Crossover next on 95.7 The Game, and that is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Oh, okay. I can't find it. But spring into action. Let's spring into action right now at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians, they check your oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, and all vehicle types are welcome.
Oh, hey, Steiny. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. That means it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. No, hold on. Oh, God. Hey, Isaiah Thomas has me flustered. Shut up, Ken.
What happened?
Should have just given
The
him a kiss.
crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. It's the crossover. Willard and Dibbs in the house. What's up, gentlemen?
Why does Zeke have you flustered?
Well, he almost got the station canceled.
Dropped an MF.
I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad and all that.
Yeah!
I mean,
let's go.
You
What's
dumped
wrong
it
with that?
and you move on. Like, have we
Ken,
not?
Solid job.
No, Ken was on it.
Of course.
Way to go, Ken.
And we've all had guests who have, bombed away. It's when you get that second bomb in the next answer that gets a little bit dicey. I want to say that Cendric Cornbread Maxwell is a guy who might be footloose and fancy free with the language.
That's true, but you know that before he comes on.
Right.
You get
So
two
everybody-
dumps.
yeah.
You get two dumps.
Rick Barry will throw the S-bomb in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He will.
Have any of you ever cussed on the air?
Not me.
Yeah.
That felt like
you
a
were
lie.
here.
Yeah. Yes, you
I
did,
said-
Steiny.
I said the
I don't give up.
Yeah, SH.
Yeah.
Oh.
I said it to you too. Remember?
Well, you always say that to me.
No, we've been on a roll.
Okay.
You and
It's
I.
been a couple
That's
years
true.
now, but
Yeah.
you got hot.
Yeah.
If I brought a cookie now, would you eat one?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Not from you.
Okay.
It's my
What about
favorite.
Evan, have
this
you
ought
ever-
to be good.
Any cussing on the air?
I think so. Yeah, on a Saturday show. Actually, I think I
Oh,
Oh,
let
you
one
waited
slip.
for the weekend. That's smart.
There's so many. Me and Dan will just start riffing about whatever, and
Right.
he brings up God knows what, and so
All kinds of Schmidt.
Yeah, I let one go. It was
That'll happen.
Casey Schmidt.
I swore in the most ridiculous, innocuous, and stupid way because Mark's like doing a thing and he's like, we're going to go through it in alphabetical order. And I said, oh, Schmidt. Like, I had no reason to use the S word. I was expressing nothing other than surprise.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Yeah, it just comes out. That's actually when it happens.
Yeah, that was tough.
I'm one of the few who's done it, and I meant to do it, but I didn't know it was on air.
Oh, so you use it for effect?
Well, no, I
He was yelling at a young producer.
No, I was actually
You lousy.
I was messing with the other broadcaster when we were with the Boise Hawks.
Oh,
doing minor league baseball up
Best
in
time
Idaho.
to do it.
I was messing with the other broadcaster. He was doing a pregame hit. Let's go live out to the ballpark.
Oh,
Southern Oregon Timberjacks are in town. Let's check in with Rob and Mark. And Rob was doing the hit. And while he was sitting there kind of doing whatever the hell we do pregame, I grabbed the other headset and like whispered into the microphone, Bull Schmitter.
Oh.
You're a Bull Schmitter.
Oh, no.
But what I didn't know is that the microphone was just turned up just a little bit.
Not hot, but warm.
Not hot, but it was warm.
Oh, boy.
It was
Just
warm.
enough.
Yeah.
And then I
yeah.
got sold down the river by the guy back at the studio. Instead of somebody like, warn somebody off air. Let somebody know somebody doesn't realize there's a hot mic. He literally, when it goes back to him, he goes, hey, Rob, it sounds like Mark's right next to you and does not realize that it sounds like there's some profanity coming out on the air right now.
Well, speaking of games, actually,
long fly ball by Castellano.
Yeah, that's going to be a home run.
Bill King actually got ejected for that.
Yes, he did.
And it got leaked out over the air because back, I forget what season it was, but reading about it, apparently, and this was struck from the tape, but he turned his mic off to curse out an official, which he then got ejected for. The only play-by-play broadcaster, to my knowledge, has been ejected from a game. But he didn't turn the crowd mic off. And so the crowd mic picked up every single word that he uttered that night to some official, and they had to go in and chop the tape to make sure that it never made its way into the records. So shout out to great Bill King.
Yeah, the legend.
The best.
For me growing up, it was, Warriors, A's, and Raiders and the whole thing. And, back then it was radio. You didn't get every game locally on TV. And so if you wanted to follow your team, you turned in your AM radio and you tried to move the antenna. Holy Toledo. And you got Bill King on, just about everything East Bay. And so, yeah, getting a chance to meet him a couple of times fairly late was like, it was beyond goosebumps. It was like, I can't even really speak.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like a handshake, and it's like, totally. So, Bill King, the
It's
legend.
kind of like how you sounded when you called us Thursday from Vegas.
I'm not going to disagree. I got a text from Steiny, and
So did I.
Well, I don't know what the words. No, his words were like, I think, "Wow," and I was like, "Wow, what?" And like an
Steiny's
hour
just
later, he
firing
responds.
one-word text to everybody.
He responds with, "You're calling," and I'm like, thinking to myself, my calling?
My calling?
What's
my calling? Have I found my calling?
Yeah, I mean, you wanted me to be loosey-goosey. It was a loosey-goosey era.
It was.
That's all I was.
I thought you nailed it.
I didn't swear.
I thought you nailed it.
That's for sure.
We don't even know what you said.
It doesn't matter. All I know is there were a couple of buckets that went against me, and I made sure that I was loud in the sports
You were
book.
talking to three different people at the same time. That's what it was.
Right.
You were talking to us.
Yep.
You were talking to the TVs.
And talking to myself.
And well,
for sure.
then four. Because then you were also talking to the people that seemingly you kept bumping into, which made me wonder why you were so mobile on this phone call. Like, sit down. But no, you were moving through a place that had no elbow room, apparently.
A sports book.
Yeah. And so you're having just a lot of conversations.
And the thing about me going to Vegas for March Madness is I meet people. And when you meet people, you bond with people, and you're either with them or against them. And usually I try to find the people who I'm with, and it's like you become friends for 3 days.
Did you get
and it's
any
kind of
numbers?
fun. No, but there's some social media activity with my group from Texas Tech. Texas Tech.
Yes.
I met a
That's
group.
the way to do it now, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the soft, like, I don't really want to commit to giving each other phone numbers, but I'll follow you on Instagram.
There was a
How
Twitter.
every girl denies me. Yeah, you just follow me on IG.
Here's my IG.
It's private, by the way. I will never accept that.
Might approve you next month. Anyway, go ahead.
There was like 4 or 5 of these 23-year-olds from Texas Tech, and so they were fun, and they're so young and wet behind the ears and all the rest of it. And so I tried to impart a little bit of knowledge, and they're a great group. I think it was 3 guys and 2 young ladies, and it was completely like they're looking for the OG for advice, because what I was telling them is this is our 35th year of doing it. Me and all my friends from college, and it's like their first or second year, and I was telling them it doesn't matter if you win your money line bet or not. It's like this is the thing. Like you show up every year, you see your friends that you don't see all year, and you do this. And so I was trying to impart wisdom.
Right. Not if Tennessee covers the 18.5.
Right.
Okay.
Even though he had $5,000 on Arkansas on the money line.
Oh.
Which hit.
Yes, it
which
did.
was nice.
Yes, it did.
Which is funny. So it's him and his 2 buddies, and they got $5,000 on Arkansas money line, and it looks like it's about to win. And come to find out, in the closing moments, here come their 2 lady friends showing up right at the time that Arkansas is going to cover.
That's perfect.
$5,000 on the money line.
Dinner time.
And I'm like, where did you 2 come from?
Yeah. Did all the guys sit down and act like they did not have any action going?
No,
or did they keep
because
celebrating?
Yeah, and I think everyone knew.
What was the money? What was the line?
$5,000
turned into what?
Like 175. So it turned into like
solid.
7 large, 7,500. I don't know exactly where they got it, but he and I, this young man, were talking about it, and he's like, "I'm gonna do it." I said, "Do it." Do it, bro. Do it. Do it.
And
like,
this,
you like it?
Now this
Bet
is
it.
Now you said Texas Tech, so this isn't. You have connections to Texas A&M.
I
correct?
did, yes, but he's now actually on the coaching staff of the New York Jets.
Oh,
so my old neighbor
the New
Cameron,
York Jets.
You know Cameron Davis?
Yeah.
Is this the guy that was with the Lions?
Correct.
Got it.
So,
Cameron's my center fielder in high school.
Exactly. So he and I have mutual friends. His classmate, my neighbor, he made his way all the way up to the Lions, and then last year it ended the way it ended, and then Aaron Glenn went on to leave he was defensive coordinator.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, he's the DC.
So he left DC, and he goes to the Jets, and he took with him a large number of the staff, including our friend Cameron Davis.
Yeah, I don't know what position he's going to. He was the
same
D-line coach again?
Assistant D-line coach.
Assistant D-line coach? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he went from Detroit. Now he's in New York, and
Big
he's
Apple.
like, he's.
Okay.
I mean, he's keeping it moving, and so Aaron Glenn liked him enough to where, and you know how this works, where a coach gets promoted as head coach, and he takes as many of his little stafflings as possible.
Is he still your neighbor?
No.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say, like, he's moving the family with him each time, right?
Right. And I mean, this is when he was a kid.
Right.
When I
Got
moved
it.
into
Got it.
Oakland, he was 9. And as the moving truck pulls up, this kid comes up and the moving van opens up and he's like, "Can I have your bike? Can I have the skateboard? Can I have those frogs?" And my ex-wife, Chanda, she's just giving stuff away. I mean, she's just giving things away. And all of a sudden now you've got, the full neighborhood. All these kids are like, can I have this? Can I have that? I'm like, no, that's mine. You can ask Chanda if she's going to give stuff away. And she did. Mm-hmm. And so he's now, he's got to be 30?
Yeah, he's a couple years older than me.
And you're 30, right?
Yes, I am.
So, I mean, we're going back 23, 24 years ago. And this young man's come all the way up. So...
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey,
San Francisco.
Was his name Ira Winderman?
Winderman.
Okay, Ira Winderman.
Yes. He was pretty good, wasn't he?
He was fantastic.
He was awesome.
He's great.
He was fantastic, but, and for anybody who's just joining us, this is a columnist in Miami?
He's covered the Heat for 37 years.
And so, right, he had a big personality, and I thought he very, very well-spoken with his point. No. There's just an observation.
Okay.
Very, very fun listen, first and foremost. But I think maybe... Actually, I don't know if I told Grandy this. I'd like to get a couple of the things he said to play back to everybody, because what I kept hearing was somebody who was like, I know he's fitting out there in Golden State, but this is who Jimmy is. He does this. And I'd go, I'm okay with that. Yeah, but he does this. Totally okay with that. And then he'll do this to your organization. And every time I was like, totally okay with it. So in other words, this whole idea of Jimmy will implode your organization, it sounded like that was how he feels. But every time he'd tell a story about something Jimmy did, I'd be like, that's fine. What's wrong with that? Case in point, the missed plane flight, right, that Jimmy had with the Miami Heat. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ira said earlier in the year he missed a flight. He told Spo, I have an event I need to be at, so I'm going to take my own flight, but I'll be there at shoot-around in Milwaukee on time.
Yeah.
And the Heat said, no problem. Then later in the year, now people aren't getting along, and the losses are piling up.
Right.
So Jimmy says the same thing, and the Heat are like, no, you have to fly with us. And Jimmy said, screw you. I'm doing it myself. I'm on Team Jimmy. That's the Heat changing the rules. You move the goalposts.
He also mentioned that there were games where Jimmy just simply wasn't trying. And so for every story that's on Jimmy's, I agree with you. I thought he was very fair. This is where the Heat messed up. This is where Pat Riley was wrong. Yeah. This is also where Jimmy has to take some ownership. You standing in the corner acting like a three-point shooter shooting 22% is not going to help your team, and you're doing that on purpose. That's where I can understand someone watching those games saying, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly professional.
But that's a little bit more of an opinion. I bet Jimmy would be like, right? Like you weren't trying is different than you missed the plane. One of them is a little bit easier to say as a fact.
Well, I look at it, and I don't know. I mean, Ira's, I have a lot of respect for him. So if he thinks Jimmy was up to something playing, it's like when Durant had this last year and he wasn't shooting. And people actually were like, oh, he's working on his other parts of the and everything's fine. Well, it wasn't. But
it's like when Kobe wouldn't pass.
Yeah, the thing,
anyway, go ahead.
The thing about Butler, and the more I think about it, this is where Draymond and Steph really come in. I think it's this. I'm trying to envision this. So there's a player, he's the best player in your team, but he separates himself from the team a fair amount. All right, so he's not with the team in the hotel sometimes, and he's kind of is just not as embedded as another player. So then when he comes onto the team, he's their biggest, personality. He's their best player. It all revolves around him, and maybe there was a perception that, well, he's not even invested because he's not even here, but he's got the big personality coming in when he's practicing, but then he's leaving and we don't see him on the plane. And that's where he's not the best player here.
But is that how he acted for the whole 6 years?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the perception.
It doesn't seem like it when you watch it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
because if he did, and it was fine to act that way when you're leading us to the NBA Finals, but now suddenly we're annoyed with you because we're in a negotiation. Now you need to start acting different. If that's what the Heat did, the Heat are wrong.
I think there was some disconnect between, like, Jimmy wanted to win, and he also wanted more help. But Riley's a stickler. I mean, I think there's a report out there that they were interested in Lillard when he was available going from Portland.
And he wanted to go there too.
He wanted to go to Miami. But Riley didn't want to give up any of their young players, which is obviously what Portland was looking for. And so Jimmy's saying, well, you're not giving me enough help to win. I've showed you I can get you to the promise, like to the edge of the mountaintop, but I need some help to get over it. And you're not giving me that. And now you're saying that I'm not even a max player. Well, to hell with you. Like, I'd be a max player and I'd be a championship player if you would just get me a dude, a running mate. But I'm busy dragging Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo's first 5 years, and this is the best that I can do. So I could see some disconnect between Jimmy wanting just to be, like Steph was saying, in those meaningful moments, playing meaningful basketball, the Heat not giving him the best opportunity to do so, and then blaming him for not being available and saying, well, I'm still a max player.
It's interesting when you look at the game log based on what your guest had said and what we all know about Jimmy, because I'm looking at a game against Detroit, overtime. He plays 44 and a half minutes, and he goes for 35 in a loss. The next night, he plays 7 minutes and 19 seconds and doesn't score. Then he's suspended for 5 games. Comes back for 2, mostly ineffectual, non-participatory. Then he's out for 7 games. Comes back for 3, plays okay once and not great twice, gone again, then he's traded. So clearly the breaking point for me is that game against Detroit where he plays 44 and a half minutes of 53. He goes for 35. He's a plus 11. They lose in overtime at Detroit. And then 4 days later against OKC, he plays 7 minutes. And then that's basically it for his Miami tenure.
Look, outsider view, we're not there. I through all of this, as he goes back there tonight, I have failed to see what the caught red-handed absolute no-no is that Jimmy committed. I still don't know. To this day, I mean,
he walked out of a practice.
Sure, they kicked him out of games, practices. They suspended him. Like, I'm not saying it's all Miami's fault. I'm saying 2 people weren't getting along. 2 people were fighting, and both of them acted on that. But this idea, Jimmy implodes everywhere he goes and blows the organization up. And I heard Ira say it. He imploded their season.
Hand grenade in the locker room.
Hand grenade in the locker room. I didn't hear it. I haven't heard it yet. I have not heard.
Well, it's conduct detrimental.
Well, but again, 2 to tango. And Pat Riley drives a very hard bargain when it comes to this stuff. This is a man who took cookies from LeBron James. So I think we could also argue that you have a micromanaging mega boss. And that's not great, too. So I'm not saying Jimmy's perfect. I still have not heard what this awful thing was that he did.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, son. It didn't sound like Ira was saying that he's perfect. He's just saying that it's going to work until it doesn't. And then everywhere he's gone, there's a reason why. And to me, money's been at the center of all of it. But I don't know. Iro's also he's going to be awesome because he's paid, he's bought in, and this team is competitive. So he said there's no reason to worry about Jimmy now. It's just that'll be for down the line.
Yeah.
Oh, and the way I look at Jimmy Butler and the Warriors, I don't think anything's going to happen this year. They're going to go as far as they go. But I will, when next year rolls around, I do feel now everything starts over with Jimmy Butler. Now we'll see if there's anything there. We're going to see it next year. And I don't know if there's anything there or not.
I don't think there's anything there. And I read the Slater piece again in The Athletic today and just some of the things that he was talking about with Jimmy. And, even the quote about Steve Kerr has 2 non-negotiables. 1, show up on time. 2, compete to win. And if you're Jimmy Butler and you're allowed to fly to Miami and be with your kids, and as long as you're back on time, that's okay. No questions asked. And if you're Steph Curry and you want to play 18 holes or 36, that's fine. Or if you're Kavan and Moses Moody and you want to do yoga, which apparently is jogging yoga that they do, we learned years ago, do what you need to do and be ready for practice. And so that, combined with the fact that, Jimmy Butler's quotes in that article about, Steph Curry being the nicest guy on and off the floor and Draymond being a dog, and Jimmy wants to win. Jimmy wants to be able to do what he wants to do, and he wants to get paid. For me, those 3 boxes are all checked. He got paid, and he's with a team that's won way more than he ever will. Jimmy Butler will never win 4 titles unless Steph and Draymond get 8, So, which is hilarious. But so Jimmy wants to win. They've done it. Jimmy wants his freedom. You've got it. Jimmy wants money. You got it. I don't see where this could possibly go south unless he gets through next year and it's like, I want another extension.
That's
the only one.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of everything starting over when a new relationship happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this is a weird comp maybe, but everybody made a big deal yesterday about that tweet from Tiger Woods and what, like, he's now officially in a relationship with Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Yeah, you don't know about this. It's all they
I believe his proposal started with, "Hey, it's Tiger."
Maybe it did, but he sent out pictures of them laying on by a pool together.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger. His love is in the air and all this stuff, and people.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
And she is.
I'm going to need a cabinet position,
right? And so she, like, a lot of people are coming at her because it's like, well, wait a minute, you left Donald Trump Jr. because he supposedly cheated, and now you're picking Tiger. And my thing was like, hold on, no.
Bold strategy.
Wait, brand new relationship. We start over. And if you want to say she's stupid if he ends up cheating, fine. But bottom line, you start over. Just because he did that once or a billion times doesn't mean that that's going to happen this time. Start over. Same with the Warriors and Butler.
Some would say that cheaters cheat. And if you cheat once, you're going to cheat again. And that is...
do you believe that?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, I do believe that.
It's just a characteristic that you can't shake?
I'm not saying it's genetic.
There's no growth? There's no,
there can
changing?
be growth, but I do believe that when you have exhibited that behavior, you are more likely to do it again.
I don't really, have a name in my head, but I bet there's a good number of people who make that mistake in their 20s or 30s or whatever, and then go the other way and have a wonderful monogamous relationship.
I would say it's more likely that somebody who cheats is going to cheat again as opposed to the I've learned my lesson crowd.
I'd like to hear from Steiny because your face is just doing all kinds of great stuff right now.
It is weird.
You're making an expression.
He's cheating on his diet, so he's...
Well, who doesn't?
Yeah,
I'm cheating on my diet? What do you mean?
Come on, because, we weren't going to go have one.
Yeah, and then... guys, before we go, Grandy and the staff back there, they have found the number 1 offender in cursing on the air we're coming up on 14 years here at 95.7 The Game. I've been here for almost all of them except the 1 year where I was let go back in March of 2011.
I remember that.
Yeah, actually it was 2014 and you don't. Here it is, the number 1 swearing moment in the history of the game.
It was Mahorn hit him. And I mean, he hit him hard. And I told Derek, get your ass up. I was like, get your ass up. And I said, Nate, call the same play. And the officials knew I was mad. And he tried to come in. I said, you guys didn't do nothing. And I said, call that same play. And I promise you, any of these motherfuckers touch Derek McKee, I'm going to break somebody's jaw. And so...
Xavier McDaniel on the roast.
The uncomfortable Bonte laughter is my favorite part. I mean, what do you do? What do you do when that happens?
My favorite part is the description of from Xavier McDaniel about what was going to take place. If any of you individuals touch him, I'm going to emphatically break your jaw. And I put my own words in there, but Steiny, you remember Xavier McDaniel?
Oh, sure.
Probably a little before your time.
Sure. Wichita State.
Yeah, and then Seattle. Mm-hmm. They had a team, Evan. Back in the, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
you're so astute. I have to tease because you're so young, and I'm envious.
Well, we're looking forward to that game tonight. 4:30 start, 3:30 Warriors live.
Yes,
right here with
just
Tibbs
over
and
an
Willard.
hour from now. Yes,
and
hammer the 5.5.
I mean, you know the deal, people. Keep it locked. Mm-hmm.
Bye.
On 95.7 The Game.
There you go. Correct.
Intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. We've been waiting for this day. Jimmy Butler is back in Miami.
Andrew Wiggins' revenge game.
There he comes.
Am I right? Who scores more tonight?
You know
Wiggins or Butler?
Probably Wiggins. Jimmy's going to all around the world the same song.
Now,
Jimmy's going to try to triple-double. Yeah.
Man.
He's going to try to triple-double. Wiggins been on a heater. He's 30-plus 2 games in a row.
Right. Which means he's due for a classic 4 of 11.
Do you know? And in fact, I think, let me check Underdog.
Yep.
Because Wiggins, I went lower because you're right.
It's got to be like 18 and a half for Wiggins.
Wiggins is at 28.5 PRA. Points, rebounds, assists, 28.5.
Well, he doesn't do a lot of A.
He doesn't. They beg him to do R.
He can,
but
he'd rather not.
But he don't.
Yeah.
And then when I see a number like that, I'm like, oh, Underdog knows. Because the average fan's like, wait a minute, he scored 42, and the night before that, 30? He's going to score more than 28.5 points. I don't even need to worry about the R's and the A's. Like, why is that number so low? Because you've watched Andrew play. And the Warriors are going to lock him up, and he's going to score about 14 points tonight.
It'll be a classic 14, 4, and 4.
That phrase that you just uttered is one of the funniest ones I've ever heard. Andrew Wiggins' revenge game. Is there any athlete in history that less fits the idea of a revenge game than Andrew Wiggins? Honestly, I don't even we're not going to go too deep into Wiggins today, but does anybody have any opinions at all about Andrew Wiggins ever? Have you ever seen someone spend 6 years somewhere, win a championship, and then leave, and literally no one knows what to say? They're just like, bye? Thanks?
Could there be a less vengeful athlete in sports?
I mean,
no disrespect.
But
I don't think that he's right now stewing in Miami thinking, oh, I'm gonna pay these guys back. I'm gonna show all of them, my teammates who I won a title with. I'm gonna stick it to Steve Kerr, who stood by me for 5 years.
No, like his entire vibe tonight is the Warriors will walk in the arena and he'll be like, hey, that's it.
Well, and Steve said there's going to be hugs aplenty and all of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, Wiggy.
I know.
I mean, Andrew Wiggins' revenge game in and of itself is hysterical. But let's get to buckets, okay? Let's get to Jimmy Butler. We've been waiting for this one. And it's kind of a silly conversation, the whole Jimmy says it's just any other game. Of course it's not any other game. But who does that? Who sits in front of the media and goes, yeah, I want those dogs. I'm about to show Tyler Hero a thing or two. Tyler Hero as a dog? Are you kidding me? I'm going to lock him up. He's not even going to score 2 points. Watch this, mofos. Who would do? No one does a press conference like that. I promise you that's what Jimmy's thinking. I promise you it's why Steph Curry flew halfway across the country in order to be there today. I can't promise you that Steph Curry's going to play, but I'm pretty sure Steph Curry's going to play. This is a monster thing. And I just want to come at it from this angle. You know, I've sat and I've listened because we don't know Jimmy Butler as well as the next city. A lot of cities have a lot to say about Jimmy Butler. And of all the sports villains out there, those who implode everywhere they go, those who cause problems, those who never have teammates who get along with them, those who have a short sustainability life, all of these things in sports. I've listened to what everyone has to say about Jimmy Butler, and you know what I've come up with? Nothing. I'm not here to say that I was there or that he's perfect. I can't find this awful thing that he's done. And so my stress level as far as Jimmy now and Jimmy into the future is at a zero. It's at a complete zero.
My stress level is probably the same. And I just laid it out during the crossover where the 3 things that I think that Jimmy would be most concerned about, and just based on the Anthony Slater report, which was so good in The Athletic, and don't miss Slate's tomorrow with the two Joes on the morning roast. Tomorrow he'll do his normal Friday appearance, and Jimmy, from what I'm gleaning, he wants to win more than anything else, and this team has won, and he feels like they have a good chance to win. Jimmy wants to be able to be himself and do what he needs to do to get ready to compete. And the Warriors have clearly said, yeah, Jimmy, do your thing. And he left Brooklyn and went right to Miami because he hadn't seen his blanking kids since the trade. And so he wanted to get his kids and collect them and bring them out and try to handle family business. And the Warriors are like, great. And the other thing that Jimmy clearly wants, and he hasn't spoken to it, many athletes don't, he wanted that money. He wanted that extension. And Mike Dunleavy, his former teammate, went to ownership here and said, yeah, we need to give him his money. He's paid. He has freedom. He has a competitive environment. I don't know what else Jimmy would or will want, so I'm with you, Mark.
Right, and then let's take that a step further. Everyone goes, oh, well, he wanted to get paid. And I think for a while there was like this negative vibe behind that, like it was selfish. Oh, Jimmy wanted a big old contract. Anybody want to make the argument that he doesn't deserve it? Now that you've watched him play? Would anybody like to stand up and be like, Warriors totally overpaid? If I'm Jimmy Butler, yes, that's exactly what you do. It's exactly what you do. I love it when people look at a sports relationship and they go, dude, you have got to honor the contract you signed. But you never say that to an owner. Ever. Ever. Did anyone yell at the Niners for not honoring Deebo Samuel's contract? Does anyone have anything to say about Leonard Floyd getting cut? Nobody has anything to say about that. They only get mad when the player who has a year to go and has tons of leverage, they only get mad when the player, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, comes out and says, no, you need to put a backbone in the contract that I have because I'm an athlete and I'm going to put my body on the line and I'm elite. And so you need to pay for that because that's what I'm worth and that's what others out there are willing to pay me. So you need to do that. And then when Pat Riley's like, no, and then we get mad at Jimmy for bucking. Oh, because you won't honor the contract. He blew up the locker room, said Ira Winderman. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
They went 8-9 in the games until he got traded. The games that he missed after he blew up the locker room, they played better ball than they have since he left. They went 8-9 without Jimmy in the first 17. Then he got traded, and since then, they have lost 10 of 11. Yeah. So you could say that he blew it up to where it was no longer recognizable.
Well, I think he was referring to earlier in the year. He sort of stated that he ruined the season with the way he handled the beginning. And I guess my question is just how come we never talk to the owners about this? There's a disagreement, and it's only on the player to, quote, honor the contract. But we never ask the owner to do the same. That's all. And so, will you all be mad at Fred Warner in 6 weeks if he doesn't show up to OTAs because he's like, hey, Niners, you better put a backbone in that contract? And if the Niners don't do it, are we going to scream that Fred Warner is not honoring the contract? And by the way, I guess we will. That's what I heard people do to Trent Williams last year. I don't know, man. It's just a head scratcher to me that's always the player's fault.
Little different in football than basketball.
A little bit.
Football's not guaranteed. And in basketball, Jimmy Butler has a unique opportunity to create his own future more than Trent Williams does. Trent's a little bit different because he's a veteran and he's a guy who absolutely is a needed commodity where you're not just going to cut Trent Williams in that spot, but, a player like Brandon Ayuk is a good example where he holds out for every last dollar. He plays not well. He gets hurt. And now they're talking about trading him before April 1st because they want to maybe get out from underneath his money.
Sounds like probably not, by the way. But anyway, Rossini had a report on it today. She said it doesn't sound like reality, but could be wrong.
You just never know.
You don't know.
Depends on how much Jed York wants to get out from underneath the $110 million that they still owe him. But the idea about a Jimmy Butler revenge game, I've looked into the numbers, and I'll share some of those results with you on the other side because this would now be his fourth game in a revenge spot because he was in Chicago and then he went to Minnesota. He was in Minnesota. He went to Philly. He was in Philly. He went to Miami. He was in Miami. He went to Golden State, and now he's going back to Miami. So this will be the fourth time he has a revenge game.
Wow. You get to a certain point in the league where half your games are revenge games.
It's
but are
different
you talking
when you're not
first
Ish
time?
Smith.
You're talking about the first time back?
on the road.
The first time
on the road.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about Ish Smith, who's played for 13 teams.
Have you looked at how he's performed in those games in the past?
Yeah, exactly.
You have?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I have him right here, right in front of me.
You don't have to give the numbers yet, but good or bad?
1 good and 2 bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. See, I'm expecting really good things from him tonight. I'm expecting a very, very focused and heady Jimmy Butler tonight. I'm not expecting 30 points.
Okay.
I'm expecting Jimmy and all of his great decisions and unlocking of teammates to be on full display all night long. That's kind of what I'm expecting in this one.
Okay. I mean, it's fair to expect that, and the history of Jimmy Butler would indicate that it hasn't always gone that way.
I took his underdog over for PRA is 34.5. I went higher.
Okay.
34.5. Points, rebounds, assists. Add them all together. You like?
It depends on if Steph plays. If Steph doesn't play, I like it less because the P without Steph is he's going to be 20 plus if Steph doesn't play.
And that's
if Steph does play,
that's good.
Right.
You're saying you like it less if he does or doesn't play?
I like it less if Steph plays.
Oh.
Because the points go way down to me.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
But I mean,
assists though, yeah,
should go up, and the rebounds are kind of fleeting. Like Pods gets 7 or 8 rebounds a game just because he's in there and he wants it. Kuminga jumps out of the gym and he gets 4 rebounds a game.
Grandy, what's your best guess on when we're going to hear about Steph? I know that the NBA puts another report out here in 3 minutes, but it's probably not going to be that.
I mean, this feels like one where he tests it out pregame and they see how he feels.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So anyway, we say that because I would bet that breaking news is probably going to happen here within the hour or less. So keep it locked right here. We'll take your phone calls for the next hour or so, and then we jump in to Warriors Live. The Sweet 16 is at Chase Center this Thursday. By the way, so are we. We're going to be over at Splash. Come watch some Sweet 16 games. Maybe even go to the Sweet 16 games. Get a bite or a drink with us at Splash. Former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Florida Gators take on Maryland in the first game, and then it's John Calipari and the Razorbacks against Texas Tech in Game 2. Go to chasecenter.com/events for tickets. We're also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport and your phone calls. Next, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It literally, I mean, seriously, the intensity coming from that rejoin, industry term, that's called a rejoin. Thank you, Grandy. The intensity coming from that is that's what you get with Andrew Wiggins.
Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins. These mother jumpers don't know what's coming tonight in Miami. I'm coming for you, Stefan. I'm coming for you, Draymond.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins.
It's like he's got a cold or something.
I like the way that he enunciates each and every word. Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. I once was one of you. Now I'm against you.
This might make you like Andrew Wiggins, Dibs.
Okay.
He also didn't record a Dibs, your pick stinks.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. I bet he wouldn't do it.
He also didn't record a I like your picks, but just abstained entirely.
Hi, Dibs. This is Andrew Wiggins. I know you picked Arkansas and not my beloved Kansas. Therefore, I'm coming for you also. This is Andrew Wiggins.
I can't believe he recorded what he did record. I can't believe that. Like, I thought he would just walk by Nahagian and be like, I don't speak. And that's it. And he would just leave.
You want to hear one other that he did record?
Yeah.
Bay Area, it's Andrew Wiggins. It's game day, Dub Nation. Mark Grandy is on the pre and poster night. Get locked in.
Hey! Did he do one for Evan? Did he do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Grandy deleted it. We can't seem to find
I
that
didn't,
one.
splice that one together. I mean,
oh my god,
that is really good.
That's so funny. It's the most who would you hire to do the voiceover if this was the Andrew Wiggins revenge game, not the Jimmy Butler game? Like the Jimmy Butler game, oh, it's TNT, whatever, right? In Butler and Miami.
Sure.
And they're going to get...
I was thinking maybe Chuck D from Public Enemy.
Maybe, but no, if it was Wiggins. If it was Wiggins returns to play. When Miami comes here, when Wiggins is back in the Bay, who are you hiring to do the voiceover? I'm thinking it's like whoever does all the Disney stuff or the Cheerios commercials.
Hi, this is Prime Minister Trudeau from Canada. Canada's own Andrew Wiggins is coming for you, Golden State. He's going to do it in a friendly manner, eh? He'll shake your hand. He'll be very friendly, and he's going to try to defeat you in a gentlemanly manner.
Exactly right.
Hi, this is Prime Minister Trudeau. I mean,
I love it. He's going to do it in a friendly manner is the line that got me.
Right.
Andrew Wiggins is coming back to the Bay, and he comes in peace. I mean,
Andrew Wiggins wants to defeat you. But he really doesn't want to. He's hoping for a tie.
But it's okay if he doesn't.
Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins. I'm hoping we have a draw tonight. A friendly draw. 0-0 would be nice. That way I don't have to score. This is Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, my gosh.
It's so great. It's the Wiggins revenge game.
I can't wait. I mean, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like Sorry, Giants. There's nothing like it. I mean, you want to talk about ramping up the intensity. It's Andrew Wiggins against his old team.
If I can just give you the numbers of Butler against his own team, the 2017-2018 year, he went to Chicago. He put up 38 and 7 boards, 5 dimes in a loss at Chicago, 114-113, but he had 38. The next year, he was on Philadelphia because he got traded mid-year by Minnesota. So Philadelphia at Minnesota late in the year, he had just 12 points on 4 of 17 in his return to Minnesota. They won the game, but he did have 13 rebounds. He had 12 points in a victory for Philadelphia. And then you had the game where it was Miami, and he went to, I guess, Philadelphia would have been the revenge game that year, and he didn't play very well. I'm looking for it here. Yes, here it is. 14 points on 5 of 11, 7 rebounds. They did win the game 108-104. So 2-1 in victories, 1 really good game, 2 kind of okay games.
Again, I'm not an expert on some of the other departures. This does feel a little different. This feels like a bigger deal. He wasn't in Philly for that long. Right. And the departures at some of the other places, some are a little bit more contentious than others. This one feels like there was a long, drawn-out, hey, bleep you, no bleep you.
Yeah.
Right? This is Butler v. Riley, and it became a very, very big thing. And also, the team he joins, very high-profile team, lots of winning, not only before he arrived, but also since he's arrived. And so this one feels maybe more ratcheted up than those other ones you just referenced.
Fair. Definitely fair. I do think that the Minnesota departure was as acrimonious as it gets. The Philly one, he was only there for a little bit. And one thing I learned from the Slater piece is Jimmy Butler was quoted as saying, I couldn't talk to these guys. And I looked at that roster on Philly that year. Joel Embiid in his second year. Markelle Fultz was on that team.
Oh, man.
And just a whole bunch of maybe enigmatic players. And so Jimmy comes into Philadelphia trying to, get things rolling. And Embiid, I think, will go down as one of the most curious players for me.
It's just a weird experience, isn't it? It's just a weird experience.
He's so supremely talented, but he's so oft injured, and he doesn't really have that dog in him. And he seems to come up small in big moments, but he is so unbelievably good.
But it also feels like there are moments at press conferences where, like, when the rubber really meets the road, he'll sell that teammate out.
Yep.
And sometimes I'm not exactly sure what Joel means when he speaks, but it feels like that has happened sometimes, whether it's Harden, whether it's Butler. I guess this is the other piece to it. Those other places that you mentioned, Butler didn't achieve nearly as much there as he did in Miami.
That's fair.
And so he was probably more, I think in Chicago he was definitely beloved because that's where he started, but very beloved in Miami. Like, he had a real footprint on a team in the NBA at a spot that was his. And so when you're that guy for an extended period of time, the love affair that the fan base has with you is intense. And then when it falls apart, then everyone has to pick sides and it gets very, very difficult. And so I don't know that has been mimicked, certainly not in Philadelphia, even in Minnesota.
Not in Minnesota.
It all just fell apart too quickly, and they didn't achieve anything.
And in Chicago, it was a young team. He was a young player,
right.
And it was kind of Derrick Rose's team early on, and he did go to the playoffs 4 of his first 5 years, and then bounced around to Philly and Minnesota, and then Miami. I'm just looking, 64 playoff games in 4 seasons. 64.
Damn.
That means...
That's a lot.
I mean, the first year you go to the finals, and then one series and out, and then you played 17 games and then 22 games.
Yeah, you're looking at north of, quick math, how many? You said 64
in 4 years.
Seasons? That's over 15 a year.
That's exactly 16 a year.
Yeah.
And that tells me that you're winning, like, you won 3 series, you didn't win a series, you won 2 series, you won 3 series.
Yeah.
That's a lot of series wins.
You're getting to the playoffs and maneuvering.
And going deep as an 8 seed.
Yeah.
And out of the play-in. And so, definitely the level of being beloved. That's why tonight I'm fascinated to see the 3-tiered reaction, the fans, his opposing players, and we won't see like the front office, or maybe we'll see Coach Spo post-game. Do they dap it up?
I don't
his
know.
Former coach and Jimmy. I'm interested to see all of that. I doubt Pat Riley will come out of wherever he watches the game and let's bring it in. That I doubt.
I
wonder
doubt,
the fans, though. If you're a fan, can you really boo Jimmy Butler?
You can.
You're allowed to.
Yeah.
I get it.
They've got alcohol there.
Right.
I mean, that's where it comes, right? Go get liquored up and boo. Like, that's what
Sure.
I
But
promise.
remember Oklahoma City and Kevin Durant?
Well, that was
and all
different.
the cupcake shirts and all the rest of it?
That was different because I don't think that had anything to do with money, right? Oklahoma City was absolutely willing to pay Kevin Durant. And I also think that was one of those where Thunder fans never really bought the idea that Kevin was going to leave. And then it felt like he just did it in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Like there's different kinds of transactions. Like take the Luka trade from Dallas a few weeks ago. Saturday night, like everybody just did what they did with their day, or they're out, or they're at bars, or they're at restaurants, or whatever. And people's phones start going crazy, and they're like, this is fake. And then next thing you know, it's like, wait, it's not fake. This just happened with no buildup. And on a Saturday night, late. I mean, if you're on the East Coast, it was late. So when these things happen in the cover of darkness, I think they hit a little bit harder. So Oklahoma City fans were really, really emotionally broken by what took place. I don't know that a Miami fan was emotionally broken here. You might have been taken on a ride for a few months that bothered you, and you may have taken sides, But good Lord, it's not like nobody saw the Jimmy Butler trade coming. Everybody saw it coming.
Of course.
For a year.
Right. And I don't think Luka's been back to Dallas yet, has he? In a return game?
They played the Mavs. The Lakers played the Mavs.
In LA.
It was in LA, though. It was in LA.
And again, if you're a Dallas fan, I don't know how you can feel enraged toward Luka because Luka got dealt.
No. Yeah, you're mad at the GM.
And the whole thing about KD that I had forgotten is that Russell Westbrook was the one who called him a cupcake, which is why all the OKC fans embraced the idea of KD and the cupcake. And so that was fueled by another player. I don't think that Miami players have come out and, railed against Jimmy Butler for doing what he did.
No, they've at least publicly had his back. I'm sure they've all got their feelings.
No doubt.
And some of them actually probably have their feelings in the other direction. I mean, they are players. They're players. So why would they not? Like every player I've ever known, when another player is like trying to get his, you know how they react to that. They're like, that's his business. And we support him getting his, because if he gets his, then we get ours. That's how most players look at it. I guarantee you some of those Heat players are probably not keen on how Pat Riley handled Jimmy Butler. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I haven't talked to any of them.
Yeah.
But that'd be my guess.
Well, and the Heat culture is a thing, I'm told. And so Jimmy Butler comes to Warrior culture, which, as we heard from Steve Kerr yesterday, the culture is Steph Curry.
Yep.
And Steph Curry, as Jimmy said in the piece by Anthony Slater in The Athletic, Steph Curry is about the nicest human being he's ever met. He's a ferocious competitor, but the Warrior culture is do what you need to do, be here on time, and fight like heck to win. And if that's the culture and you're Jimmy Butler at 35, you're probably loving that.
Let's go out to the phones. 888-957-957. It's Willard and Dibbs. This is the day we've been waiting for. Jimmy Buckets is back in Miami. The game is right here in less than 2 hours, of course. Warriors Live is starting in 45 minutes. We're going to take you all the way up to the Andrew Wiggins revenge game that is about to unfold tonight on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Leo on 880. Hi, Leo. Thank you for the call.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I don't know if you remember when Jimmy Butler was in the bubble in his hotel room, the people below him called hotel security because a guy was bouncing a basketball for 4 hours over their head. And hotel security came and found this guy drenched in sweat, but he's an intense guy. So I think I think we all kind of agree, like one of the things that he wins on is his intensity. So things like not being on a team bus and not being on an airplane, he just may need that to fulfill his potential. Like that gives him his edge. There was a great Madden quote, and when Madden said, look, I don't care if a guy comes down to lunch in a jockstrap and nothing else. I don't want him to jump off sides in the game. Yeah. It's what he does in the game. And I think Pat Riley and the Heat just probably couldn't understand that. But I think the Warriors are going to be the perfect place to understand it. He's driven like I hate to use that word, his superpower or whatever, but it's probably his intensity. And if he has people around him he has to do what he has to do.
Leo, I think it's a great topic that you're bringing up here. Thank you very much for the call. This is where I think the Butler thing gets really interesting. And there is a generational quality to this argument. Pat Riley is 80 years old. So I'm not here to say that Pat Riley's doing anything wrong. I do think Pat Riley does things the way they used to be done. And they're largely not done that way anymore. It doesn't make them wrong. This is the most relatable thing on earth. We all experience this. If you have kids or if your parents are still with us or whatever the case may be, generations have a hard time understanding the next generation and how they do things. And I think the Warriors and the Heat are really great examples of this because the Warriors have stepped into their own Bay Area culture. They've rebranded themselves through this Steph Curry generation. They have their own arena, their new place, and they have their way of doing things. And it is a much more modern way of doing things, which is, here's what matters to us, and if you execute those things, then outside of that, you can do whatever the hell you want. Meantime, Pat Riley is over here going, you're going to do every single damn thing I say. And only because he's the great Pat Riley does that sometimes work. I'd argue that the way Pat Riley tries to do it, if you try to do that in 2025 with young people, it largely doesn't work anymore. It just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't make it wrong. It's just evolution. And so that's why I do think that that Butler is vibing right now, but I also believe that this may last.
Well, you can do it, I think, with 23 and 24-year-olds more than you can with a 35-year-old. And, Jimmy Butler's been around. He's been doing it, and now he's got a family, and he's got all these things, and he's got a resume and gravitas. And so when you have that same sort of old school, my way or the highway mentality, yeah, an older player, a more veteran guy, probably will push back, especially when you're Jimmy Butler, a guy who is headstrong and unique in all the descriptions we've had of Jimmy Butler. And, Pat Riley's book, The Winner Within, is older than almost every person on the Warriors roster. His book, let alone his run with the Lakers, which is, it's older than even Steph and Draymond and those guys. That happened 40 years ago. So Pat Riley's done it one way. And I will tip the cap for Greg Popovich. I don't know him personally, but it feels like he has adapted a little bit with the times and with younger players and kind of the new way, because he's also from the old school.
Well, who's popping into my mind is Belichick. Like, I can't wait to see how this plays out.
At North Carolina,
You're going to college, and he's out here, doing yoga poses on the beach with his 20-something-year-old girlfriend or whatever. And these are all things. He's become a media star. These are all things that most sports fans 5 years ago would have been like, what?
Right.
If I had laid this out for you 5 years ago, Belichick's going to be a daily star on media. He's going to coach in college. He's going to have a young girlfriend, and they're going to be on the beach doing poses and selfies together. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? But whether that's we never really knew Bill, or it's the evolution of Bill, or maybe some of both, which is probably true.
It's both.
Yeah, that is. I do think that's a compliment. That's a compliment when you can do that, because if you can't do that, I think it's pretty hard to run organizations to do them one way, and to do that for however long Pat Riley's been doing it, like 40 years now. It's pretty tough. And like you brought up, how will Eric Spoelstra interact with Jimmy Butler? There are times where I look at this whole thing and I'm like, Spo is just a pawn here. He's a character in all this. He's the coach. I think he wants his best player out there, and he probably doesn't hate him, but he's very much always had to do things that Pat Riley wants him to do. And that's just a vibe from me. I got the sense that that's what Spo was doing throughout this entire process. I don't think he hated Jimmy, but he had to execute the organizational directive, if you will.
Sure, and I wonder how much of it he also believes. He's been doing it for so long that there's got to be a lot of what he does that is tied into how Pat Riley's been running things. Because if you're that unhappy as Eric Spoelstra, you could get another job in the NBA or in college pretty easily. And I think about what you're saying, new school, old school, in terms of the NIL now in college, where because athletes can go out and make their own money, and athletes can enter the portal and leave you if you are doing things that maybe are a little bit too old school and a little bit too strict. If you're a good athlete, you can just up and leave now, and it's great for the athletes, and it also defangs the coaches a little bit.
Yeah, you were saying that you kind of buy in, and I've heard this from a few places, that idea, that NIL thing, has probably killed the mid-major tournament run. I don't know if I buy that yet. I know that kind of became a thing this year.
Right.
We'll see if that plays out over time. But I don't know, man.
I think it just makes it harder. And you look at Florida Atlantic 2 years ago, which no one had ever heard of, and they made it to the Final Four, and 4 of their 5 starters left, and those 4 starters who left are all in the Sweet 16 on other schools. So you can do a one-off run, and this year there was Drake that I liked, and McNeese, and forget Liberty. I should never utter that school again. They got absolutely pounded by Oregon, but even your plucky little Cinderella efforts, you can win 1 game, you might win 2, and if you win 3, well, good for you, but if you do win 3 and those players get high profile, they're probably going to leave for that big money elsewhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, even the upsets that happened. I mean, are you telling me that our Cinderella is named Arkansas and coached by John Calipari?
Right.
That doesn't sound like a... That doesn't sound like Cinderella to me.
No, and it's a team that's been deep in the tourney the last few years.
Yeah, and won a national championship within the last, 25 years ago?
Maybe a little bit more than that. I mean, we're going back to Corliss Williamson, right?
Yeah. Oh, Nolan Richardson?
Yeah. 40 minutes of hell.
40 minutes of hell.
Boy.
What year was that?
I'm going to say 95.
Was that in the 90s?
Yeah. Actually, I have it right in front of me because I was thinking about something we could do Thursday that would be fun because we're going to be at Chase.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be fun if we could get a basketball alum from the 4 schools who are going to be participating in Chase and either do like dual head-to-head interviews or do like something
Do you mean
fun.
like fans or players?
Players. Like, for example, Maryland is taking on Arkansas.
Okay.
So
you want to get Joe Smith to scream at somebody?
David Lee.
Okay.
Joe Smith. It's Florida that they're taking on.
Lucas, will you book that? Oh, okay.
I was going to send a text.
Get a little Joakim Noah.
Yeah, well, I thought Joe Smith because he's a former Warrior and David Lee, former Warrior.
Okay.
It's Maryland, Florida, so I thought that would be fun, and I just actually was looking for Arkansas alum. I think Moses Moody might be busy.
I hope so.
Although they don't play.
They don't play that night.
We could get, Moses would be fun to have
Travel
on.
day. Got to leave Miami and go to New Orleans.
Yeah, good point. NCAA champion 1994 for Corliss Williamson. 31 years ago.
That made me feel old.
But I thought that'd be fun if we could do
if you could figure it out, if you could find these people, make it a little pet project for
Arkansas against Texas Tech, like Corliss Williamson and...
Go ahead, name Texas Tech.
I have to Google it, Mark.
Exactly.
Okay? God.
What about this? Speaking of having some fun, what about this? And by the way, the college basketball tournament is in full swing. Stay up to date on all the tournament action with our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. Be sure to tune into KPIX Game Day Center Court after the games, 9 p.m. for highlights and to see some of us, the 957 The Game hosts, sharing thoughts on the tournament. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Okay, what about this? I was thinking about this. What's about to happen to Jimmy Butler tonight? I don't really know what Miami fans' reaction will be. Someone just hit us up and said, didn't you see that the kids out there in Miami were chasing Jimmy to his car after practice the other day? Right, but that's kids. That's kids. Kids aren't showing up to boo Jimmy Butler. They're showing up, they want to get a picture and see if they can get that thing on IG as quick as possible. But I imagine that some Miami fans are going to show up and boo Jimmy Butler tonight. And you brought this up to me. The Bay Area, we're not big on booing. We're not big on booing. But let's go down Fantasyland Road for a second, and we will take your phone calls at 888-957-9570. What former Bay Area athlete, you can go to any generation you want, former Bay Area athlete, that if he showed up back here tonight, you'd buy a ticket to go boo him. Or her. Seems unlikely, but...
Yeah.
Who do you want to boo that used to play here? Is there anyone that comes to mind? I will tell you that when this idea came to my mind, it was a very, very clear answer.
Okay.
And it is in the moment.
Oh.
And it is going to happen in calendar year 2025.
Not by you.
I'm going to be there.
You're not going to boo this person.
I'm going to be there.
You're not a booer.
Boo!
You're not a booer.
I'm coming after him.
I can't wait to see it.
I've had it up to here with him.
Oh.
But we'll take some calls on this. If they were coming back to the Bay tonight,
who you boo?
Would you boo them? Who is it? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that right now. It's Willard and Dibs.
back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to go to the phones in just a second. Warriors Live is just 30 minutes away. Warriors in Miami. Butler return. Tip-off 4:30, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff, but I don't think this is very good stuff. We got some breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Steph Curry's not playing tonight.
What?
Steph Curry is not playing tonight in Miami. Went through his workout with the team yesterday, as we know, and afterwards reported that he did not quite feel ready to rock. So with a couple more off days on tap after this one tonight, instead, the Warriors will look, with fingers crossed, to the game in New Orleans on Friday night. Steph Curry will not play in Jimmy Butler's return to Miami.
The pelvic bruise not quite fully healed, and they do have, 2 more off days before you get ready for the next game, which will be Friday. So, yeah, it comes down to Dr. Rick Celebrini, and he went through a big workout yesterday and a shoot-around today, and you get through it, and he's not ready to go. So, yeah, it's an easy decision to make.
It's an easy call to make, but I know what you mean, and right. You're not wrong. But I guarantee you that this was probably made with a little bit of a grimace from Steph Curry. We know that Steve Kerr said, look, he flew out there on Monday to Miami purposefully, worked out yesterday, and really, quote, wanted to be there for Jimmy for this big game. And so I'm sure Steph put everything he had into being ready. But, yeah, you gotta make the good decision. And that brings up the nerves a little bit in the standings as well. This is I really believe, this gets lost in all of the Jimmy return stuff. This is a huge game. This is a huge week for the Warriors. The Timberwolves cooperated last night. They lost. The Lakers lost last night. The Grizzlies have tough action tonight. The Clippers lost that game on Sunday. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. And the Warriors have a little opportunity for some breathing room, just a slight window of breathing room if they win this game tonight. So this is a monster, and they got to do it without their top guy.
And they have benefited by the fact that everyone around them, and I'm going to borrow from the TJ Hushmanzada, pause, because all above and below them, it's been loss.
It has.
Like the only win streaks right now, OKC, 6 in a row. The Phoenix Suns, left for dead, 4 in a row.
Yep.
Houston, Denver, LA, Memphis, Golden State, Clippers, Minnesota, and Sacramento, all coming off a loss or multiple losses. So, yeah, the Warriors not benefiting by the fact that they're coming off a loss, but all around them, no one else is really cooking except for Phoenix.
No, I mean, your scoreboard watching tonight is the Grizzlies are in Utah. That's probably a win.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The Grizzlies are weird, and then the Rockets are home to Atlanta. It feels like a night where those who are involved in this whole chase are big favorites, bigger than the Warriors are. And that number, by the way, was at 5.5
with the Warriors.
Yeah, we're efforting finding what it's gone to next. Where I go, it's off the board. Lucas says on FanDuel it went down 2 points to 3.5. But anyway, here we go. This one just got, I guess, through one lens, a lot more interesting,
right?
Or maybe a lot tougher. But it's one that the Warriors need.
They need them all. I mean, they don't need all of the 11, but you need to win a good majority of them. And you're sitting here at 41-30, and we talked about 48. Would 48 wins be enough? Well, it might be. 49 feels really secure. 50, I think you're in as a top 6. 50 wins would mean you wind up going 9-2 the rest of the way.
Yeah,
that seems a little spicy.
That's asking a lot.
7-4 get you to 48 wins. I think that's probably more likely. But again, you look at the ones that you should win. Tonight is not a should win anymore. On the road, if you're only favored by 3.5 or whatever it winds up as, that's not a should win.
Maybe not a should, but it's stronger than a could. Well,
there's no.
It's not a coin flip. If you're not going to use the word should, what would you use? Because they're the better team. They're favored.
You're on the road, right?
They're supposed to.
I guess, in that you're favored, but the favorites aren't 82-0. Just because you're favored doesn't mean you win.
No, it's not a runaway, but you're the better basketball team. They've won, one time in the last 3 or 4 weeks of playing basketball.
They've won 1 in a row.
You're the better team. You're not desperate, but I think anytime a prideful team comes off of what they feel was an embarrassing loss, you get a better effort. You get a more focused effort. Then add in the Jimmy Butler part of all of this. You're going to get...
Add in the rest as well.
Yeah, you're going to... Exactly. You should get a pretty focused group tonight. Yeah. And, minus Steph Curry. But it's, I look at that game like we talked about when they were dogs against Milwaukee last week and Steph didn't play. I'm like, they have plenty to go win a basketball game. They just have to play the right way.
Well, think about your Wednesday morning feeling or Wednesday afternoon when we get on the air. If we get on the air tomorrow and they will have lost, you're going to feel disappointed. If they would have won tonight, you're going to feel, good win without Steph Curry.
Solid win.
So that's a good way to look at it. Instead of using should, could, might, or would, or the rest of it, how will you feel tomorrow at 148 in the crossover if they are now 0-2 on the trip versus... they beat Miami without Steph Curry.
Anybody wants to react to Steph Curry being out tonight for the game in Miami, you can do that at 888-957-9570. We're also having some fun with the idea as Jimmy Butler goes to get booed tonight in Miami. Who could come back to the Bay? Anybody who played here before could come back to the Bay who would get you to buy a ticket and go boo tonight. I've got a good one. The text line sent in maybe an even better one. We'll unveil those in a moment, but let's start with Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, Marky Mark? And my personal radio goat, Dan Dibbers Dibley. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
You having a good day?
Pretty good.
Great day.
Really good day. Really good day.
All right, excellent. It's beautiful out, isn't it? The rain's finally gone. It's warming up.
It'll be back tomorrow.
I want to. I don't want to spoil. I feel like I know who maybe you're gonna say. But I'll leave that for you. I want to throw a couple of names out there for you, if that's all right. So one guy, he's not on a team yet, and he may never be on a team again. But if our fan base ever comes in contact with Devondre Campbell again,
there you go.
I mean, that's going to be louder than when we score a touchdown.
Chris, that's the one. That's the one that I saw one of our listeners text in. 707 texted it in. So thank you for that. I want to give them credit too. I hadn't thought of that one, and that's a great one. But you're right. He might be done playing.
Yeah, no, and great minds think alike. So I wasn't the one that texted in, but he popped in my brain. And then there's one other wide receiver I'll let you guys talk about. And then I got 2 Giants for you. A.J. Przynski, the penultimate D-bag. And then you got Jeff Kent, greatest hitting second baseman I ever saw. But, I mean, that guy just went around with a chapped ass and, fighting teammates. He went to Houston when they were still in the National League. And then he's a Southern California boy at heart. And I hated him when he was on the Dodgers to end his career. So those are my 3 guys for you. Love you, gentlemen. Let's have a wonderful rest of the show.
Yeah.
No Warriors tonight.
Hey, Chris, before you leave, what's your prediction? Who am I about to say?
I want to say 19 problems, Deebo Samuel.
Okay, all right.
Interesting.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much for the call.
I actually was thinking about Deebo earlier today.
A lot of people hit us with Deebo.
Well, and
I would not
That's
boo.
a hard one for me.
I would not boo Deebo Samuel.
I wouldn't either, but I was
all.
thinking about it in terms of Niner fans, and I could see where some fans would feel a little unhappy with the way it all ended. And, I wouldn't boo him. I don't think that it rises to the A.J. Przynski level.
Not at all.
And the guy that you're going to throw out here in moments, I don't think it rises to that level.
Deebo, first of all, I get it. Anytime somebody requests a trade, it's hard for fans. But again, I'm trying to do my best here to let people know this was not like other trade requests. I really think that this was a mutual type of a conversation of like, hey, Deebo, we need you to take a lot less money. Deebo's like, I'd really prefer not to do that. And they went, okay, why don't you go find a new home and we'll be a part of that. Like, that's the vibe that whole thing felt like to me. And all Deebo has done since that moment is compliment Kyle Shanahan and the organization and 49er fans. He did it again at his Commanders press conference last week. He has been very classy. He has said nothing but nice. That man put his body out there in absolutely unconscionable ways constantly for 49er football. I have nothing bad to say about Deebo Samuel.
Agreed. I do think that the way last year went was a little unfortunate for him.
Sure.
Through his podcast and media appearances. And, he talking about how he needs the ball and then he gets it thrown to him and he drops it. And, there were a lot of things about his year that were a little unsavory for fans. But I agree with you about the way he left and the way the coaching staff talked about him when he left. I don't think that it rises to that same level for me. Anyway, now the Devondre Campbell one, that's an easy one. I had totally forgotten about that. I don't think that he will play football again, so that kind of makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, absolutely, he'd be boo-worthy.
All right, you ready?
I've been waiting.
Dude, get me a ticket to Blake Snell's first start at Oracle Park. Get me a ticket. Blake Snell. Get me a ticket to Blake Snell when the Dodgers are here at Oracle Park. And you will see me do something that I don't normally do. I won't do it from the press box. Get me a ticket so that I can boo Blake Snell. I thought that experience was just an absolute fork in the ear when you really look back on it. And I say that knowing that Blake actually, when he pitched at an unbelievable level. He threw a no-hitter.
Yeah, one of only 18 in franchise history.
He threw a no-hitter. But the bottom line is layered. And here it is. First of all, he is a Los Angeles Dodger now, which already qualifies him. You're automatically qualified for boos if you put that uniform on. All right, that's number one. But number two, if we look back at the year from signing very late to then answering the question of why'd you choose the Bay Area and saying, it doesn't really matter where I play. I don't give a rip. Okay? Which is kind of like, And then slow playing your return from multiple injuries. You've pointed to him tapping out at the end of the year and not taking the mound. And then let's go further to things that, let's just say I've heard from those close to the organization that Blake Snell, every time it was his turn to pitch, he made it about Blake Snell. He did not make it about winning the baseball game. He tapped out of games before the team wanted him to at times. Just a very, very odd experience. And looking back at other parts of his career, remember that video game live stream thing he did during COVID when he started talking about money and I'm not showing up for this, that, or the other? Like, I just think Blake's not a bad guy. He's just a me guy. Blake is about Blake, and his experience with the Giants was not a good one. Now he has chosen to be a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I have absolutely no guilt whatsoever in unleashing on him when he returns.
I would love to see you boo him because you're not a boo guy. And I don't know if there's anyone that you have ever booed or who you've booed in a long time.
Oh, sure.
You're 50. Like when you were younger, maybe I could see you getting a little bit of the red behind and getting after somebody.
You want to know the biggest moment I ever booed in my entire sports fandom life?
Candy Maldonado?
No, it was not Candy Maldonado. I have a policy. I refuse to boo people who are still wearing the uniform for which we root. I won't do it. That's a no from me, dog.
That's fair.
I will not.
You won't boo your own guys.
I'm not booing. No. Even if I don't.
Will you boo an owner?
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine.
Did you boo Joe Lacob in that night when
I was not
Chris
there that
Mullen
night. No.
retirement? Okay.
No.
I wasn't there either.
No, I did not do that.
I was at home.
No, the biggest boo that I ever uncorked was when, and I apologize for fans of a certain age who won't remember this, but the Giants had a center fielder for a number of years. He was a really good leadoff hitter. His name was Brett Butler.
Brett Butler, yeah.
Brett Butler.
Former Dodger.
And, well, there you go. So Brett was a Giant for a long time and a pretty successful one.
Go Dodgers.
And then became a free agent. And he signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers the next year. That in and of itself is not the worst thing that's ever happened in life. But the way he handled opening day the following year ticked me off. Brett, as you know, on opening day, they announced the whole starting lineup and they come out to the baselines and they all line up and everybody does, like, all the pomp and circumstance. Well, Brett Butler gets to the point where they're doing the actual lineup for that day and he's the leadoff hitter. So when he gets announced, he heads out, and who's waiting right next to him? That bleepity, bleepity, bleep, Tommy Lasorda.
Oh, you love him.
My least favorite human on the planet.
That's a stretch.
Well, he's not on the planet anymore. But anyway, Brett goes out there, and instead of just doing what the players do, just give the manager a little dap up, a little handshake, turn around and get in line. He does this Bronx cheer, sarcastic, over-the-top, big bear hug, and kind of like waves at the fans in this sort of like, I'm a Dodger now kind of a way. I lost my voice.
Oh, no.
I couldn't boo loud enough. That was the biggest boo moment that I have ever had.
Man.
Yeah.
That's an old school boo moment. We're going back to the...
Yeah, what year was that?
Well, he played from 81 to 97, so I'd imagine this was probably 95. Oh, no, 91.
When he started with the Dodgers?
91.
91, all right.
He was only a Giant for 3 years.
I was 16 years old.
Yeah, World Series Giants team.
Probably first
89.
game. First game I ever drove myself to.
91.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, you were probably 18.
16.
Oh, you were born in 75. That's right. Yeah, because you're 50 now.
Yeah.
Man.
Turned 16 in January and then bought a ticket to opening day and went down there and mothered you-know-what Butler.
Yep.
That was the plan. Yeah.
And you let him have it. I don't know if he's ever been the same. Still with us, by the way. 67.
Is he really?
Yeah. Time flies.
It sure does.
Yeah.
It sure does. Anyway, but you're right. Yeah, normally I'm not into it.
No.
But this year, with kind of the vibe that the Dodgers have created, I'm not going to boo Conforto, whatever. But like Blake Snell, I'm a boo Blake Snell.
A little bit different.
Yeah.
Blake Snell made 20 starts as a Giant, one of which was a no-hitter, 5-3 in his 1 year with the Giants. And I wonder about tonight and Jimmy Butler. Will the Heat fans boo Jimmy Butler? And I was struck today, Mark, and I want to ask you this about what Jimmy said when he said, yeah, everything's 50-50, although this one might have been 51% my fault, 49% the Heat's fault. I wonder about Klay Thompson and his departure from the Warriors, because the way it's been portrayed, and I will include us and fans and many people around the organization, it feels like fans think that Klay Thompson's departure was probably 85% Klay, grumpy, shot hunting, I want more money, I want out of here, and 15% the Warriors organization. And so I was thinking about that today on my drive in. I wonder where fans honestly would place that, because it feels to me like Klay's getting more of a bad rap for the way it all ended.
Well, that's interesting, though, because he already had his return game. And his return game was marked by, you and I, people don't know this because it's radio, not just the captain hats. We still to this day, and for those of you faithful 95.7 The Game listeners who came out and did this and signed that picture of Klay Thompson in the captain's hat at the parade, that thing is still in here. That thing is posted up right here in the corner of our studio, and we look at it every day. There are only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. There are 7 different human heads that are posted here in this studio. Okay? It is the 6 hosts of this station, except for actually one of them doesn't work here anymore, and we haven't put the new one up yet.
No.
Let's get on that. But anyway, he still kind of works here sometimes. But Spadoni is not here. Okay? And it's Klay. That's it. That's who's in this studio. There's not one person that even thought about booing when Klay Thompson came back to Chase Center.
Right. I guess that's not my full question. My question is more about where do fans place the blame for Klay leaving? Because it feels like the narrative is Klay was unhappy, Klay wanted a lot of money, the team wanted to keep him, but ultimately Klay wanted to go out and do his own thing.
We listen to reports. We don't know how true they are, but the report is that what we all feel was a very fair, as it turns out history would probably suggest too fair, of an offer was given to Klay Thompson at the beginning of the year, and he didn't want it. And he turned it down, and then went out to prove that he's not worth $24 million a year anymore, signed for $17 million a year, and doesn't really look like he's worth that either. Not that he's like a bad player or anything, but Klay is not a 2 anymore. Klay's not even a 3 anymore. Clay is a good, 12 to 16 points, can knock down a three, plus kind of a 3 and sometimes D guy. And that's where he is. That doesn't
circumstances have changed who he is.
Right. That doesn't mean that's how we feel about the guy because he's such a champ for his years here. But I think that the way you're stating it, I think that Warrior fans look at it that way because it's sort of been proven that he wasn't worth more than what the Warriors were trying to offer. So the Warriors were right to handle it the way they did. I think that's how most fans feel.
Yeah, I just was wondering because, Jimmy Butler's saying it's 51% him and 49% the Heat. I was just thinking about other Bay Area departures, and you're right. Klay Thompson was never and will never be booed in this arena no matter what. Even if Klay Thompson was to wind up as a Laker, I still don't think that he would get booed.
No, but that would be hard.
It would be very hard.
I don't like that idea at all.
Well, and at least there was a stop before that if it goes that way.
I guess.
When I think about Brian Wilson, was he ever booed? And as much as he is a brash personality and he became a Dodger right away.
Sergio Romo.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, it happens. You still have to kind of I think you have to be kind of at the height of your game. Like Shaq went and played for Boston. Do you know what I mean?
Phoenix.
Boston.
Right.
How did the Laker fan feel when Shaq is suddenly playing for Boston? But he was a shadow of himself.
And he was already a Magic before he was a Laker.
Correct.
And a Heat. Or was he a Heat after?
He was a Heat after. Yeah.
Before Boston?
The Lakers, the Heat was next. Boston was like with Phoenix and Cleveland where it was like, felt like you were there for 7 minutes at the very, very tail end of his career. But anyway. All right, Jimmy Butler's back in Miami. Steph is not playing tonight. We're going to dive fully into Warriors Live and get to everything that is on tap for us here coming up next as we get started. I want to remind you of a couple things. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're thrilled to have Laughing Monk along with us here for our ride at 95.7 The Game. Laughing Monk, great place to go watch games. Great food, great drink. You can go check it out tonight. We're also sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome. Warriors Live is next on Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Okay, let's go. Did you even realize? Well, this is the night that we've been waiting for. Will the Butler do it? Jimmy Butler is back in familiar territory as the Warriors visit the Miami Heat. The Warriors coming in at 41-30. The Heat at 30-41. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house. With Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. We're counting down to a very big game. Unfortunately for the Warriors, the headline suddenly as we arrive at game time is not about Jimmy Butler. It's about his running mate, Steph Curry, who will not play in this game.
Yeah, still dealing with that bruised pelvis. It might be the tailbone, might be the back. Nothing really concrete about exactly where the injury is, but he had back issues before, and the fall was pretty severe, so I'm not totally stunned that he's not playing, but from yesterday and a workout, and then the media gets kicked out, and he works out even harder. And then today, there was no word of him being out until about an hour or so ago. I just kind of thought like you did, Mark, which is he wants to be there for Jimmy tonight. He wants to be on the floor. He loves these big games, and this is a big game, but they're going to have to go and do it without Steph.
No, this absolutely reeks of like the injury actually is still hurting him a little bit. This is a national TV game. There's obviously no load management. Steph Curry has played relatively little basketball over the last week. He missed Saturday's game. He missed last Tuesday against Milwaukee, and of course only played a portion of the game on Thursday night against Toronto before getting knocked out in the second half because of injury. So I think he's rested and ready to go, but this is obviously still bothering him. The vibe, based on the reports we heard, suggests that the Warriors do feel good, that he'll probably be ready to go for Friday night in New Orleans. But I think it's the beginning of a very, very big week if we can sift our way through all the drama, Steph Curry's tailbone and Jimmy Butler's return. This is just a huge basketball week for the Warriors because we're down the stretch. The standings are getting tight. They're getting a lot of breaks, okay? The Wolves lost again last night. The Clippers lost on Sunday. They're getting a lot of things that are landing in their lap. And as much as we worry about falling to the 7 or the 8, the Grizzlies are not playing good basketball right now. And the 5 is very reachable, especially since the Warriors play Memphis coming up later on this road trip. So these are huge basketball games, and their next few opponents are ones on paper that the Warriors should be able to handle. They will be favored in all of their games this week, and even without Steph, they remain a pretty consistent favorite tonight.
And you mentioned being able to catch Memphis, and you've got Miami, New Orleans, the Spurs, and then Memphis. So if you can do what you should be able to do, and tonight is a little bit tough. It's on the road, and I know you're still favored, and we'll get to that, but the Pelicans and the Spurs on Friday and Sunday, that should be a two-step that you can handle, one in New Orleans, one in Texas, and then you might be able to knock off Memphis in that game and get the 5 at the same time if you handle your business.
Yeah, absolutely could happen. So what a fascinating game in terms of blending these two teams together, where they've been and where they are now. Check this out for whatever it's worth. And I don't think Bay Area sports fans need to be told about the presence that Jimmy Butler has after we've watched a little bit of this. But listen to the records up to the minute of these two basketball teams since the trade deadline. The Warriors in 20 games are 16-4. And oh, by the way, 16-3 when Jimmy Butler actually is in the game and playing hoops. Meantime, the Heat are 5-17. This departure has absolutely sent one team to the stratosphere. It sent the other team the other direction. Don't forget that Andrew Wiggins is hanging out there now playing for the Miami Heat, had 42 points in their most recent game a couple of nights ago. But that's where we're at. Be that as it may, the Heat at 30-41, that's good enough to still be involved in the action in the East. They're currently the 10 seed and only a game and a half behind Chicago for the 9 seed. So even with this awful record, the Heat are still playing for something. They are still involved in the play-in tournament right now.
Absolutely, even though they have lost 17 of 22. And if you look at the games before the trade, as I mentioned previously, they were 8-9 since Jimmy got suspended in games where Jimmy didn't play. So Miami was mediocre, about 500. The trade happened, and they've absolutely hit the skids. And just as a quick point of contrast, Jimmy Butler's record is 29-15 on the year in the 44 games he's played.
That's interesting.
In Miami and in Golden State. All starts. He's got 3 triple-doubles, 5 double-doubles. Jimmy Butler, 29-15, a better winning percentage than both these teams.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's dive into the injury report so you're all up to date on exactly what's going to be going on in this game. The injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. We already gave you the headliner, obviously, for the Warriors. Steph Curry with that left pelvic contusion is out. The word from Curry yesterday, quote, he looked good, felt good, will continue to list him as questionable, but post-practice and earlier today, obviously, they still felt something in there, and so they'll exercise caution, and Steph Curry will not play. That is the total injury report tonight for the Warriors.
That's exciting. It's good to know that that's the only injury, and you'd think that Friday he should be good to go, and I can't help but picture in my mind how that conversation went when, Dr. Rick Celebrini says, how you feeling, Steph? He says, pretty good, and the doctor says, we're going to hold you out. Can I play? Please, please. Can I go, please, please? No, we're going to keep you down. Please, it's Jimmy's big game. It's like when a kid's asking you, can I go to the mall with Sarah?
I need Celebrini on the phone tonight because it's totally. Like when there's a Little League game and I know they're going to be begging me to go to In-N-Out. I need Celebrini to be like, no, we're not doing it.
No.
Okay?
The Warriors need you by the fourth quarter.
We're probably going to end up at In-N-Out. But anyway, for the Heat, Duncan Robinson, lower back pain, questionable. And Nikola Jovic, Nice player, by the way, has been out for a while, continues to be out, has a broken right hand. Nikola Jovic, kind of an interesting note earlier on Steiny and Goo, when they had the columnist on from Miami, said Nikola Jovic took this trade the hardest of any of the Miami Heat players, was very, very close to Jimmy Butler, and really had felt like Butler had taken him as a young player under his wing. So this has been a tough few weeks for him.
Really quick, Tibbs, before you jump in on that.
Yeah.
Update on Duncan Robinson, who was listed as questionable, has been downgraded. He is out.
He's out. Okay. Duncan Robinson's not playing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Jimmy Butler probably thinks that's a bummer because Duncan's name also came up in that interview. And he pointed to Duncan Robinson as somebody who drove Jimmy nuts because he's not good on defense.
Yeah, there you go. And I just was looking at Jimmy's record. So he's, I think, 16-3 with the Warriors this year, and he's 13-12 when he played for the Heat. So when he played for the Heat, they were better, obviously, than what they've been without him. And the Warriors 16-3 with Jimmy Butler. Pretty impressive.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. We would be remiss if we didn't let you hear the latest of what Jimmy Butler had to say, getting ready for this performance that is about to start here in less than an hour. This is after practice yesterday. Asked if he's going to have any thoughts when he runs into Pat Riley.
I don't got no thoughts. Like I said, man, I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me. And continued success to those guys over there.
I'm pretty sure that should become a drop on our show.
I ain't got no thoughts.
I ain't got no thoughts.
Pretty good.
We should probably get that, right?
A little bit of background noise, which takes away some of the luster of just how great it is when, and because that must have been the question. Jimmy, do you have any thoughts about bumping into Pat Riley tonight, maybe in the tunnel?
Let's hear it again.
I don't got no thoughts. Like I said, man, I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me. And continued success to those guys over there.
It's pretty clean. It's actually pretty clean there at the beginning.
And I do think that the best piece of that is I ain't got nothing to say to nobody. That, to me, is actually the money part of it. Because the beginning of it gets clipped a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it's, I ain't got nothing to say to nobody. Which means you have something to say to everybody?
Well, you didn't hear. I know, yes. It's a double negative. I get it. At the same time.
I know you get it, but
but you don't realize that that's what we said when you hung up on your call from Vegas on Thursday.
You said.
You got nothing to say to nobody?
I had everything to say to everybody, is the thing.
I got no thoughts. I had
plenty of thoughts.
No words.
None of them were maybe tangible or legible.
Here's Jimmy when he was asked what it's going to be like playing against his old team.
This is basketball. This is very simple. I don't have all the emotions that everybody thinks that I'm going to have. Like, it is what it is. I realized that I had some great years here. I've built some incredible bonds with some individuals in the organization, in the city, hell, in the state of Florida. But I'm going in there to hoop. I'm going in there to play basketball. Ain't nothing nobody say, nothing nobody do. It's going to get me out of character. And nobody got me out of character whenever I was going through what I was going through this entire season with the suspension. It's another day for me.
Okay. And of course it's not, but I do think it's interesting how much has been made of that quote. Jimmy says this is another day. Of course Jimmy says this is another day. But of course it's not. I don't know how that interview would have gone any other way. I know he needs to be asked, and I know that the sound needs to happen, but I don't know if I've ever heard any one of these games, Kevin Durant to OKC or anything in between, where somebody literally grabbed the mic 24 hours before game time and went, I hate those dudes. I'm coming for them. Everything about that organization is stupid. And I'm gonna be doing my best to embarrass their faces tomorrow night. You can't say that. You can't say that. So, of course, this is not another day.
Right, but he also is right to say that everybody out there doesn't know the emotions that he's feeling.
That's true.
Maybe he doesn't feel those emotions, and that's what he was saying. And I'm glad you brought up the Kevin Durant game because I have the box score in front of me. KD goes for 34, first time to OKC, the cupcake game, 130 to 114. Russell Westbrook answers with 47. In a loss, typical Westbrook, 14 to 26.
He was playing his own game that year.
Domas Sabonis on that Thunder team.
Oh,
we forget about Sabonis in OKC.
It was nice to see him hurt somebody again last night. Good Lord.
Oladipo on that team. Steven Adams, Steph Curry with 26. Klay Thompson also with 26 as the Warriors Got to 46-8 in that one.
I don't got no thoughts. I don't got nothing to say to nobody.
Yeah.
I don't have no hard feelings.
I got no hard. That's a good
Ain't
one
got
too.
no hard feelings.
No hard feelings.
I don't have no hard feelings.
Okay, but would you believe it if somebody else who's close to Jimmy Butler right now spoke on the matter?
Yeah, but I mean,
how about Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show?
Jimmy has not said a word about it. He locked in. There's two different types of people that deal with situations like this.
Mm-hmm.
There's the person that doesn't say anything, and you know it means a lot to them, but they just don't say anything. And then there's the person that's like, nah, I'm going in there like this. And the reality is we all know Jimmy's mentality. He going to be on 10. What I'm excited to see is he going to be the guy that lets everybody else know us around him he on 10? Or is he just going to walk in there on 10 and everybody fall in line? Nonetheless, I think the atmosphere is going to be a great atmosphere because Wiggs is going to come and Wiggs is going to want to play great. Kyle Anderson going to get minutes and he going to want to play great. And then obviously Jimmy raises all tides at all times. There's going to be some plays that Jimmy going to make it known in that game, and I'm looking forward to that smoke.
I love that.
The Kyle Anderson revenge game. I forgot about that.
I'm going to be there for that smoke. Jimmy is going to be on 10.
Yeah.
I got no thoughts.
Yeah, that's Draymond Green's thoughts.
I got nothing to say to nobody.
Look, there is some poetry. As a Warrior fan, I don't like it, but there is some poetry to Steph being out tonight. I mean, it puts the spotlight further on Jimmy Butler.
Good point. Yeah, good point. And also, and I'll save it for the take it to the bank prediction in more of a totality, but just hearing Draymond and how excited he is for Jimmy and for this game, this feels like one of these classic Draymond games.
Sure. I'll buy that.
Especially with Steph out.
You're saving it for the prediction?
Yeah, I was kind of leading you to it, but
3, 2. It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction.
Okay.
It is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Let's go live to Dan Divley with this prediction.
I'm going to go greater than on the Draymond Green points, rebounds, and assists. And
do you know what it is?
No, but I would assume it's probably 22 and a half.
I'll
because,
get an underdog.
Draymond is averaging a triple single for the year, and this feels like a game where he's going to ride with Jimmy. Draymond's here for that smoke. I know that Draymond's going to want to win this game a lot more than, just an average Tuesday in Miami might be because of Jimmy and all the attention and no Steph Curry. So I like Draymond Green going over 22 and a half points, rebounds, and assists tonight in Miami, riding with Jimmy Butler.
That is the number, by the way.
Oh.
That is the number. 22 and a half points, rebounds, and assists. Although you get a 1.12 odds on that.
To the plus?
To the plus.
All right.
So it's actually saying that it's a little bit less than 50-50 in terms of happening.
I like it.
You're gonna get a little extra bump there.
I'm
if you're
going
right.
greater than.
Greater than.
Kaboo.
Yeah. Well, I'll go to Jimmy Butler. And with Steph out, I am going to suggest that there is a pretty healthy parade to the free throw line for Jimmy Butler tonight in Miami. I think Jimmy's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. I think they're going to need him at times when the offense gets a little stagnant. They're going to need him to do what he does and get himself to the free throw line. I think that's usually what boosts his point total. Let's go higher than 22 and a half. It was 21 and a half. It's now 22 and a half on Underdog because Steph Curry is out. But let's go ahead and ride it, and let's go higher than 22 and a half points for Jimmy Butler tonight.
Yeah, I like it. And, as the past performances of Jimmy in these revenge games, one game he had 36. The other two he didn't score as much. But in one of the games he had 11 assists. So I do expect Jimmy to be the fulcrum of what the Warriors do tonight.
Yeah, what I played was earlier, and this is when I thought Steph was going to play. I went higher PRA, points, rebounds, assists, for those who don't speak Underdog, for Jimmy Butler, which was at 34 and a half. So I like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
34 and a half.
34 and a half. That's points plus rebounds plus assists. Kaboom.
I like it.
Yeah.
And,
he's
going to be motivated in the fact that he's
obviously.
Well, and he made it seem like, you don't know my emotions. You don't know this. You don't know that. But when Draymond goes on his podcast and say Jimmy's going to be on 10, and, Draymond now has a good sense of who Jimmy is after 6 weeks, I'll ride with Draymond in his assessment.
It's time.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say.
Yeah.
Stand on what you do.
Thank you, Draymond. We're going to get to the out-of-town game of the night in a second, but I always like to point it out when we have a very tapped-in listener.
Okay.
This is very funny to me. Grandy, be ready, okay? Someone from the 925 just hit our text line and wrote, sounds like Steiny at 2 o'clock every day. I ain't got no thoughts.
I don't got no thoughts.
Yeah. Got nothing to say to nobody.
I don't got nothing to say to nobody.
That's right.
I don't have no hard feelings.
Put a bag on your shoulder and kaboom.
This guy is such a D.
Yes, that's true sometimes. All right, out-of-town game of the night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. 8 games around the league tonight, including the Grizzlies and the Jazz. Doesn't sound like a big game on paper, but it is. It is for the Warriors. Big Jazz fans from Salt Lake tonight. Grizzlies number 5 in the West at the moment. 2 games clear of the Warriors, but have lost 3 in a row and just 5-5 in their last 10. Utah, worst team in the West, just a half game better than the Wizards, and they currently have the worst record in the NBA. So they may be more interested in losing games than winning at this point, but it's definitely a game today that the Warriors would like to see them try to go and win. Anyway, the game tips off at 6 o'clock in Utah. It is too late to get there now, but SFO can get you to Salt Lake City whenever you want. The Warriors don't play in Utah again this year, but maybe you want to plan a trip there next season when the schedule comes out, maybe a summer trip, whatever you want. SFO can get you there, no problem at all. And that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. Scoreboard watching is getting pretty fun. Pretty fun this time of year, and the Warriors had a good night last night.
Yeah, it's especially fun when you've got one of these East Coast games because you can watch the dubs and keep an eye on stuff, and then when the game's over, you can really turn your attention to the late game, which is normally the Warrior game, but it isn't tonight because you're back east, and you can watch OKC and Sac. Sac, not a real factor, but you can still kind of root against Sacramento just on principle.
I mean, sure, you can do that, and they got a tough one tonight against OKC. But
and Memphis at 6 is another one. Warrior game will end, and you'll get the second half of that.
That's really the only one I think that you would watch with any sort of vigor tonight. I mean,
Houston.
The Rockets play, but the Rockets are the 2 seed. You're not catching the Rockets. I mean, it'd be, you know what I mean? Like, I
it's
guess
a long shot. You're right.
You could root for it this way. I'd love to see the Rockets fall to 3, so that if the Warriors get to 6, that's who they play. So you could root for it from that angle.
Right.
You'd like to see Denver elevate to the 2 and the Warriors stay out of the play-in tournament and therefore avoid Denver. So, yeah, I think you'd love to see Houston at 3, or you'd love to get the 5 and see Houston at 4. Any of those options sound good to me. Or Memphis can get hot and they can go get the 3 and you stay at the 6. That would work too.
A little too early for all the machinations, but a little bit. You're in a spot where you're focused solely right now on getting the 6. And so, yeah, Sacramento losing. They're 6 behind you. They're no threat. It's really about the Clippers in Minnesota. Can you catch Memphis or the Lakers? So go out there and win your game, Warriors in Miami. It's a game that, Mark said it, you should win.
You should win.
You are favored even
win.
without the chef.
Yeah, actually, the number did not move all that much.
Yeah.
It did not move all that much. People like the Warriors tonight. We'll leave you with what Steve Kerr said about Jimmy Butler's return tonight.
I haven't talked to him about it. We had a practice today. He's been here obviously the last couple of days, and he's got a lot of people here who he's connecting with, and I think he's enjoying being back. But tomorrow will be a heated atmosphere, no pun intended. It was just he was such an amazing player for this franchise, and meant so much to the fans, and I think it'll be very emotional for him, for a lot of people. But Jimmy's he's an incredible competitor. That's the main thing I've learned about him. And I know he's going to go out there and compete like crazy and get through it fine. And hopefully we can get back on track here.
No Steph tonight. Jimmy, we're all counting on you.
Yeah, go out there, do your thing, and look forward to seeing how the crowd reacts. And, Jimmy Butler, don't let it get to you if they get on you. Just go out there and handle it like you have since you've been a Warrior.
I feel like he's got a little Steve Wilkes in him in a game like this. He can honestly say he's sort of built for this.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think so too. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah, big time.
Yep.
Big time. We can't wait to talk this one out with you. For Dibs, for Grady, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. To the arena next.